Chapter 1. Dochi Continent. Magic Beast Mountain Range, Outskirts. There was a loud noise in the sky. A meteor suddenly appeared and smashed down. In the deep pit, a young man stood up, unharmed. I'm not dead. What's with that sound? Did I really transmigrate? Chubei looked around and muttered to himself, dumbfounded. Just a moment ago, he was sitting in the passenger seat of his friend's truck. However, the smog was too heavy, and visibility was only 20 meters. No matter how good his friend's driving skills were, he still couldn't avoid a small car that was going at 100 kilometers per hour. It hit. The car flipped. However, just as Chubei's mind was blank and ready to feel the kiss of death, a dazzling golden light enveloped him. When he came back to his senses, he was already deep in the forest. Celestial Mall System activated, progress 1%, Celestial Mall System activated, progress 1%, Celestial Mall System activated, progress 1%. At this moment, the mechanical sound that he heard when the car flipped rang in Chubei's mind again. 6 hours later. F***CK. Why is this system still at 1%? Chubei leaned against a towering ancient tree and listened to the howling of wolves around him. He couldn't help but shrink his neck. At the same time, he cursed the system in his mind. This was the system's so-called activation. It took too long. 100 years later. Karma Empire, Wutan City. Arnie Street, the most prosperous street in the city. There were many markets in it, and people came and went. It was very lively. At this moment, a young man in a grey robe was walking on the street with a bag of vegetables. Hey! Quick, look. That guy is out to buy vegetables again. Who the hell is this guy? I heard from my grandfather that he's a vagrant. But this guy is very strange. When my grandfather was my age, he was like this. I heard that he's already 80 years old and hasn't married yet. Do you think he ate some kind of heaven and earth treasure by mistake? Otherwise, why is he still so young? Maybe he was born a freak. On one side of the street, there were people gathered in groups of 3 to 5, pointing at the young man. The grey-robed youth who was carrying a bag of vegetables was Chubei, who had transmigrated here. Chubei seemed to have been accustomed to the gossip on the streets, and he just shook his head and paid no attention to it at all. On the day he transmigrated, he was at the periphery of a mountain range. Fortunately, he had seen Bear Grylls' survival in the wilderness. He had barely survived and walked out of the mountain range. After coming to Wutan City, he spent several years learning the language of this continent under countless strange gazes. Finally, Chubei knew where he had transmigrated to. The world of battle through the heavens. The Dochi continent was a world where everyone practiced Dochi. After passing through the mountain range they had landed in, it was precisely the mountain range of magical beasts. 100 years had passed since the day he had transmigrated. If one were to evaluate what Chubei had done in the past 100 years, mediocre. Mediocre. That's right, even though Chubei had been in the Dochi continent for 100 years, he still didn't have any Dochi on him. After countless failed attempts, Chubei accepted a fact. He was different from the people of this world. He couldn't absorb the abundant Dochi between heaven and earth. Because he couldn't cultivate, but he didn't age, Chubei was worried that he would be captured by the strong people of this world to be studied. Because of this, he lived in a very low profile for the past 100 years. It could be said that other than buying daily necessities, he didn't interact with anyone. In the eyes of the few people in the city who knew about Chubei, the latter was a freak who didn't fit in with them. In the past 100 years, Chubei had a deep understanding of the Dochi continent's way of survival as described in the book. Strength. In the Dochi continent, strength was the foundation of a foothold. The law of the jungle was the rule of this world. Killing and robbing were common. Even though Chubei had transmigrated from Earth, after 100 years of being influenced by what he had seen and heard, he had already become indifferent towards killing and robbing. As for why he didn't use the memories of battle through the heavens in his mind to find a reliable thigh. That was because Sad Smiley Celestial Mall System progress 99%, Celestial Mall System progress 99%, Celestial Mall System progress 99%. That's right, Chubei was waiting, waiting for this nuisance of a system's progress to reach 100%. He really didn't expect it. The system's progress would actually increase by 1% a year. Now that he thought about it, the systems that transmigrators in novels got were really good. Soon, Chu Bei walked to the end of the street. A relatively simple house was his residence. Another 3 days passed. Celestial Mall system progress 100%. Congratulations to the host for activating the system. Chu Bei was still sleeping when he was suddenly awakened by the system's voice in his mind. This is activating. After regaining his senses, Chu Bei was stunned at first, then his face was full of excitement. 100 years. He had waited for 100 years. Buzz buzz buzz. At this moment, Chu Bei felt dizzy. Immediately after, he suddenly discovered that there was a strange light screen in his mind. There were countless images on the screen, and each image had a more detailed introduction. Chu Bei was shocked. There were high-level heaven-class fighting skills, emperor-grade pills, mystical flames that surpassed the Chu Shi ancient emperor, embodiment transformation technique, 6 paths of reincarnation technique, 10-billion-year-old martial soul, secret techniques that could bring people back to life, King's Glory's armor, emperor divine armor, enhanced version of devil fruit, bloodline limit ninjutsu Susanoo with both offense and defense, infinity gloves with 6 infinity stones. In short, the treasures that this celestial mall system had were only things that one could imagine. There was nothing that it didn't have. Of course, since it was a commodity, it had to be traded. If one wanted to obtain these treasures, they needed willpower to exchange them. What was willpower? Simply put, it could be the world's currency, pills, cultivation techniques, and so on. Anything with value could produce willpower. And as the host, if he wanted to obtain willpower, he could only do it through the method of drawing a commission. To put it simply, if a buyer used money or treasures to buy goods, after the system obtained the willpower, it would return half of the willpower as a reward. Unlike Chu Bei's direct exchange, if a buyer wanted to obtain goods from the Celestial Mall, they could only use the Lucky Wheel. The Lucky Wheel's level was different, and the value of the goods it could get was naturally different. To put it simply, what kind of financial resources played with what kind of wheel? If only the treasures I exchanged could be sold directly to the buyer. After having a preliminary understanding of the system, Chu Bei secretly cursed in his heart. From the looks of it, the goods he exchanged could only be used by himself, and the buyer could only randomly obtain the goods through the lucky wheel. What comforted Chu Bei was that he could choose a lucky roulette wheel for the buyer. For example, a roulette wheel related to alchemy, a roulette wheel that could increase one's battle energy, or a roulette wheel related to battle techniques. If not, this willpower would really be too difficult to earn. Shouldn't there be a newcomer's gift pack after activating the system? System activation successful, reward issued, 5,000 willpower. Just as Chu Bei finished muttering, the system's voice sounded in his mind. Hearing that, Chu Bei was overjoyed, and immediately checked the system's screen. As expected, at the bottom corner of the screen, the value behind the willpower had changed from 0 to 5,000. After thinking about it, Chu Bei did not use the 5,000 willpower to exchange for battle energy cultivation, but instead exchanged for 2 life-saving means: the celestial space and the invisible flying wings. The former's function was similar to a storage ring, but it surpassed the latter. Although the space was less than 100 cubic meters, it could accommodate people, and was worth 3,000 willpower. The latter was a pair of invisible wings that could be used at any time. Although its speed could not be compared to teleportation, it was enough for daily use, and was worth 2,000 willpower. Chapter 2. On the other side. Wu-Tan City, one of the 3 great clans, the Xiao family. The large plaza was filled with young men and women because today was the day the Xiao family's younger generation would test their strength. The gazes of the young men and women all landed on the Devil's Stone tablet in the center of the plaza. Xiao Yang, Doji Qi, 3rd stage. Rank, low. Beside the tablet, a middle-aged man glanced at the information displayed on the tablet and then looked at the youth with his hand on the tablet. He shook his head and announced the result. As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, there was a burst of laughter in the square, mixed with mockery. Still 3rd stage. Haha, it's just as I thought. His year of hard work was in vain. For him, this is already not bad. After all, he hasn't regressed. Right now, he's really a disgrace to our family. Everyone in Wu-Tan City knows that our family's young master is trash. Ari, this Xiao Yang is really pitiful. A former genius has fallen to such a state. In front of the Devil's Stone tablet, the youth in green heard the mocking words of the people around him. His breathing became hurried and his hands couldn't help but clench. Is this my fate? The youth in green let out a self-deprecating laugh and then left the stage under the disdainful gazes of the crowd. Next, Xiao Zunna. Following the middle-aged man's loud voice, the plaza suddenly quieted down. Everyone's gazes gathered on a young girl in a purple dress. Xiao Yang Gij. The purple-dressed girl looked at the azure-clothed youth who was walking over and called out. She stepped onto the high platform and stretched out her small hand, placing it on the Devil's Stone tablet. Shua. The Devil's Stone tablet emitted a dazzling light. Xiao Zunna, Doji Chi, 9th stage. Rank, high. The middle-aged man looked at the young girl in purple with praise. Miss Zunna is actually at 9th stage. How terrifying. It seems that the title of number 1 in our clan's younger generation is hers. But this kind of genius girl is always following behind that trash Xiao Yang. It's really hard to accept. After the middle-aged man reported the results of the test, the square became noisy again. Everyone looked at Xiao Zunna with eyes full of adoration. However, Xiao Zunna did not care about the praises of the people around her. After testing her cultivation, she immediately jumped off the high platform and returned to the side of the youth in green who had been called a good-for-nothing. Zunna, I'm afraid that if I give you another month, you'll be able to advance into a doja. The green-clothed youth stroked the purple-dressed girl's black hair. Big brother Xiao Yang, Zunna believes that one day, you will make everyone look up to you again. Xiao Zunna held Xiao Yang's arm. Let's hope so. Xiao Yang shook his head. His expression was desolate, and his words were self-deprecating. Another 6 hours had passed since Chu Bei activated the system. In these 6 hours, he used the wings of flight to fly around the sky, fully satisfying his craving. It was a kind of carefree feeling of having been suppressed for 100 years, just like when someone moved out. When Chu Bei flew back to Wu-Tan City and was not far from his residence, he heard a clamor. Looking down, he saw a bustling crowd of people gathered together as if they were watching a show. Hey! Isn't that the Xiao family's young master, Xiao Yang? What young master? He's just a good-for-nothing. Before the Xiao family's test, he was only at 3 Duan Qi. If it wasn't for his good father, he would have been kicked out of the Xiao family already. The youth in black is called Xiao Ning, the grandson of the Xiao family's grand elder. He's only 17 years old and has already reached 8 Duan Qi. From what I know, this Xiao Ning has always disliked Xiao Yang. Now it seems that Xiao Yang's situation is not good. If the genius girl, Xiao Zunna, was here, maybe Xiao Yang could have avoided this disaster. What a pity, what a pity. Listening to the conversations of the people below, Chu Bei's expression changed and then a playful expression appeared on his face. I didn't think that the one destined for the world would come knocking on my door on the first day of the system activation. Interesting. Chu Bei immediately landed and squeezed into the innermost circle of the crowd, seeing Xiao Yang and Xiao Ning's group up close. Xiao Yang, the one destined for the world. At 4 years old, he started training Qi, at 9 Duan Qi, at 11 he broke through to Doja. He could be said to be a genius with limitless potential. What was regrettable was that in the same year, this genius met with an unforeseen event and his cultivation dropped greatly. In a mere 4 years, his cultivation dropped to 3 Duan Qi and he became known as a good-for-nothing in Wu-Tan City. Xiao Yang, you've got guts. Without Zunna by your side, you actually dared to leave the Xiao family. Xiao Ning looked at Xiao Yang with disdain and let out a cold laugh. Get out of the way, don't block the way. Xiao Yang coldly stared at Xiao Ning with an expressionless face. Stinking brat, what kind of tone is that? Do you still think you're that genius? Now you're just a good-for-nothing. I really don't understand why Zunna would still like a good-for-nothing like you. Xiao Ning coldly snorted, his face gloomy. Hearing this, Xiao Yang clenched his fists, his eyes burning with anger. What? Looking at your expression, could it be that you want to attack me? Xiao Ning mocked, not putting Xiao Yang in his eyes. Saying this, Xiao Ning dived down and in an instant appeared in front of Xiao Yang and punched out. Xiao Yang was on guard and immediately raised his fist to block. Peng! Accompanied by a low, deep muffled sound, Xiao Yang flew backwards and violently smashed onto the green stone bricks, raising a cloud of dust. Yo, how could our Xiao family's genius fall so easily? You've really disgraced our Xiao family. Xiao Ning clapped his hands and suddenly lowered his voice. Don't think that with Zunna's protection, I won't dare to do anything to you. Next time I see you, I'll beat you down. Let's go. After a burst of ridicule, Xiao Ning waved his robe and left. Ari, what a pity. The Xiao family's genius is gone forever. The show is over, let's disperse. The onlookers sighed and left one after another. Looking at the back of Xiao Ning's group leaving, Xiao Yang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his face full of anger. If it wasn't for the incident 4 years ago, how could a mere Xiao Ning dare to treat him like this? Little brat, are you feeling unreconciled? But helpless. Chu Bei walked to Xiao Yang's side, his voice carrying a smile. Xiao Yang didn't even look at Chu Bei. He brushed the dust off his body and coldly snorted. You want strength? I can give it to you. Chu Bei said again. Xiao Yang raised his head and stared straight at Chu Bei, but still remained silent. Chapter 3. The Doqi continent respects the strong. According to the cultivation levels, they are divided into Doqi, Dozhe, Doshu, Da Doshu, Doling, Dowang, Dohuang, Dozong, Dozun, Dosheng, and the legendary Dodi. Each level is further divided into 9 stars. On the street, Chu Bei calmly looked at Xiao Yang. Here, without strength, you are nothing. But now, as long as you have money, I can give you strength. Why should I believe you? Xiao Yang finally spoke. Chu Bei smiled knowingly and raised his head 45 degrees to look into the distance. Alone in a foreign land, I miss my family even more during the festive season. Knowing that my brother has climbed to a high place, there is only one person left. Listening to the familiar poem, Xiao Yang was stunned at first, then his eyes suddenly widened. Damn, you are also from Earth. Chu Bei shook his head. I am a celestial merchant, traveling to all the major dimensions. Earth, I have only stopped by once, but I know that you are from there. Xiao Yang took a deep breath, his eyes shining. If that is the case, can I understand you as a transmigrator from the After Sales Association? Are you here to give me a cheat? Chu Bei raised his finger and waved it. I am a merchant, not against you, not against transmigrators, but against every rich person. You can call me Boss Chu. Do you believe me now? Chu Bei's lips curled up. Yes, of course I believe you. Xiao Yang nodded heavily without hesitation. He hurriedly took out 20 gold coins and looked at Chu Bei with incomparable sincerity. Boss Chu, is this enough? Looking at the pile of shiny gold coins in Xiao Yang's hand, Chu Bei did not speak, but the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Even if it was a level 1 lucky wheel, it would still cost 1,000 gold coins to spin it once. Boss Chu, is this not enough? Noticing Chu Bei's expression, Xiao Yang carefully probed. If it's not enough, I have more in my residence. Let's go directly to the Xiao mansion. Chu Bei waved his hand at Xiao Yang, indicating for him to take back the 20 gold coins. Xiao Yang was a little embarrassed. Then, as if he had thought of something, he asked as he walked, Boss Chu, then do you know why my cultivation base has declined since 3 years ago? Chu Bei didn't say anything. He just stretched out his hand and pointed at the simple black ring on Xiao Yang's right index finger. Is it all because of this? Xiao Yang immediately took off the black ring, which was left to him by his mother. As expected, the moment Xiao Yang took off the ring, the Doqi that was like stagnant water in his body became active. Damn it. So it really is you. Because of you, I became known as trash in Wu-Tan City and was ridiculed by everyone. After confirming that the main culprit of the 3 years of humiliation was the ring he always wore, Xiao Yang gnashed his teeth and fiercely pinched the ring. But no matter how hard he tried, the black ring didn't change shape. Seeing that Xiao Yang was about to throw away the black ring, Chu Bei opened his mouth and said, "Don't be in a hurry to throw it away, it can also be considered an opportunity for you." Xiao Yang looked at Chu Bei in confusion. "You will know in the future." Chu Bei pretended to be mysterious. Since Yarrow Larrow didn't plan to show himself, then he wasn't in a hurry to expose him. 15 minutes later. "Xiao Yang Gij, where did you go? There are guests in the residence, Zun was just about to go find you." Chu Bei and Xiao Yang had just arrived at the Xiao mansion when Xiao Zun ran out from the door. "What guests?" Xiao Yang was curious. "I don't know, but the lineup is not small." Xiao Zun shook her head and focused her gaze on Chu Bei. After sizing him up, her delicate face showed some confusion. "Xiao Yang Gij, he is? A noble person of mine, I'll tell you slowly when I have time. Let's go take a look at the guests you spoke of and see who they are." For a moment, Xiao Yang didn't know how to explain Chu Bei's background, so he simply skipped over it. Soon, Chu Bei, Xiao Yang, and Xiao Zun arrived at the Xiao family's main hall. At this moment, the hall was filled with people. The 4 people at the top were the family head, Xiao Zhon, and the 3 elders. To their left sat some of the elders who had the right to speak and were not weak, as well as some of the younger generation who had performed outstandingly. On the other side, there was a group of unfamiliar faces. They were the guests Xiao Zun spoke of. Among these guests, the leader was an old man in a moon-white robe. There was a silver crescent moon painted on his chest, surrounded by 7 golden stars. This was the symbol of a 7-star Da dosha. Beside the old man was a beautiful young girl. Although there was no crescent silver on her chest, there were 3 golden stars. This was the symbol of a 3-star dosha. Because there were many people in the hall, Xiao Yang gave Xiao Zhon a look and then pulled Xiao Zun and Chu Bei to find a seat nearby. The so-called guests are indeed here to cancel the engagement. Chu Bei's gaze swept across the moon-robed old man and the young girl beside him with a playful expression. "Boss Chu, what are you muttering about?" Xiao Yang tilted his head and looked at Chu Bei. Chu Bei shook his head and smiled without saying anything. "Xiao Yang Gij, did you notice the pattern on their sleeves?" Xiao Zun pointed at the white-robed old man. "Cloud silver sword. They are from the Yunlan sect." Xiao Yang was flabbergasted. The Xiao family's Wu-Tan city belonged to the Karma Empire. Although it was one of the largest cities in the empire due to the magic beast mountain range behind it, it was ranked last. If the Xiao family was said to be the overlord of Wu-Tan city, then the Yunlan sect was the overlord of the entire Karma Empire. The difference between the two was like a chasm. Xiao Yang never thought that there would be a day when the Yunlan sect would step into the Xiao family. "Why are they here?" Xiao Yang was puzzled. At this moment, the white-robed old man stood up from his seat and said, "Xiao family head, I have come to ask for a favor. Mr. Ji Yi, if you have something to say, just say it. If it is within my power, my Xiao family will definitely help." Xiao Zhon was very polite and didn't show the slightest bit of disrespect. "Xiao family head, do you still remember the name Nailan Yangran?" Ji Yi pointed at the young girl beside him and smiled at Xiao Zhon. Hearing this name, Xiao Zhon's expression changed. He suddenly stood up from his chair and looked at the young girl again. After being stunned for a while, he opened his mouth and said, She is Nailan Yangran. Grandfather Nailan's granddaughter? Uncle Xiao, niece hasn't come to see you all these years. I hope you don't blame me." Nailan Yangran stood up and cupped her hands towards Xiao Zhon. "Niece, what are you saying? Back then, the 2 elders were engaged. In the future, we will be a family sooner or later." Xiao Zhon's face was full of joy. "Xiao family head, I'm afraid you don't know, but Yangran has already been accepted as a direct disciple by our sect head. She is the best candidate for the next Yunlan sect head." Hearing Xiao Zhon's words, Ji Yi slightly frowned. "What? She is Nailan Yangran. And she is the Yunlan sect's young sect head. It is said that before she and Xiao Yang were born, the 2 elders had already engaged them. How can that trash be worthy of such a proud daughter?" Almost at the same time, the other Xiao family members in the hall began to discuss. Chapter 4. Xiao Yang Gij, Your little wife is here to look for you. Xiao Zunna glared at Xiao Yang, her words filled with jealousy. Xiao Yang coughed lightly and avoided Xiao Zunna's gaze. His expression was slightly awkward. As for Chu Bei, he had his hands crossed in front of his chest from beginning to end, as if he was waiting to watch a show. Xiao family head, my request is related to Yangran. Ji Yi glanced at Nalan Yangran beside him, then his gaze returned to Xiao Zhan. The Yunlan sect is strict, and the sect leader has already begun to groom Yangran as the next sect leader of the Yunlan sect. According to the sect rules, before the successor of the sect leader becomes the official sect leader, she cannot have any entanglement with any man. Mr. Ge, what are you trying to say? Xiao Zhan seemed to have thought of a possibility. The smile on his face disappeared, and his expression became gloomy. Xiao family head, since you asked, I won't beat around the bush. We came here today to cancel the engagement between Yangran and Xiao Yang. Ji Yi calmly looked at Xiao Zhan. Whoosh, what? They're here to cancel the engagement. What's the fuss about? Isn't this reasonable? That's true. Not to mention that Xiao Yang is trash now. Even if he was a genius in the past, Nalan Yangran would never fall for him. After all, she is the future sect leader of the Yunlan sect. A toad really can't eat swan meat. The moment Ji Yi's voice fell, the atmosphere in the hall instantly became strange. Xiao family members of the older generation had angry expressions on their faces, while the younger generation looked at Xiao Yang with mockery and ridicule. When Chu Bei by the side noticed Xiao Yang's incomparably ugly expression, he extended his hand and patted the latter's shoulder, indicating that he should not mind it. Brother Xiao Yang, she's not good enough for you. Xiao Zunna opened her mouth and looked at Nalan Yangran with an imperceptible golden flame in her eyes. Bang! Xiao Zhan fiercely slammed his palm down, and with a muffled sound, the table turned into dust. Within the main hall, the originally clamorous noise suddenly fell into silence because of this sudden sound. Xiao family head, I also know that this request is somewhat difficult, but this is not only my idea, but also Lord Sect Master's idea. I am just passing on his behalf. Facing the furious Xiao Zhan, Ji Yi's expression didn't change at all. At the same time, he deliberately emphasized the words Sect Master. Mad Lion's rage. Xiao Zhan clenched his fist. As he roared, a pale green doqi covered his body and an illusory lion's head appeared on his face. Xiao family head, could it be that you want to make a move? Ji Yi's eyes narrowed. Accompanied by a cold snort, his eagle claw-like hands suddenly bent. Green doqi gathered in the center of his palms and emitted a small but sharp sword qi. Xiao Zhan, what are you trying to do? Don't forget, you are the head of the Xiao family. He is now representing the Yunlan sect. Could it be that you want to consign our Xiao family to eternal damnation? The three elders beside Xiao Zhan quickly opened their mouths and shouted, their voices like thunder. Xiao Zhan seemed to have thought of his own identity. His body suddenly stiffened, and the doqi that was rampaging around his body slowly retracted until it completely disappeared. Then, Xiao Zhan looked in the direction of Xiao Yang, took a deep breath, and sat back down on his chair. He looked at Nalan Yangran and said indifferently, you are the future sect master of the Yunlan sect. In the future, you will definitely be an influential person in the Kamar Empire. My Yang is just a mediocre person now, and is indeed not worthy of you. Let's leave it at that. Thank you Uncle Xiao for your understanding. Hearing Xiao Zhan's words, Nalan Yangran's face lit up with joy. She immediately took out a green jade box from her bosom and said, Uncle Xiao, take this as my apology. The moment the box was opened, a strange fragrance filled the entire hall. Smelling it made one feel refreshed. Qi gathering powder. Seeing the green pill in the box, the younger generation of the Xiao family members in the hall exclaimed in shock. Their eyes lit up. In the path of cultivation, from 9 Duan Qi to Doja, one must first condense a doqi whirlpool in the body. However, there is a high chance of failure in condensing a doqi whirlpool. If one fails, their 9 Duan Qi will drop to 8 Duan Qi. The effect of the qi gathering powder is to allow a 9 Duan Qi whirlpool to be condensed with a 100% success rate. This is also the reason why the younger generation of the Xiao family members in the hall were drooling over it. Miss Naylan, please take back this qi gathering powder. I won't agree to your request. Suddenly, Xiao Yang's voice rang out in the hall. Almost at the same time, everyone in the hall focused their attention on Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang, can't you see what kind of situation this is? You have no right to speak. Go back to your seat. Your father and I will make the decision. The three elders' faces darkened as they angrily shouted. This is my marriage, why do I need you to make the decision? I didn't interfere with your marriage back then. Xiao Yang wasn't afraid of the three elders at all. How dare you? What are you talking about? Do you still have any respect for us? The three elders stood up at the same time. Their eyebrows were filled with anger as they slowly gathered their do qi. Xiao Yang Gij is right. He is the one involved in the annulment of the marriage. It should be you guys who shouldn't get involved. Xiao Zuna left her seat and came to Xiao Yang's side. The three elders seemed to be very afraid of Xiao Zuna. Seeing her help Xiao Yang, they didn't say anything else and chose to remain silent. Xiao Yang looked at Xiao Zuna and then looked at Naylan Yangran. Miss Naylan, did Grandfather Naylan agree to your annulment of the marriage? Grandfather didn't agree, but this is my problem and has nothing to do with him. Naylan Yanran's voice was calm. Since Grandfather Naylan doesn't want to be a person who goes back on his words, then my Xiao family can't do it either. You came to force the annulment of the marriage. If my Xiao family agreed, how would Wu-Tan City view our Xiao family in the future? As the head of the clan, where would my father put his face? Xiao Yang waved his hand. So, you guys should go back to where you came from. Do you think the compensation is too little? I can give you 3 qi gathering elixirs. At the same time, I can let you enter the Yunlan sect to study. Naylan Yangran looked straight at Xiao Yang, the corners of her mouth slightly raised. In her opinion, Xiao Yang couldn't refuse such a temptation. Hearing Naylan Yanran's offer, the younger generation in the hall couldn't help but swallow their saliva, their faces full of envy and jealousy. Entering the Yunlan sect to study was the dream of countless youths. A mere Yunlan sect isn't enough for me. Xiao Yang laughed coldly. Don't waste your time. None of your conditions can tempt me. With that, Xiao Yang looked at Chu Bei. The truth was as such. His golden finger had already arrived, and he would soon be on the path to success. How could he possibly be interested in the Yunlan sect? Since you claim that you are worried about Uncle Xiao's face, then do you dare to make an agreement with me? Naylan Yangran suppressed the anger in her heart. Speak. Xiao Yang frowned. I can delay the annulment of the marriage for 3 years. After 3 years, you can come to the Yunlan sect and challenge me. If you lose, I will annul the marriage in front of everyone. By then, you will have already gone through the clan's rite of passage. The one who will lose face will be you, and it will have nothing to do with Uncle. Do you dare to accept this agreement? Naylan Yangran said lightly. Xiao Yang was silent, as if deep in thought. After a while, under the gaze of everyone in the hall, Xiao Yang walked towards Chu Bei. Chapter 5. Boss Chu, how fast can I defeat Naylan Yangran? Xiao Yang leaned close to Chu Bei and asked in a low voice. Chu Bei smiled knowingly. As long as you have enough money, the time it takes to brew a cup of tea is enough. Hearing Chu Bei's answer, Xiao Yang nodded and then turned his gaze back to Naylan Yangran. I accept your promise, but it's not 3 years, it's 45 minutes. Just as Xiao Yang's calm voice sounded, the originally quiet hall once again turned into an uproar. Is Xiao Yang crazy? Miss Naylan already gave him a lot of face and was willing to delay the engagement for 3 years. How can he be so unreliable? Even if he was a genius in the past, he wouldn't be Miss Naylan's opponent, let alone a piece of trash with 3 Duan Qi. That's right. Miss Naylan is already a 3-star doja and also learned the Yunlan sect's do techniques. Even 100 Xiao Yangs wouldn't be a threat. He's a disgrace to our Xiao family. In the hall, the younger generation of the Xiao family looked at Xiao Yang with disdain and ridicule. As for the elders of the Xiao family, their faces were filled with anger. Nonsense. Xiao Yang, you want to defeat Naylan Yangran in 45 minutes? Do you think the path of cultivation is like eating and drinking? Why aren't you leaving? The three elders of the Xiao family scolded again with gloomy faces. Xiao Yang Gij, what are you saying? Even though Zuna has a pill that can raise one's strength to doja for a short period of time, it can only be used by someone with 9 Du and Qi. With your current condition, if you eat that pill, your body will explode. Don't do anything stupid. Xiao Zuna tugged at Xiao Yang's arm, her delicate and flawless face filled with worry. Looking at Nalan Yangran, Ji Yi, and the other members of the Yunlan sect, other than contempt, each of them had a look of surprise on their faces. Clearly, they did not expect Xiao Yang to say such words. Yang what are you thinking? Xiao Zhon, who was sitting in the main seat, looked at Xiao Yang in confusion. Based on his understanding of Xiao Yang, the latter would not say such words in such an occasion. Miss Nalan, I will head to the battle arena in 45 minutes. If you feel that the time is not a problem, you can go to the arena and rest first. After saying that, Xiao Yang shifted his gaze to Xiao Zhon. Father, please follow me. Xiao Yang Gij, what are you trying to do? Xiao Zuna frowned and quickly followed Xiao Yang. Zuna, you go to the arena first and wait for me there. Xiao Yang stroked Xiao Zuna's hair, his eyes filled with love. Yang what is it that you can't talk about in front of everyone? After following Xiao Yang to a private room, Xiao Zhon asked the question that was bothering him. At the same time, his eyes were filled with curiosity towards Chu Bei. Father, how much money do you have in your storage ring? Xiao Yang pointed at the storage ring on Xiao Zhon's finger and asked. Faced with Xiao Yang's sudden question, Xiao Zhon was stunned. After regaining his composure, he immediately replied, 500,000. Why are you suddenly concerned about this? Xiao Zhon became more and more confused. His 3 sons had a common trait, which was that they never asked about the family's finances. Boss Chu, is it okay now? Xiao Yang looked at Chu Bei. Chu Bei nodded slightly and waved his right hand. The void trembled, and a ripple appeared. A golden disc with a diameter of 1 meter emerged from the ripples, exuding a dazzling light. When the light dissipated, it could be clearly seen that the disc was divided into 10 areas. Each area flashed with a square box of a different color. In addition, there was a silver pointer hanging from the disc. At the top of the pointer, there were 7 large words engraved. Level 1 Wheel of Fortune, this. Looking at the wheel that appeared out of thin air and suspended in the air, Xiao Zhon's pupils suddenly shrank. At the same time, he was shocked. At the same time, he looked at Chu Bei again. This is the Wheel of Fortune that I chose for you to increase your strength. As for what you get, it all depends on your luck. Chu Bei looked at Xiao Yang expressionlessly. The price of this wheel is fair. 1,000 gold coins per spin. Hearing the price, Xiao Yang immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. His monthly allowance was only 20 gold coins, but the price of this wheel was as high as 1,000 gold coins per spin. It was equivalent to 4 years of his allowance. No wonder when he asked Xiao Zhon on the street, Xiao Zhon had an indescribable expression. Boss Chu, can you give me a discount? If it's useful, I'll definitely be a regular customer in the future. Xiao Yang raised his eyebrows at Chu Bei and chuckled. This is a small business, no discounts. Chu Bei's response left no room for negotiation. Father, give me the money. Xiao Yang turned to look at Xiao Zhon. Xiao Zhon was stunned at first, but after he reacted, he hurriedly took out the money. Just as Xiao Zhon took out 1,000 gold coins from his storage ring, the golden wheel vibrated again. In the next moment, a whirlpool appeared in the center of the wheel and swallowed the 1,000 gold coins in an instant. The system has gained 10 willpower. The host has gained 5 willpower. Almost at the same time, the system's voice sounded in Chu Bei's mind. At this moment, under the shocked gazes of Xiao Zhon and Xiao Yang, the silver needle on the wheel spun wildly. Ding! After about 10 seconds, the silver needle stopped at one of the 10 areas on the wheel. Immediately after, the square box in the area stopped by the needle flew out. At the same time, another square box appeared and replaced the one that flew out. Boom! With a loud sound, the square box exploded. Thank you for your patronage. 4 bright words appeared in the area where the square box exploded. After a short pause, they turned into a rain of light and dissipated. Boss Chu, what's the meaning of this? 1,000 gold coins went down the drain. Xiao Yang stared blankly at Chu Bei. If he didn't know that he was from Earth, he would have thought that he was a cheat. Xiao Yang, my friend, there are gains and losses. Don't worry, don't worry. Chu Bei patted Xiao Yang's shoulder. Time is limited. Why don't you turn 5 at once? I'm sure there will be some that can increase your strength. Okay. Xiao Yang nodded and looked at Xiao Zhan. Father, continue giving me the money. Just like before, Xiao Zhan took out 5,000 gold coins and they were swallowed by the whirlpool in the center of the wheel. The system has gained 50 willpower. The host has gained 25 willpower. Ding, 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 ding. The silver needle spun 5 times and 5 square boxes flew out one after another. Boom. Under the expectant gazes of Xiao Yang and Xiao Zhan, the 5 square boxes exploded at the same time. Thank you for your patronage, 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 thank you for your patronage. Looking at the same words floating side by side, Chu Bei couldn't help but cough awkwardly. This was especially the case when he met Xiao Yang's questioning gaze. He subconsciously rubbed his nose. Chapter 6. Boss Chu, what's going on? Xiao Yang took a deep breath and tried his best to remain calm as he looked at Chu Bei. Can you give me an explanation? Little friend Xiao Yang, what's the saying again? The more precious something is, the harder it is to obtain. Chu Bei took a step forward and patted Xiao Yang's shoulder. Trust me, once you open it, it will definitely be worth it. Okay. Then I'll open it in groups of 10. After saying that, Xiao Yang looked at Xiao Zhan again. Xiao Zhan obviously understood Xiao Yang's meaning and nodded his head, taking out 10,000 gold coins from his storage ring. The system has received 100 willpower, and the host has received 50 willpower. Just as the 10,000 gold coins were swallowed up by the whirlpool in the center of the disc, the system's voice sounded in Chu Bei's mind. Looking at the silver needle that was already spinning, Chu Bei felt an inexplicable sense of apprehension. He really didn't expect that the chances of getting a treasure would be so low. If this set of 10 boxes still didn't yield anything, then he really wouldn't have the face to face Xiao Yang. With a series of clinking sounds, 10 square boxes flew out and floated side by side in the air before exploding. The first 5 boxes, thank you for your patronage. The 6th box contained a grey sphere the size of an egg. The 7th to 9th boxes, thank you for your patronage. The 10th box contained a white pill the size of a longan that exuded a medicinal fragrance. We got something. Looking at the grey sphere and the white pill, Xiao Yang's expression turned for the better. This is the magic core of a first-rank wood-type magical beast. Xiao Zhan took the floating grey sphere and examined it. On the Dochi continent, other than humans, there were also various types of magical beasts. The so-called magic core referred to a type of energy crystal within a magical beast's body. Although it couldn't be directly absorbed by humans, in the hands of an alchemist, it could be combined with other medicinal herbs to create different types of medicinal pills. Moreover, the magic core could also be added to the weapon, making it even more destructive than before. Especially the magic cores of high-level magical beasts, they were highly sought after by powerful alchemists and alchemists. It's only a first-rank magic core? And a wood-type one? Hearing Xiao Zhan's words, Xiao Yang's eyebrows immediately furrowed. Although magic cores were valuable, there were different grades. A first-rank magic core, and the cheapest wood-type at that, would sell for around 800 gold coins in the market. In other words, although this box didn't give a thank you for your patronage, its value wasn't even worth the cost. Meeting Xiao Yang's questioning gaze, Chu Bei smiled knowingly. He pointed to the white pill that had been opened from the other box and said, "Why don't the two of you take a look at it? This is..." Hearing this, Xiao Zhan and Xiao Yang's eyes simultaneously focused on the white pill, their eyes filled with confusion. This is a Do-Chi pill. Under the Doja level, no matter if you have 8 Duan Qi or no Do-Chi, as long as you swallow this pill, you will immediately raise your Do-Chi by 1 Duan Qi without any side effects. Chu Bei's mouth curved up. There's actually such a pill? How come I've never heard of it before? Xiao Zhan frowned. He knew of all the pills that could help in the Douqi stage, but he had never heard of such a pill. Even if there were pills with similar effects, it would take at least 2 to 3 months to refine in order to raise Douqi by 1 Duan Qi. In my place, not only do I have Douqi pills, I also have Doja pills, Dosha pills, Da Dosha pills, Doling pills and even Do Di pills. It's just that they aren't in the level 1 Wheel of Fortune. Chu Bei continued. Boss Chu, according to what you said, if I swallow this Douqi pill, I will immediately have 4 Duan Qi? Xiao Yang swallowed his saliva and looked at Chu Bei expectantly. It's right in front of you. Swallow it and you'll know. Chu Bei said calmly. Okay. Xiao Yang didn't hesitate any longer. He immediately grabbed the Douqi pill and threw it into his mouth. In a split second, Xiao Yang's face flushed red and emitted a warm glow. It really works. Feeling the Douqi in his body quickly filling up, Xiao Yang's face was filled with joy. At the same time, he concentrated his Douqi as if he was breaking in the Douqi that suddenly appeared in his body for Duan Qi, success. After a few seconds, Xiao Yang's Douqi stabilized and he excitedly clenched his fists. Looking at Chu Bei, his eyes were filled with gratitude. The ridicule and humiliation he had suffered in the past 3 years had made him deeply realize how important strength was on this continent. Even just a minute ago, his heart was still uneasy. It wasn't that he doubted Chu Bei, but he was really afraid of failure. He was afraid that everything was fake. But when he swallowed the Douqi pill and his Douqi rose from 3 Duan Qi to 4 Duan Qi, the uneasiness in his heart finally disappeared. The golden finger really came. Talking about the price, the level 2 foundation elixir could raise a person's Douqi from 3 Duan Qi to 5 Duan Qi within 3 months. In the market, it was sold for 30,000 gold coins. As for the Douqi pill, other than being useful for low Duan Qi, it was also useful for high Duan Qi and there was no time limit. If it was sold in the market, this Douqi pill would be worth at least 30,000 gold coins or even more. In other words, even if he did not include the rank 1 wood-type monster core, just this Douqi Dan alone, compared to the 16,000 gold coins that he had spent so far, was still a huge profit. Yang are you feeling any discomfort? Xiao Zhan felt the change in Xiao Yang's Douqi and at the same time, his eyes were filled with worry. Father, don't worry, I'm fine. If Boss Chu said there are no side effects, then there really aren't. He is my benefactor. Xiao Yang replied to Xiao Zhan. There really is such a pill in this world. Xiao Zhan let out a long sigh. Compared to Doja, Douqi was the foundation and was much harder to cultivate. There were quite a few people who spent 10 or even 20 years on a Duan Qi beginner. But just a moment ago, he witnessed with his own eyes a kind of medicinal pill called Battle Qi Dan break this cultivation shackle. Father, continue to pay. Xiao Yang's voice sounded again. Hearing this, Xiao Zhan recovered from his shock and directly took out 50,000 gold coins and bought 5 stacks in a row. The system has gained 500 willpower, and the host has gained 250 willpower. There was a total of 50 square boxes. In addition to the thank you for your patronage, there were also some body-tempering herbs and 3 Douqi pills. Xiao Yang swallowed 3 Douqi pills and his Douqi reached 7 Duan Qi. Right now, Xiao Yang's goal was very clear, Douqi pills. 30,000 gold coins, he bought 3 stacks. The system has gained 300 willpower, and the host has gained 150 willpower. 30 square boxes, there were 2 Douqi pills. Xiao Yang swallowed them and his Douqi reached 9 Duan Qi. Chapter 7. Little friend Xiao Yang, your cultivation has already reached 9-stage Douqi. Douqi pills are no longer of any use to you. Just as Xiao Yang was about to continue spending money, Chu Bei reminded him. Boss Chu, then how can I break through to Doja? Xiao Yang asked. Revolving core, it can help you condense your Douqi and become a Doja. Speaking up to here, Chu Bei's tone suddenly changed. But the level 1 Wheel of Fortune will not give you a revolving core. Then how much does the level 2 Wheel of Fortune cost? Xiao Yang asked tentatively. Chu Bei smiled and waved his hand. The level 1 wheel in front of him disappeared and was replaced by a wheel with the words level 2 Wheel of Fortune engraved on it. 10,000 gold coins going once. Chu Bei said lightly. Sigh. Hearing this price, Xiao Yang sucked in a breath of cold air. That is to say, to open a set, it would cost him 100,000 gold coins. Yang as long as it can increase your strength, money is not a problem. Just as Xiao Yang was hesitating, Xiao Zhan opened his mouth and took out 300,000 gold coins from his storage ring. The system has received 3,000 willpower. The host has received 1,500 willpower. As the whirlpool in the center of the wheel swallowed the 300,000 gold coins, the system's voice sounded in Chu Bei's mind. At the same time, the needle began to move. After 30 times, 30 square boxes floated in the room in an orderly manner. Compared to the level 1 Wheel of Fortune, the level 2 Wheel of Fortune was clearly more exquisite. Bang! A dazzling light bloomed, and the 30 square boxes exploded at the same time. There were 21 thank you for your patronage, for level 2 monster cores, 2 herbs, a purple pill, a blue pill, and a scroll that emitted a fluorescent light. Boss Chu, is there a revolving core in these 3 pills? Xiao Yang immediately asked, his eyes filled with anticipation and some apprehension. Chu Bei smiled, his eyes swept over the 3 pills and said, the purple one is a revolving core, you already know its effects. The cyan color was the Doja pill. Its effect was similar to the Do Chi pill, but the target was changed to a Doja. Consuming one can increase your cultivation by 1 star. Great! Xiao Yang cheered with incomparable excitement. He carefully took the revolving condensation pill and swallowed it. Once the revolving coagulation pill entered his mouth, a faint icy-cold feeling spread through Xiao Yang's mouth. Following that, the warm and pure energy entered his body through his mouth, rushing through his limbs and bones. Almost at the same time, the calm air in the room suddenly rippled. Traces of pale white Do Qi seeped out of the air and into Xiao Yang's body. Unlike other people who had painful expressions when condensing cyclones, Xiao Yang's expression did not change at all. Instead, it gave people a feeling of enjoyment. Very quickly, the surging Do Qi in Xiao Yang's body seemed to have received an order at the same time and began to rapidly shrink towards his lower abdomen. Bang! A muffled sound came from Xiao Yang's body. The Doji Qi vortex had been successfully formed. Haha, success. The familiar strength from 4 years ago has returned. Feeling the abundant Do Qi in his body that he had not felt for 4 years, Xiao Yang laughed out loud, his chest violently rising and falling. Yang you became a Doja again. Xiao Zhan's hands trembled as he held onto Xiao Yang's arms. Unknowingly, his eyes had become red and moist. Xiao Yang was his greatest pride. At 4 years old, he started Do Qi. At 9 years old, he became a Doja. At 11, he became a Doja. However, 3 years ago, Xiao Yang suddenly encountered an unforeseen event, causing his cultivation to plummet. In a mere 4 years, his cultivation fell to 3 Duan Qi and he became known as the trash of Wu-Tan City. As a father, for the past 4 years, Xiao Zhan had to withstand the pressure from the clan and constantly search for Doja for Xiao Yang. But it was all to no avail. No matter what, he did not dare to imagine that today, Xiao Yang's cultivation had returned to Doja. Boss Chu, you are not only Yang benefactor, but also my, Xiao Zhan's, and even the entire Xiao family's benefactor. Xiao Zhan's voice was filled with emotion. As he spoke, he was about to kneel down in front of Chu Bei. Chu Bei quickly helped Xiao Zhan up. Xiao family head, you don't have to thank me. I'm just a merchant. You pay the money and I pay the goods. This is a fair trade, nothing more. Boss Chu, since you said so, then I won't be sentimental. Xiao Yang opened his mouth and threw another Doja Dan into his mouth. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yang broke through to 2 stars Doja. Yang you are only 1 star away from catching up to Nalan Yangran. Xiao Zhan clenched his fists and looked at Chu Bei. He took out another 100,000 gold coins from his storage ring. Boss Chu, with the money I have left, I can buy another set. Based on the host's cultivation, the host has reached the upper limit of gold coins sold today. But at this moment, An incongruous system sound rang out in Chu Bei's mind. What the F***ck? There's still an upper limit. Hearing the system's voice, Chu Bei was stunned and couldn't help but curse. His plan to become a doja in 7 days was ruined. Boss Chu, why isn't it spinning? Xiao Zhan pointed at the spinning wheel with a puzzled expression. Today's trade is over, come back tomorrow. Chu Bei coughed and waved his hand to put away the spinning wheel. Boss Chu, Yang is only 1 star away from catching up to Naylan Yangran. If you don't give us another doja dan, we will still lose the next round. Xiao Zhan's words were filled with pleading. Xiao Yang was silent. Like Xiao Zhan, his eyes were also filled with pleading. He didn't want to fail so badly. If it's just to beat Naylan Yangran, you don't have to worry, because I have this. Chu Bei's gaze swept across Xiao Zhan and Xiao Yang before finally pointing at the floating scroll that was emitting a fluorescent light. Extreme Blade Storm? Xiao Yang casually read the 3 most eye-catching words on the scroll. Unlike the doja dan here, it has no rank. If you use it as a doja, it's equivalent to a high mystic doja dan. In terms of killing power, it's even comparable to a low earth doja dan. Chu Bei replied. Extreme Blade Storm originated from the 2nd skill of the hero armor in the game King of Glory. It can be used twice in an instant, and the 2nd slash will send the enemy flying for 0.5 seconds. At the same time, the next attack will become a slash, greatly increasing the killing power. A doja dan that grows stronger with the increase in cultivation. Xiao Yang's throat wriggled. He was so excited that words couldn't describe it. Just as he carefully tried to take the scroll, the moment his palm touched it, the scroll turned into a rain of light and flew directly into his forehead. Xiao Yang's body suddenly trembled. At this moment, a large amount of information about the extreme blade storm was poured into his mind. Although it was only a few seconds, to him, it was as if he had practiced the extreme blade storm for several years. Every detail, every movement, he had already grasped it. Right now, he only lacked a blade, a medium to use the extreme blade storm. Chapter 8. Xiao Family, Battle Arena. The huge circular fighting ring was filled with members of the Xiao clan. All the younger generation members had also rushed over to inquire about the situation. The 3 elders of the Xiao family, Ji Yi, Naylan Yangran, and the other members of the Yunlan sect were sitting on the main seat closest to the battle arena. Look, clan leader and Xiao Yang are here. Don't tell me that Xiao Yang really wants to have a duel with Naylan Xiajie. What right does he have? In my opinion, he must have thought it through and decided to postpone the duel to 3 years later. Although he will still lose 3 years later, at least he has delayed it for 3 years, right? The younger generation of the Xiao family noticed Xiao Yang, Xiao Zhan, and Chu Bei walking over from afar. They exclaimed in surprise and ridicule. Xiao Yang, brother. Xiao Zhan stood up from her seat and waved at Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang ignored the ridicule around him. He nodded at Xiao Zhan and stepped onto the battle arena. Xiao Zhan, do you really want Xiao Yang to duel with Naylan Yangran? With Xiao Yang's strength, he can't even withstand one move from Naylan Yangran. If he loses now, he will not only embarrass you, but also the entire Xiao family. While there is still time, let's make Xiao Yang regret. The 3 elders couldn't wait to speak as soon as Xiao Zhan sat on the main seat. Shut up, all of you. Xiao Zhan glanced at the 3 elders and snorted. This is his own business. No matter what decision he makes, as his father, I will support him unconditionally. If Naylan Yangran fails, Xiao Yang will be seriously injured even if he doesn't die. Don't regret it then. The 3 elders looked gloomy. Xiao Zhan no longer responded to the 3 elders. He looked at Xiao Yang, who was already standing on the stage. There wasn't the slightest trace of worry on his face. Miss Naylan, you can go on stage now. Xiao Yang looked at Naylan Yangran and said calmly. Have you really thought it through? Naylan Yangran leaped and landed on the stage. Of course. If you win this battle, I'll agree to you annulling the engagement in front of everyone. Xiao Yang's eyes met Naylan Yangran's calmly. Don't worry, after breaking off the engagement, I will make it up to your Xiao family. Nalan Yangran looked happy and confident. After saying that, Nalan Yangran looked at Xiao Zhan. Uncle Xiao, can you announce the start of the competition? Xiao Zhan looked at Xiao Yang, cleared his throat, and said, let's begin. Just as Xiao Zhan finished speaking, Nalan Yangran moved. Do Qi surrounded her body as she sent a palm strike towards Xiao Yang. A mere 3 Duan Do Qi, there's nothing to see. Yeah, Junior Yangran only needs to use 30% of her strength to send that Xiao Yang flying. If it was me, I wouldn't go easy on him. Even if I killed him, a small Xiao family wouldn't dare to cause trouble for our Yunlan sect. In the audience, the people from the Yunlan sect looked at Xiao Yang with disdain. Peng. But in the next moment, the disdain on their faces disappeared along with the sound of the collision. What replaced it was a deep shock. Not only were the people from the Yunlan sect shocked, but the people from the Xiao family were also shocked. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Just a moment ago, just as Nalan Yenran's palm was about to land on Xiao Yang's body, the latter raised his right fist and directly met the attack. The fist and palm collided. The expected scene of Xiao Yang being sent flying didn't happen. Instead, he didn't move an inch. He took it. His only 3 Duan Do Qi, how could he take Junior Yenran's palm strike? The people from the Yunlan sect recovered from their shock and couldn't help but exclaim, no. 2 stars for fighter. At this moment, Ji Yi and the Xiao family's first elder stood up and shouted at the same time. What? 2 stars for fighter. Impossible. Could it be that Xiao Yang's cultivation hasn't declined? Everything is an illusion. He really hid it well. Why is he doing this? But in yesterday's test, the Devil Stone tablet showed that he was only 3 Duan Do Qi. Could it be that he still has a way to trick the Devil Stone tablet? Hearing the first elder mention Xiao Yang's cultivation, everyone present was at a loss for words. Then, they looked at each other. Xiao Zhan, did you know Xiao Yang's true cultivation from the start? Why did you create an illusion? You even tricked our own people. Noticing Xiao Zhan's calm expression, the second elder questioned. Xiao Zhan was silent. His gaze had never left Xiao Yang's body since the beginning. Xiao Yang Gij, what did you do in these short 45 minutes? Xiao Zuna stared at the figure on the stage and muttered to herself. So what if he's a 2 stars fighter? He's still 1 star lower than Junior Yangran. Moreover, Junior Yenran's middle mystic Do Qi is the wind-splitting whirlwind dance. That's right, the result will be the same anyway. The people from the Yunlan sect sneered, not at all worried that Nalan Yangran would lose. I didn't think that the rumors were all fake. Your cultivation didn't regress at all. Nalan Yangran retracted her hand and took a few steps back. Since it's like this, then I'll let you see my true strength. Wind-splitting whirlwind dance. With a clear shout, Nalan Yenran's calm demeanor was replaced with a serious expression. The thin sword in her right hand danced, the Do Qi around her body surged and wrapped around the sword. Finally, the tip of the sword flashed with white light, forming several rays of Do Qi. Kai Kai. Nalan Yangran swung her sword. The sword trembled and several rays of Do Qi shot out from the tip of the sword, intertwining in the air with an ear-piercing sound. The target was Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang didn't dodge, there was no fear in his eyes. He pulled out the long blade at his waist and waved it in an orderly manner. Is Xiao Yang crazy? Why isn't he dodging? That's a mystic intermediate Do Qi. What's more, Nalan Yenran's cultivation is 1 star higher than his. He's too conceited. Just as the younger generation of the Xiao family was discussing, another shout came from the arena. Extreme Blade Storm. With this shout, Xiao Yang's figure disappeared from everyone's sight for a moment. When the crowd saw Xiao Yang again, he was already holding his blade and facing the Do Qi from Nalan Yangran. Xiao Yang's blade was very fast, the blade brought about a whistling whirlwind. The first slash cut through all the Do Qi with a crack. The second slash appeared directly in front of Nalan Yangran. Oh no! Looking at the blade in front of her, Nalan Yenran's pupils shrank. Without any hesitation, Nalan Yangran raised her sword to block. However, just as Nalan Yangran was about to pour all her Do Qi into the blade, The blade in front of her inexplicably spewed out a strange energy fluctuation. In an instant, her body was lifted up uncontrollably, the do chi in her body was imprisoned and she couldn't move. At this moment the blade and the sword collided. Chapter 9. Clang. With a crisp sound, the long sword in Naylan Yenran's hand flew out and broke into 2 pieces. In a split second, Xiao Yang swung his sword for the 3rd time. Compared to the previous 2 slashes, the power of the 3rd slash was obviously more terrifying. No. No. Looking at the approaching blade, Naylan Yenran's pupils dilated rapidly. Her eyes were filled with fear, and her heart was filled with coldness. She tried to control her body to avoid the slash, but the strange energy confined her, and she lost control of her body. But just as she was about to close her eyes and welcome the arrival of the Grim Reaper, the figure in her line of sight controlled the blade and changed its direction. In the cold light, the blade slid down Naylan Yenran's right arm by 10 centimeters and cut into the fighting ring. Boom! There was a loud sound, and a deep gully appeared where the saber landed. Almost at the same time, the strange energy that was supporting Naylan Yenran disappeared. She regained her freedom and fell from 3 meters in the air. Recalling the 3rd slash from before, and then looking at the deep gully on the table beside her, Naylan Yenran's originally rosy face instantly became incomparably pale, and her footsteps were even more unstable, as if she could fall at any time. Plop! In the end, Naylan Yenran couldn't hold on. Her legs went soft, and she fell to the ground uncontrollably. From the beginning to the end, she wasn't injured, but she was still in shock. Just a moment ago, she had a close call with the Grim Reaper. In the fighting ring, there was no sound of fighting. Only Naylan Yenran's heavy breathing could be heard. Her arms struggled to support herself on the fighting ring, and she stared at Xiao Yang unwillingly and fearfully. She lost. Junior Yenran lost. How did this happen? What happened just now? Junior Yenran's fighting energy stagnated. Fighting technique, it must be that kid's fighting technique. Gradually, everyone began to realize what was going on. The faces of the people from the Yunlan sect who had witnessed the previous scene turned grey, and they were extremely upset. Such an outcome was too sudden and unexpected, and it was difficult for them to accept. Not only them, but the members of the Xiao clan also gasped. Their faces were filled with bewilderment, as though they had been struck by lightning. Xiao Yang actually won. What do skill did he use just now? She's not even from our Xiao family. Yeah, I've never seen it in the entire battle skill pavilion. It must be the patriarch's favoritism, only passing down such a powerful do skill to Xiao Yang alone. The younger generation of the Xiao family obviously didn't expect this result and were shocked. The calmest person present was none other than Chu Bei. Extreme Blade Storm, the second skill of the King's Glory Hero armor. This second slash had the effect of sending the target flying for 0.5 seconds, which was the strange power that Naylan Yenran felt from the blade. As for the 3rd slash, the next attack after the 2 slashes became a charging slash, and the power of the slash increased once again. Xiao Zhon, did you pass down that do skill to Xiao Yang? The 3 elders of the Xiao family looked at Xiao Zhon at the same time. Other than curiosity, there was also a kind of desire in their eyes. This is Yang Er's own opportunity, and this do skill cannot be passed down to outsiders. Speaking up to this point, Xiao Zhon lowered his voice. Don't even think about this do skill. You've lost. Xiao Yang held the hilt of his blade, and the tip of the blade was pointed at Naylan Yenran, who was paralyzed on the ground. Naylan Yenran was silent, and her body was slightly trembling. She had indeed lost this battle. If it wasn't for her opponent's 3rd slash, it wouldn't have been a deep trench on the stage, but she would have been cut in half. What level of do skill is this? What was the power that sent me flying and temporarily sealed my do chi? Naylan Yenran raised her head and stared at Xiao Yang with her eyes wide open. No comment. Xiao Yang replied with an expressionless face. Yenran, are you okay? At this time, Ji Yi jumped onto the stage and held Naylan Yenran up with one hand. Old Yi, I lost. Naylan Yenran bit her lips, and her face was full of unwillingness. Let's go back to the sect first. We'll think about the marriage when we get back. Ji shook his head and sighed. Wait. Just as Ji, Nalan Yangran, and the other members of the Yunnan sect were about to leave, Xiao Yang stopped them. If you want to say something sarcastic, I advise you to keep it in your stomach. Ji turned around and looked coldly at Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang ignored Ji, and his eyes fell on Nalan Yangran. I accepted your promise and defeated you. Do you think I really want to marry you? Xiao Yang sneered, and then took out a pen and paper from his chest. He wrote while saying, if you really think so, then you're wrong. After writing, Xiao Yang bit his thumb and pressed a clear and eye-catching blood mark on the paper. In my eyes, you're not much better than Pan Jinlian. From the beginning, I didn't have the slightest interest in you. The reason why I defeated you is to tell you that it's not that I, Xiao Yang, don't deserve you, but that I don't even put you, Nalan Yangran, in my eyes. Xiao Yang threw the paper in his hand to Nalan Yangran. Listen, today it's not you, Nalan Yangran, who came to cancel the marriage. It's me, Xiao Yang, who is going to divorce you. Xiao Yang's powerful voice echoed in the huge arena, and everyone was shocked. Hearing Pan Jinlian's name, Nalan Yangran was stunned. But when she took the paper and saw the two eye-catching words at the top, her thin body couldn't help but tremble. This was because she was angry. You dare divorce me. Nalan Yangran's eyes were wide open, and she stared at Xiao Yang in disbelief. She was the granddaughter of the Kamar Empire's Marshal Lionheart, Nalan Jie, and the direct disciple of the Kamar Empire's #1 sect, the Yunnan sect. With her beauty, talent, and background, there were countless people chasing after her. She never thought that in the end, she would be divorced by a small family. Although this was the result she wanted, it was definitely not in this way. With a divorce, she didn't only lose face for herself, but also for the marshal's mansion behind her, and the Yunnan sect. Xiao Yang, you've gone too far. Ji angrily shouted, and his eagle claw-like hands suddenly bent. Green dough qi gathered in his palms, and sharp sword qi surged. Raging lion's fury. Xiao Zhan appeared in front of Xiao Yang, and with a roar, light green dough qi covered his body, and an illusory lion's head gathered in front of his face. Ji, you can leave now, Xiao Zhan glared at Ji. Let's go. Ji snorted. Didn't you say that you'd get 3 qi-gathering elixirs as compensation for breaking off the engagement? Xiao Yang's mocking voice sounded. Hearing that, Nalan Yangran stopped in her tracks, and her veins popped out in anger. In the end, she threw 3 qi-gathering elixirs to Xiao Yang. Thank you, Miss Nalan. Xiao Yang laughed heartily. If this had been before, with his pride, he would never have accepted these 3 qi-gathering elixirs. But now, as long as it was something of value, he wanted it. After all, it could be used to exchange for the number of times he could spin the wheel of fortune. Chapter 10. Wu-Tan City, in front of the Xiao family. Chu Bei stopped Ji, Nalan Yangran and the others. Who are you? How dare you block my way? Ji stopped and coldly looked at Chu Bei. Chu Bei ignored Ji and looked at Nalan Yangran with a smile. You were defeated in one battle and your wife was divorced. Are you very unwilling? In the main hall, I saw you and Xiao Yang together. Did you follow me to make fun of me? Nalan Yangran frowned and coldly snorted. No, I'm just a businessman. Chu Bei stretched out his index finger and said, with me, as long as you have money, I can help you defeat Xiao Yang tomorrow and wash away today's shame. After that, Chu Bei gestured to Nalan Yangran to ask for money, and the corners of his mouth curled up. If Xiao Yang was here and heard Chu Bei's words, who knows what he would think? No need. If you don't make way, don't blame us for being impolite. Nalan Yangran's face was gloomy. Obviously, she did not take Chu Bei's words seriously. If that's the case, then it's a pity. Chu Bei shrugged and did not say anything more. Xiao family, battle arena. Yang where is Boss Chu? I haven't treated him well yet. Xiao Zhan came to Xiao Yang's side and asked. Xiao Yang looked around and couldn't find Chu Bei's figure. He said, anyway, I already know where he lives. I'll pay him a visit tomorrow. Xiao Yang Gidge, how did you suddenly become a 2-stars fighter? Could it be that you've been pretending for the past 3 years? You even fooled Zun. But what's the point of doing this? Xiao Zun quickly ran to Xiao Yang's side. Her eyes were wide open, and there was confusion between her brows. It's hard to explain right now. I'll explain it to you in detail later. Xiao Yang stroked Xiao Zun's hair. So what if you won? You humiliated Nalan Yangran like this. Not only her, but the Yunlan sect behind her won't let you off either. First Elder said expressionlessly. Xiao Yang didn't even look at the Great Elder. He pulled Xiao Zun's little hand and walked to the side. At this moment, Chu Bei had also returned home. To be exact, Chu Bei hadn't entered the house yet. He was standing in front of the door, looking at the golden plaque above the door. There were 4 words engraved on the signboard, Celestial Shop. Obviously, this plaque was the system's masterpiece. Crack. Chu Bei pushed open the door. Suddenly, his pupils shrunk. In front of him stood a 2-meter-tall humanoid iron lump robot. What the hell is this? Chu Bei blurted out. In the next moment, Chu Bei's system panel in his mind added the iron lump robot's information. Name, Xiao He, duty, protector of celestial shop cultivation, unable to measure tap, tap, tap. Just as Chu Bei was about to take a closer look at the iron lump robot structure, the latter suddenly turned around and walked towards the corner. Then, it stopped moving, like a statue. Chu Bei went forward to check, but couldn't find anything. He simply ignored it and went straight into the house. At this moment, he had a total of 1,980 willpower points. Looking at the countless items on the screen, Chu Bei thought for a while and decided to use all his willpower points to exchange for cultivation. In the battle chi stage, every 300 willpower points can be exchanged for 1 battle chi. Host successfully exchanged for cultivation, 6-stage battle chi, 1,800 willpower points deducted. At the same time the system notification sounded, Chu Bei felt his whole body was wrapped in a warm current. Under this warm current, every cell in his body became active and filled with energy. Is this Dozy Li? Feeling the sudden increase in power in his body, Chu Bei murmured and nodded with satisfaction. Although 1,980 willpower points can be exchanged for some items with decent destructive power, but after all, those are external items or can only be used once. Only one's cultivation was permanent. 2 hours later, the entire Wu-Tan city became noisy and lively. Groups of 3 to 5 people gathered together, spittle flying everywhere. As for the topic of discussion, have you heard? Marshal Lionheart's granddaughter Nalan Yangran is engaged to Xiao Yang. Not long ago, they came to cancel the engagement. Of course I know, it's already spread. I heard that Nalan Yangran is the direct disciple of the Yunlan sect's sect leader. There's such a thing. Xiao Yang is just a trash now. Nalan Yangran must have succeeded in cancelling the engagement. My God. Did you just go out? This ending has changed from cancelling the engagement to Xiao Yang divorcing his wife. Hurry up and say it. Don't keep us in suspense. Whether it was the streets or the major tea houses, everyone was discussing the matter of Nalan Yangran cancelling the engagement. What? Xiao Yang is actually a 2-stars battle chi practitioner. Why would he do that? Even when he was humiliated by Xiao Ning, he didn't retaliate. Who knows what kind of medicine he's selling in his gourd? But if we see him in the future, we can't talk about it. After all, we didn't provoke a battle chi practitioner. Night fell. Xiao Mansion. In an exquisite little house. Miss, do you have any orders for me? A black shadow appeared in the house. Elder Ling, I want you to help me investigate that boss Chu from this morning. Find out what kind of background he has. Xiao Zun looked out the window. Xiao Yang Gij's cultivation rose from 3 Duan Chi to 2 stars battle Chi because of him. As for his residence, it's at the end of Yi Street. Yes, miss. Ling Ying nodded, opened the door, and flew away with his battle Chi wings. In the night, a black shadow streaked across the sky of Xiao Mansion. Arriving at the end of Yi Street, Ling Ying released his perception and locked onto Chu Bei's residence after a long time. It's not normal, Ling Ying said. The reason why he was able to lock onto Celestial Shop was because there was an indescribable strange energy fluctuation around the house. This energy fluctuation was very weak. If he wasn't looking for it, he wouldn't have been able to detect it. Looking at the closed door, Ling Ying stepped forward. He prepared to push. However, when Ling Ying's hand was 10 centimeters away from the door, a light barrier appeared. Ling Ying frowned. Immediately, a majestic battle chi appeared in his palm. Peng! A low muffled sound rang out. The light barrier rippled, but it wasn't damaged at all. Ling Ying, on the other hand, was pushed back several steps by an invisible force. Ling Ying hesitated. After a while, his battle chi wings flapped and he flew towards Xiao Mansion. Looking back at Chu Bei, he was sleeping soundly and didn't know what was going on. What? Even you can't break through the barrier? Hearing Ling Ying's words, Xiao Zunna was shocked. Elder Ling, what kind of strength do you think is needed to break through the barrier? At least the peak of Battle Huang, Ling Ying replied. Xiao Zunna frowned and thought for a while. Elder Ling, he will definitely open the door tomorrow morning. When you go there, don't reveal your identity. It's best if you can test his strength. Okay. Ling Ying nodded, bowed, and left the room. Why did you get close to Xiao Yang Gij? I hope it's not an enemy. Xiao Zunna stood in front of the window and muttered to herself. Chapter 11. The red sun rose, its light illuminating the earth. Chu Bei opened the door after waking up. Because the house was at the end of the street, the number of people passing by could be counted on 2 hands. Among them, 3 or 4 people entered the house out of curiosity after seeing the signboard of All Heaven's shop. But when they found that it was an ordinary residence, they left after mocking Chu Bei. Hey! Isn't that the head of the Xiao family and Xiao Yang? Where are they going so early in the morning? Follow them. On the streets of Ani, Xiao Zhon and Xiao Yang led a small number of guards toward All Heaven's shop. Gradually, more and more people followed behind them. All Heaven's shop? Is this their destination? Why don't we go in and take a look? Let's see what they're selling. I went in when I passed by earlier. Although it has a signboard, it's just an ordinary residence. Xiao Zhon and the others stopped in front of the house. Little friend Xiao, you've come so early in the morning. You're more proactive than I thought. Hearing the commotion, Chu Bei walked out of the house. After seeing that it was Xiao Yang's group, the corner of Chu Bei's mouth rose. Did you bring enough money? Of course. Xiao Yang replied and walked into the house. Xiao Zhon and Xiao Zun followed closely behind. As for the guards, they stayed outside the house. Little friend Xiao, what kind of roulette do you want to spin today? Chu Bei asked with a smile. Of course it's to improve my strength. Xiao Yang took out 3 jade boxes, each containing a dark green pill. These are the 3 chi-gathering elixirs that Nalan Yangran gave me yesterday. How many times can I spin the 2nd-level lucky roulette? As Xiao Yang asked, Xiao Zunna looked at Chu Bei seriously, a golden flame flashing in her eyes. Strange. How can this be? Xiao Zunna frowned slightly. She attempted to probe the do chi ripples on Chu Bei's body. However, the strange thing was that there was an unknown energy ripple on the other party's body that blocked her probing. 3 chi-gathering elixirs can spin 3 sets of level 2 lucky roulette wheels, Chu Bei answered. This was the system's assessment. Boss Chu, if that's the case, let's begin. Xiao Yang's face was filled with anticipation. Chu Bei nodded and waved his right hand. Buzz, the void trembled, and a ripple appeared. A golden disc with a diameter of 1 meter emerged from the ripples, emitting a dazzling light. Level 2 Wheel of Fortune. These words were especially eye-catching. Xiao Zhon and Xiao Yang's expressions didn't change at all as they looked at the floating golden disc. On the other hand, Xiao Zunna, who was seeing him for the first time, narrowed her eyes and a hint of astonishment appeared on her delicate face. The system has received 3,000 willpower. The system has returned 1,500 willpower to the host. As the whirlpool in the center of the roulette wheel swallowed the 3 chi-gathering elixirs, the system's voice sounded in Chu Bei's mind. At the same time, the needle spun. 1 set of 10 times, 3 sets of 30 times. A few seconds later, 30 exquisite square boxes floated in front of Xiao Yang in an orderly manner. Bang! A dazzling light bloomed and the 30 boxes exploded at the same time. 20 of them were thanks for your patronage, 3 level 2 demon cores, 5 herbs, and 2 doja elixirs. I got 2, not bad. Xiao Yang's gaze instantly focused on the 2 green elixirs. To him, the most useful elixirs were the doja elixirs. As for the level 2 demon cores and spirit herbs, they would all be sent to the auction house. Xiao Yang took the 2 doja elixirs and threw them into his mouth without hesitation. Then, he closed his eyes. The do qi fluctuation is getting stronger. The elixir's effect is so fast. Sensing Xiao Yang's energy fluctuation, Xiao Zunna's face was filled with disbelief. Boom! At this moment, a thunderous sound rang out from the sky outside the house. Then, the people outside the house who had yet to leave started to clamor. Chu Bei, Xiao Zhan, Xiao Yang, and Xiao Zunna came to the door and raised their heads. They saw a masked black figure floating in the sky. Do qi wings. A warrior above the king level. I can't believe I saw such a legendary warrior. I have no regrets in my life. The group of people stared at the masked black figure in the sky. Their faces were filled with excitement. Obviously, this would be something they could brag about in the future. Why would such a powerful warrior appear in our small Wu-Tan city? Xiao Zhan frowned and his face turned ugly. Could it be an elder from the Yunlan sect who came to take revenge? Otherwise, why would he be masked? Xiao Yang clenched his fists. Xiao Yang Gij, Nalan Yangran, and her group probably haven't returned to the Yunlan sect yet. Therefore, he can't be someone from the Yunlan sect. Xiao Zunna said. Unlike the others, Xiao Zunna's expression didn't change when she saw the masked black figure. Shio. The sound of something breaking through the air rang out. The masked black figure dove down. The do qi around him was like a wind blade, cutting through the air. Not good. He's coming towards us. Run. Seeing the black figure descend from the sky, the group of people was stunned at first, then fear appeared on their faces. Amidst the screams, they scattered. They looked back from time to time. Furious lions rage. Xiao Zhan shouted. A light green do qi covered his entire body and an illusory lion's head appeared on his face. Xiao Yang's muscles tensed. He gathered all his do qi on his right fist, ready to fight to the death. In their opinion, if a king or emperor wanted their lives, the result would be the same whether they ran or not. The black figure's speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he was less than 10 meters away from the ground. Kai Kai Kai, the black figure folded his do qi wings and clenched his right fist. A purple ball of light formed on the surface of his fist. His target is Boss Chu. Seeing the black figure getting closer and closer, Xiao Yang and Xiao Zhan finally confirmed the black figure's target. F***CK. Why is it me? Chu Bei was dumbfounded. Although he had lived in the do qi continent for 100 years, because the system was always active, he didn't have anyone to rely on and lived a very low-key life. He didn't even have a single enemy of the do qi realm, let alone a king do qi realm. The black figure's punch didn't seem to cause much of a commotion, but the purple ball of light contained a violent energy. Even a do ling's body would explode from the punch, let alone Xiao Zhan. Chu Bei didn't even think and immediately called out the celestial space. However, just as Chu Bei was about to hide in the celestial space to avoid the black figure's punch, a shadow flashed. A black figure flashed across the room. The black figure stopped in front of Chu Bei. It slowly raised its mechanical arm. It faced the black figure's terrifying punch. Crack. There wasn't a huge shockwave from the collision as expected. There was only the crisp sound of bones shattering. At the moment of collision, the purple ball of light on the black figure's fist was annihilated. Then, the black figure's arm shattered inch by inch. Boom. With a scream, the black figure flew out like a cannonball and crashed through a house. Chapter 12. In front of the celestial shop, the masked man in black disappeared, leaving only the black shadow that flew out of the house. It was a 2-meter tall humanoid iron lump robot. It was Xiao He. Xiao Zhan and Xiao Yang were dumbfounded as they stared at Xiao He without saying a word. Their brains seemed to have lost the ability to think. They stood there motionless like wooden blocks, as if they had been struck by lightning. They were like clay sculptures. Xiao Zhan looked in the direction where the masked man in black was sent flying. She was stunned for a moment before her face turned grey, her eyes filled with anxiety and worry. When her gaze landed on Xiao He, her face was filled with disbelief. The passers-by who had scattered earlier all stopped in their tracks when they saw this scene, their mouths wide open in shock. He was sent flying. Just one punch. Battle energy turned into wings. The masked man is a king or even a king, then its strength is comparable to a king. I saw it fly out of the house. It must have something to do with that person. We have to be more careful when we pass by here in the future. The passers-by regained their senses and began to discuss. After sizing up Xiao He, their gazes gradually shifted to Chu Bei. Boss Chu, what the hell is this thing? How terrifying. Xiao Yang took a deep breath and pointed at Xiao He. The shock on his face had yet to fade. When he was spinning the plates in the house, he had noticed Xiao He, but at that time he thought it was just a large ornament. Unexpectedly, the masked man could move and even send a king or above king flying with one punch. Hearing Xiao Yang's voice, Chu Bei regained his senses and quickly coughed. He was also shocked. Xiao He's attack had caught him off guard. However, when he met Xiao Yang's gaze, Chu Bei instantly acted as if nothing had happened. His manner was as calm as the clouds and wind. It was just something I casually made in my spare time. But judging from the strength of its attack just now, this is a failed product. Chu Bei's sigh could be heard in his calm voice. A failure. Xiao Yang, Xiao Zhan, and Xiao Zhan's expressions froze. If a failure could easily send a king or above king flying, then how terrifying would a success be? Ta. At this moment, Xiao He turned around and walked back into the house, ignoring Chu Bei, Xiao Yang, and the others. Every step he took was like a great bell that struck people's hearts. Mr. Chu, since this is a failed product, I wonder if you can give me a friendly price as a gift. Eyeing Xiao He's back, a heated expression appeared in Xiao Yang's eyes. He looked at Chu Bei with a pleading expression. Little friend Xiao, your wishful thinking is quite good. Chu Bei narrowed his eyes and smiled at Xiao Yang. His tone suddenly changed. Don't even think about it. I was just casually saying it. Xiao Yang scratched his head awkwardly. Miss Zhan, your face doesn't look right. As the protagonist who was familiar with the script, Chu Bei quickly thought of a possibility regarding the masked man. No, it's nothing. I was just scared by it. Xiao Zhan hurriedly replied, worry flashing through her eyes. Chu Bei smiled but didn't say anything. After probing, he had an answer in his heart. Xiao Zhan hesitated for a moment, then stepped forward. Boss Chu, what is your realm? Just as Xiao Zhan asked this question, Xiao Yang and Xiao Zhan both stared at Wu Fang with anticipation. You'll know once you spin more and more. Chu Bei pretended to be mysterious and then looked at Xiao Yang. Do you want a few more? If you don't have the money, then I'll have to find another buyer. Of course. Xiao Yang couldn't wait to answer. Ever since Xiao Yang had broken through to a 2-star doge the previous day, Xiao Zhan had been counting the clan's assets and took out 1 million gold coins. Unfortunately, after spinning 7 sets, which was 700,000 gold coins, the system's voice sounded in Chu Bei's mind. The system has received 7,000 willpower. The system has returned 3,500 willpower to the host. Based on the host's cultivation, the host has reached the upper limit of gold coins sold today. Compared to the previous day's limit of 400,000 gold coins, because Chu Bei's cultivation had reached 6 Duan Qi, the upper limit had increased to 1 million gold coins. 7 sets, 70 boxes. Among them, 45 were thank you for your patronage, 8 were level 2 demon cores, 12 herbs, 4 warrior pills, and 1 revolving condensing pill. Boss Chu, I'll see you tomorrow. If you have time, remember to visit my Xiao family. After swallowing the 4 warrior pills, Xiao Yang's cultivation jumped to 8-star warrior. I won't see you out. Chu Bei waved his hand. After Xiao Yang and the others left, they went straight to Wu Tan City's biggest auction house, Primer Auction House. As for the people in front of the shop, after hesitating for a long time, they waved goodbye to Chu Bei and left one after another. After the shop was quiet, Chu Bei looked at the 5180 willpower on the screen. After a bit of hesitation, he used all of it to upgrade his cultivation. After deducting 900 willpower, Chu Bei's cultivation rose from 6 Duan Qi to 9 Duan Qi. After deducting another 1000 willpower, Chu Bei condensed a cyclone in his body and stepped into the warrior realm. Unlike the Duan Qi stage, the warrior realm required 1000 willpower to advance by 1 star. Host has successfully upgraded his cultivation. 4-star warrior realm deducting 4900 willpower, so this is inner sight? Interesting. Chu Bei muttered. The difference between warrior realm and Duan Qi is that other than condensing a cyclone, one can also use inner sight. Simply put, it allows one to know their own body's condition more clearly. 3 hours later. Xiao Mansion. Why isn't he back yet? Xiao Zunna stood alone in front of the window, her hair swaying in the wind. Her face was full of anxiety and worry. Xiao. At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard and a figure rushed into the room. Hearing the sound, Xiao Zunna's worry turned into joy. But when she turned around and saw Ling Ying's appearance, her joy disappeared in an instant and turned into guilt and regret. At this moment, Ling Ying's face was extremely pale without a trace of blood. His right arm was nowhere to be seen and was wrapped in thick white gauze. His entire body emitted a rich pill fragrance. Elder Ling, are you okay? It's all my fault. If I didn't let you test him, you wouldn't have become like this. Xiao Zunna stepped forward to support Ling Ying, tears in her eyes. Miss, it's not your fault. Who would have thought that he would be so terrifying? Ling Ying's face didn't have the slightest bit of hatred, and I've already taken the energy recovery pill. My life is saved. Elder Ling, can you determine the strength of the thing that injured you? Xiao Zunna wiped away her tears and bit her lips. It didn't have any Duan Qi fluctuation. It was just like an ordinary punch. Ling Ying shook his head. I feel that it hasn't used its full strength yet. Otherwise, I'm afraid that I would have been turned into a pile of minced meat. It hasn't used its full strength yet. Xiao Zunna's face changed greatly. Miss, let's not test that person. With his strength, if he really wants to make a move on Xiao Yang, I'm afraid that no one in the entire Kamar Empire can stop him. Ling Ying said. Yes. Xiao Zunna nodded. Chapter 13. The next day, early morning. As soon as Chu Bei opened the door, he sensed the strangeness of the street. Today's street was not as lively as it should have been. It was unusually desolate. As far as the eye could see, the shops that were usually filled with people were all hastily closing their doors. The pedestrians on the street had a panicked expression, as if they were afraid of something. Among them, there were also people like Chu Bei who didn't know anything. They were anxiously asking questions. What's wrong with all of you? Why are you in such a panic? Hurry up and go home. Something big has happened. All the Xiao family's markets have people poisoned. What's even more frightening is that this poison can be transmitted to other people. Moreover, the mortality rate is not low. The first person who was poisoned was discovered in the early morning. In just a few hours, 9 people have already died. The others who were poisoned are also dying. As far as I know, these people who were poisoned first had a black mark between their eyebrows, followed by shortness of breath, followed by weakness in their entire body. They could only lie paralyzed on the bed, dying. Due to the strong contagion, not only the Xiao family, many people who went to the market were also poisoned. For safety reasons, all the Xiao family's markets have been sealed. No one is allowed to go near them. Don't talk about it. Hurry up and go home to hide. At this juncture, every moment you stay outside increases the risk of being infected. When Chu Bei heard the hurried words on the street, he understood the reason behind it. On the other side, Xiao family, meeting hall. At this moment, there were no empty seats in the hall. In the main seats were naturally Xiao Zhon and the 3 elders. In the other seats, Most of them were the older generation of the Xiao family. Some of the talented younger generation were also among them, including Xiao Yang. Damn it. This must be the work of the other two families. Otherwise, why would all the markets be our Xiao families? Without exception, Aoba Pa isn't that ambitious. It's more likely to be Jiao Lai Bai. There's no need to guess. This poison must be his doing. A few years ago, he showed that he wanted to take over our Xiao family's market. Especially in recent days, he has been visiting us frequently to express his intentions. I just didn't expect him to use such despicable method. How despicable. Patriarch, let's go to Jiao Lai Mansion to get the antidote. Xiao family members in the main hall were furious and clenched their fists. If it was really Jiao Lai Bai who did it, do you think he would admit it? Will they give us the antidote? Xiao Zhan asked with a solemn expression, what's the situation in the market? All the markets have been closed. All the poisoned people have been quarantined, the third elder replied. What about the residents? Xiao Zhan asked. Especially the family members of those poisoned people, they started to denounce our Xiao family, and even threatened to kick our Xiao family out of Wutan City. Third elder's face was incomparably ugly. Our top priority now is to detoxify these poisoned people and prevent them from infecting more people. If the situation continues to develop, I'm afraid Wutan City really won't be able to accommodate our Xiao family. The second elder looked at Xiao Zhan and continued, I have already invited a physician from the House of Medicine in Qingshan Town. Physician? The first elder frowned. Physicians, in terms of status, were far inferior to alchemists because they were unable to truly refine pills. They could only use some ordinary flames to mix medicinal ingredients together to achieve the effect of treating people. However, there were also a few physicians with more experience who were respected by the people and had extremely high status. Where is he? Quickly invite him in. Xiao Zhan looked at the second elder and immediately said. Just as Xiao Zhan's voice fell, a woman wearing a white dress walked into the hall. The woman wore a light white dress. Although her appearance couldn't be considered stunning, it was still a rare beauty. The faint smile on her face exuded a fresh and ethereal temperament. This unique temperament greatly increased her charm. The physician second elder invited is actually a woman. I think I've seen her somewhere before. Little doctor, she's the little doctor. In Qingshan Town, her reputation isn't small. More than half of the mercenaries there have been treated by her. So it's her. I've also heard of her. In all of Qingshan Town, who knows how many people like her? Every time they go to the Magic Beast mountain range to gather medicinal ingredients, if the little doctor goes with them, those mercenary groups will lower the price to the lowest. Moreover, for the remaining spots, there are often fights. If that's the case, then those poisoned people can be saved. My Xiao family's crisis can also be resolved. The eyes of the people in the hall were instantly attracted by the woman in the white dress, especially those of the younger generation. Their faces were filled with adoration. Greetings to the head of the Xiao family. The little doctor bowed slightly to Xiao Zhan. Fairy doctor, please take a seat. Xiao Zhan was incomparably courteous. I wonder if the fairy doctor has any understanding of this poison? The little doctor shook her head. I'll have to go take a look to find out. All right, I'll take you there now. Xiao Zhan replied. Jiao Lai Estate. One of the three great clans of Wutan City. In a luxurious hall, a tall middle-aged man sat on a sandalwood chair, holding an exquisite teacup in his hand and smiling. Behind him stood a luxuriously dressed young man, who was massaging his shoulders. The youth was about 20 years old. Although his appearance was acceptable, his complexion was somewhat pale. It was clear that he had been on the battlefield for a long time. In addition, there were 8 other people in the hall. They were all people of status in the Jiao Lai estate. With this poisoning incident, I'm afraid that all of Wutan City's residents will avoid the Xiao family market. Haha, especially those infected residents and their relatives. They will hate the Xiao family to the bone. It won't be long before the Xiao family no longer has a place in Wutan City. Their market will also belong to us. In the hall, everyone laughed heartily. Jiao Lai Ao, how is the Xiao family? Jiao Lai Bai put down the teacup in his hand and looked at the youth behind him. Replying, father, the Xiao family market has been completely closed. The relatives of the poisoned residents are currently surrounding the Xiao estate, demanding an explanation. Jiao Lai Ao immediately replied, his face filled with joy. Truly wonderful. Jiao Lai Ao nodded his head in satisfaction. He then looked at a skinny man not far away. This time, the one we have to thank the most is Brother Liu. If it weren't for you researching a contagious poison, the Xiao family wouldn't have fallen into such a predicament. Saying this, Jiao Lai Ao switched to a cup of strong wine. Brother Liu, I'll toast you. Brother Jiao, it's my honor to be able to serve you. Liu Shi replied with a cup of wine. But Brother Jiao, don't forget what you promised me. Of course. 3 days. At most 3 days, I'll send Xiao Zuna to your room. Jiao Lai Ao laughed. That's great. Liu Shi licked his lips. His expression was as if he was already fantasizing about a happy life. Chapter 14. Xiao Family, Marketplace Number 1. The marketplace, which was usually bustling with people, had its entrance closed and was surrounded by rows of fences. Outside the fences, there were dozens of men wearing the Xiao family's uniform. They held long swords in their hands and had serious expressions. The leader was a robust man around 30 years old. On his chest was a badge with 6 golden stars, signifying that he was a 6-star doja. Xiao Zhan, give us an explanation. How is my husband now? Did you guys make this poison? Why do you want to harm us? These past few years, we have done business at your marketplace no less than 100 times. You are all devoid of conscience. Get out of Wu Tan City. Nearly 100 people surrounded the fences and clamored. Among them, there was no lack of people who had been bribed and had bad intentions. Everyone, Xiao Zhan, will definitely give you an explanation, but for now, I hope that you can give me some time. Xiao Zhan walked out of the marketplace and glanced at the crowd of residents as he spoke. Oh, Brother Xiao seems to have encountered a problem. At this moment, a group of people walked over from afar and a voice filled with laughter could be heard. The leader of this group was Jiao Lai Bai. Brother Xiao, the weather is unpredictable. I hope that you will be able to overcome this crisis. Almost at the same time, another group of people walked over. It was the Aoba Pa family, one of the 3 great clans. I only want to know if you have a way to cure the poison, a woman questioned Xiao Zhan. Xiao Zhan's gaze swept across Jiao Lai Bai and Aoba Pa before looking at the woman and saying, we have already invited the little doctor from Qingshan Town's 1000 Medicine House. She is currently treating the poison. After saying this, Xiao Zhan coldly glanced at Jiao Lai Bai and coldly snorted before walking back into the marketplace. Jiao Lai Bai's expression slightly changed and he immediately looked at Liu Shi who was beside him. Patriarch, rest assured. With my life on the line, a mere doctor will definitely not be able to cure my poison. Liu Shi was incomparably confident. Hearing Liu Shi's words, Jiao Lai Bai's expression relaxed. He then looked at Xiao Zhan's back and laughed. Brother Xiao, then I wish you good luck. Let's go. Jiao Lai Bai waved his hand and returned home. Miss Little Doctor, how is it? Is there a way? Xiao Zhan's voice was filled with anxiety. After a long while, the fairy doctor stood up from one of the beds and shook her head at Xiao Zhan. Her face was full of regret. Xiao family head, I've never come into contact with this poison before. My abilities are limited. I'm sorry. The little doctor bit her lips and bowed to Xiao Zhan. How could this be? Hearing this, the faces of the Xiao family members immediately darkened and turned extremely ugly. Then what should we do now? If we can't give an explanation to those people outside, I'm afraid the Xiao family will really become the target of public criticism in Wu Tan City. First Elder clenched his fist. Xiao Zhan fell into silence and frowned. Father, you seem to have forgotten a person. Perhaps he can help us. At this moment, Xiao Yang by the side spoke. With Xiao Yang's reminder, Xiao Zhan seemed to have found a life-saving straw. Yang hurry up and ask for help from Boss Chu. This is my storage ring. As long as it can cure the poison, I'll pay any price, Xiao Zhan hurriedly said. Xiao Yang nodded, took the storage ring and quickly left. Xiao Yang Gij, I'll go with you. Xiao Zuna quickly followed. Half an hour later. Boss Chu, help. Xiao Yang was still 100 meters away from the celestial shop, but he was already shouting at the top of his lungs. You're here. Chu Bei walked out of the house and responded calmly. He then walked back into the house. Soon, Xiao Yang and Xiao Zuna also entered the house. When they saw the iron lump robot in the corner again, their faces were filled with dread. Today you're still going to change the plate to improve your strength. Chu Bei smiled and looked at Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang shook his head without hesitation. Boss Chu, my Xiao family is in danger. In the wee hours of the morning, all the workers in the major markets belonging to my Xiao family were poisoned by a very strange poison. The scary thing is that this poison is contagious. Many residents have already been infected. I've heard about this. So you're looking for a way to cure the poison? Before Xiao Yang could finish, Chu Bei waved his hand and interrupted him. Boss Chu, do you have a way? Xiao Yang couldn't wait to ask. Chu Bei smiled knowingly. With me, as long as you have money, there's nothing you can't do. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Bei waved his right hand. The void trembled, and a ripple appeared. A golden disc emerged from the ripples. Level 3 Wheel of Fortune. The words emitted a dazzling light. This is the medical series wheel I chose for you. There's what you want here. Chu Bei pointed at the 10 square boxes on the wheel and looked at Xiao Yang with a smile. Level 3? It can't be 100,000 gold coins per turn, right? Xiao Yang asked tentatively. The level 1 wheel was 1,000 gold coins, and the level 2 wheel was 10,000 gold coins. That was why he guessed that it was 100,000 gold coins. Little friend Xiao is a smart person. Chu Bei's eyes were filled with praise. Even though he was mentally prepared, after hearing Chu Bei's confirmation, Xiao Yang couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. However, when he thought about the value of the goods he could get from it, Xiao Yang quickly felt relieved. At least, he had never lost money before. Looking at the level 3 wheel in front of him, Xiao Yang calmed himself down and took out 1,000,000 gold coins from the storage ring. Boss Chu, this is the bottom line of my Xiao family. I can only draw one set. The system gained 10,000 willpower. The host gained 5,000 willpower. With a swoosh, the 1,000,000 gold coins were swallowed by the whirlpool in the center of the wheel. Then, the system's voice sounded in Chu Bei's mind. Ding! The needle spun 10 times and 10 square boxes flew out. Boom! With a loud sound, the 10 square boxes exploded at the same time. Out of the 10 square boxes, 8 were, "Thank you for your patronage." As for the other 2, one was a black pill, and the other was a thick book. Dopo Compendium of Materia Medica? What the F***CK? Xiao Yang first took the thick book. When he saw the words on the cover, he was stunned. Then, a word that didn't belong to this world came out of his mouth. This book covers the information of all the herbs in the Dochi continent. It explains the theory of each herb's medicinal properties. From the smallest to the largest, from the lowest to the most expensive, it is extremely detailed. Chu Bei looked at Xiao Yang. Maybe it is useless to you, but in the eyes of doctors, poison masters, or alchemists, it is a priceless treasure. Xiao Yang nodded in agreement. Even without Chu Bei's words, he understood the value of this book. It was definitely more than 1,000,000 gold coins. Boss Chu, this black pill is? Xiao Yang carefully put away the broken version of the Compendium of Materia Medica. His eyes fell on the black pill. A poison pill. Anyone under the Da Do Sha realm has no chance of survival. Speaking until here, Chu Bei paused and added, even if a Do Di came, he wouldn't be able to save him. Chapter 15. What? Even a Do Di can't save him? Xiao Yang was shocked. He did not doubt the truth of Chu Bei's words. From his point of view, every word Chu Bei said was the truth, because the other party was this world's bug. On the other hand, Xiao Zun's eyes flashed with disdain. She seemed to think that Chu Bei was exaggerating. After which, Xiao Yang's throat wiggled as he kept the poison pill in an extremely uneasy manner. In the next moment, he seemed to have thought of something and his face turned sour. Boss Chu, I'm considered a regular customer. Can I put it on credit? Just this once. Xiao Yang clasped his hands together and looked at Chu Bei sincerely. My Xiao family is in urgent need of an antidote. Chu Bei smiled warmly at Xiao Yang and did not say anything. He only pointed at the door. The meaning of his action was simple. You can leave now. Boss Chu, I have 1 million gold coins here. I can open another set. At this moment, Xiao Zuna spoke and took out 1 million gold coins from her storage ring. Zuna, where did you get so much money? Xiao Yang's mouth was wide open. He stared at Xiao Zuna with wide eyes. Little friend Xiao, you don't know Miss Zuna well enough. Not to mention 1 million gold coins, she can take out tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions. Chu Bei's gaze shifted to Xiao Zuna. There was a smile in his words. Who are you? Xiao Zuna instantly became alert. Don't be nervous. I'm just a merchant. However, I know what I should know and what I shouldn't know, Chu Bei said with a smile. Listening to the conversation between Chu Bei and Xiao Zuna, Xiao Yang was confused. The system has gained 10,000 willpower points. The host has gained 5,000 willpower points. According to the host's cultivation base, the host has reached the upper limit of gold coins sold today. Just as Xiao Yang was about to ask something, Xiao Zuna's million gold coins were swallowed by the whirlpool in the center of the roulette. And in Chu Bei's mind, the system's voice rang out. Ding! The needle spun, and 10 square boxes flew out. Just like before, there were 8, thank you for your patronage. As for the other 2 items, one was a dark green snake-shaped plant, and the other was a tube of blue liquid. You guys are pretty lucky. It's only been 2 groups and you've already gotten it. Chu Bei's voice rang out. Xiao Yang was stunned at first, then his face lit up with joy. Boss Chu, are you saying that the antidote is between the 2 of them? Chu Bei nodded and pointed at the tube of blue liquid. This is the tea medicine. It was developed by a strange doctor and can cure all poisons. The poison in your Xiao family market can only infect people below the master level, so it must be within the antidote range. Chu Bei continued, as for how to use it, just mix it into water and feed it directly to the poisoned person. That's great. Xiao Yang carefully took the tea medicine and put it into his storage ring. He then looked at the snake-shaped plant. What about this? Snake bloodgrass. It has a deterrent effect on magic beasts below the 3rd rank. Chu Bei gave a simple introduction. This is also a treasure. With it, it's like having a protective talisman in the outskirts of magic beasts. Xiao Yang put the snake bloodgrass into his storage ring with satisfaction. He then saluted to Chu Bei. Boss Chu, my father urgently needs me to go back. If you have time, do you want to come with me? Chu Bei nodded slightly. Xiao family market number 1. Xiao Zhon, how long do we have to wait for you to give us an explanation? What happened to those poisoned people? Do you have a way to cure the poison? Where did this poison come from? If you can't cure the poison, I will never visit your market again. Gradually, the residents outside the fence became restless. Some people even tried to force their way into the market, but they were all stopped by the Xiao family guards. Everyone, please wait a little longer. Xiao Zhon calmed the crowd as he looked into the distance. Didn't you say that you invited the fairy doctor from Qingshan Town's 1000 Medicine House? What did she say? A woman asked. Sorry, my abilities are limited. I can't cure this poison. The fairy doctor walked out and solemnly bowed to the residents with an apologetic look on her face. What do you mean? Is there no hope for my husband? You Xiao family are heartless. If you can't cure the poison, then get out of Wu Tan City. Hearing the little doctor's words, the residents in front of the fence became even more restless. Make way, everyone, make way. At this moment, Xiao Zhon, who had been paying attention to the street in the distance, had his eyes lit up as if he had found his savior. Boss Chu, you're finally here. Xiao Zhon quickly walked forward, extremely courteous. Father, I have a way to cure the poison. Xiao Yang took out medicament tea from his robes. You just have to mix it in water and feed it to those poisoned people. What is this? The little doctor walked forward and looked at the medicament tea in Xiao Yang's hands with suspicion in her eyes. For safety's sake, why don't you give me some time to analyze its medicinal properties? Xiao Yang shook his head. Fairy doctor, I understand your caution. But please believe that there will be no problems with it. But even if it can cure the poison, I'm afraid such a small amount can only save one person. If it really is diluted, I'm afraid it won't even cure one person. The little doctor's face was filled with worry. Fairy doctor, there won't be any problems. After saying this, Xiao Yang quickly walked into the market. The fairy doctor seemed to want to say something but swallowed the words that were about to reach her mouth. She could only follow closely behind Xiao Yang. Clan leader, are we going to die? Xiao family leader, I don't want to die yet. You have to think of a way to save us. In the market, whether it was the poisoned Xiao family members, the stall owners, or the buyers, they were all lying on their beds in pain. The more serious ones had a black mark between their eyebrows, their faces were extremely pale, and they were on the verge of death. The less serious ones were short of breath, their faces were hot, and they coughed incessantly. When they saw Xiao Zhan and the little doctor return, the group of poisoned people cried out one after another, their eyes filled with pleading. Everyone, don't worry, you will all be fine soon. Xiao Yang's face was filled with confidence as he poured the tea medicament into a vat of clear water. Soon, the clear water was dyed a light blue. Feed them. After confirming with Xiao Yang and Chu Bei, Xiao Zhan gave the order. Under the questioning gaze of the little doctor, all the poisoned people successively drank the diluted tea medicament antidote water. Half an hour later. Much better, much better. The less serious ones were the first to notice the changes in their bodies, and they were all extremely excited. Their breathing became stable, their body temperature returned to normal, and their coughing disappeared as if nothing had happened. The more serious ones' pale faces regained their color, and their eyebrows returned to normal. Their breathing became stable, and they regained their strength. Thank you, clan leader, Xiao family leader, for saving our lives. More and more poisoned people got up from their beds and walked to Xiao Zhan's side, kneeling down with a plop. Chapter 16. In order to seize the Xiao family's market, the Jiolai clan did not care about the safety of the people and mixed a contagious poison into the Xiao family's market. Side mission activated. Host exterminates the Jiolai clan. Mission completion reward, 10,000 willpower. Weapon host can use enhanced unlimited automatic grenade launcher. Once mission is completed, the weapon will automatically disappear. Suddenly, the system's voice sounded in Chu Bei's mind. Almost at the same time, a large object appeared in the heaven space. It was the grenade launcher given by the system. Chu Bei was surprised by this side mission at first, but he quickly regained his composure. As long as the reward from the system was generous, even if the system asked him to kill a good person, he would not hesitate to accept the mission, let alone the Jiolai clan that committed such a heinous crime. In these 100 years, he had already comprehended the way of survival. Everyone, the one you should really thank is Boss Chu. The antidote was provided by him. Xiao Zhan hurriedly opened his mouth. Following Xiao Zhan's words, all the poisoned people's gazes focused on Chu Bei. Thank you, Boss Chu, for saving our lives. Everyone's gazes were filled with gratitude and confusion. It was obvious that they were very curious about Chu Bei's background. Although this antidote was made by me, I am a businessman. They paid for it. Chu Bei indicated that there was no need to thank him and said, as for the person who poisoned the antidote, it has nothing to do with the Xiao family. It originated from the Jiolai clan. It really is them. Hearing Chu Bei's words, Xiao Zhan, the first elder, the second elder and the others' faces were filled with hatred. You should send the rest of the antidote to the other markets first. Xiao Zhan forcefully suppressed his anger. The most important thing right now was to treat all the poisoned people. It can actually cure the poison. Little doctor muttered to herself with an expression of disbelief. Only when she recovered from her shock did she quickly take out a container and scooped out some of the antidote. Xiao family head, I want to take some back and study it. Of course, Xiao Zhan replied. Xiao Yang seemed to have thought of something and immediately took out the compendium of materia medica from his storage ring. Miss Fairy Doctor, you can take this book back and study it. You should be interested. Little Doctor took the compendium of materia medica in a daze, but when she turned to the first page, her eyes lit up instantly. Thank you. The little doctor was extremely excited. Look, they're out. When the residents outside the fence saw the poisoned people pouring out of the market, they first cried out in alarm, then retreated one after another, maintaining their distance. Everyone, their poison has been cured. They won't infect you anymore. As Xiao Zhan's voice rang out, the family members of the victims, led by the woman, rushed forward. 2 hours later. Jiolai Mansion. Bang! Jiolai Bai slammed his palm on the table, instantly turning it into a pile of debris. Brother Liu, didn't you say that this is a newly developed poison that no one in the Karma Empire can cure? Then what's going on now? Jiolai Bai looked at Liu Shi and questioned in a cold voice. Was it Qingshan Town's little doctor who cured the poison? Liu Shi avoided Jiolai Bai's gaze and asked the guard who came to report. It wasn't little doctor, it was someone called Boss Chu. He was the one who sold the antidote to the Xiao family. The guard immediately replied. Boss Chu. Brother Jiao, do you know this person's background? Liu Shi looked at Jiolai Bai. I've never heard of such a name. Jiolai Bai shook his head and coldly snorted. No matter who he is, I will make him pay a heavy price. Father, the residents of the city now know that we poisoned them and have all gathered outside the mansion. What should we do? Jiolai Ao's face was filled with anxiety. They don't have any evidence. Jiolai Bai's face darkened. First capture a few and give them a good beating. When the others see, they won't dare to act rashly. Yes, Patriarch. The guard left. Xiao Mansion, Main Hall. Patriarch, Jiolai Bai's methods are becoming more and more despicable. This time, if it wasn't for Boss Chu's antidote, our Xiao family wouldn't even have a foothold in Wutan City. The second elder clenched his fists. If we still don't respond, I'm afraid he will really think that our Xiao family is a soft persimmon. Since it's like this, then let's wait for night to fall. Let's catch them off guard. And this battlefield will be their Jiolai Mansion. Xiao Zhan's eyes narrowed, revealing a murderous aura. Father, what's the specific time? Xiao Yang asked. Shusha. Xiao Zhan glanced at Xiao Yang and then swept his gaze over the three elders. Go gather all the doja and above in the family. Yes. The three elders left one after the other. Shinsha. A cold wind blew and the originally scorching sun in the sky suddenly dimmed. Following the first rumbling sound in the sky, black clouds floated in from the east. Catcher. Lightning flashed, bringing with it a loud sound. The dark sky lit up with white light. Drip, drip, the black clouds became denser and denser. Raindrops finally fell, making a crisp sound. The streets of Wutan City gradually became empty and the shops closed one after another. Shinsha. Night had completely fallen. Catcher, catcher. In the distant sky, lightning flashed with streaks of white light, as if they were waving sharp swords. Thunder rumbled in the air, as if drums were being beaten in the air. The raindrops the size of soybeans fell faster and faster. Against the backdrop of the lightning, it was as if gods and demons were dancing chaotically. Thousands of threads spread out from the black clouds that could no longer be seen, and gradually, the sky and the earth were sewn together. In front of the celestial shop, Chu Bei held an umbrella in one hand and an enhanced version of a grenade launcher in the other. Rainy night, night to kill. Looking at the rain that was like a row of arrows shooting towards the ground, Chu Bei flapped his wings. Xiu. With a sound of breaking air, he flew towards the Jiolai Mansion. On the other side, Xiao Mansion. In the huge arena, hundreds of people were lined up in an orderly manner. These people were the elites of the Xiao family. Even the weakest person was a doja. Each of them held a weapon in their hands. Everyone, in today's battle, We can only win and not lose. Xiao Zhan stood on the high platform. His gaze swept across the crowd and his voice was loud and clear. Destroy the Jiao Lai family. Everyone shouted in unison. Let's go. Xiao Zhan jumped down from the high platform and stood at the front of the 100 people. Behind him were the 3 elders, Xiao Yang and Xiao Zana. Ta ta ta. The mighty army of the Xiao family headed towards the Jiao mansion. Torrential rain poured down, lightning flashed and thunder roared. The silver lightning was like a dragon roaring in the sky. From time to time, sparks would appear in the sky. At this moment, Chu Bei had already retracted his wings and descended from the sky. He landed in front of the Jiao Lai mansion's tightly shut door with a grave and stern expression. His slightly wet clothes clung to his body. Coupled with the grenade launcher in his hand, he gave off an indescribable sense of majesty. Chapter 17. In front of the main gate of the Jiao Lai mansion, a pair of black ironstone lions stood majestically on both sides. Their manes fluttered in the wind and their hair was like steel needles. Their eyes were glaring angrily as they looked forward. Below their feet was a flying goose. In their mouths was a dragon pearl. Their eyes were completely red, as if there were 2 balls of fire burning inside. At first glance, they were sharp, domineering, and majestic. Unfortunately, they will no longer exist. Chu Bei looked at the black ironstone lions, shook his head and sighed. The reason why he did not directly fly into the mansion was because he was worried that he would miss the guards in front of the gate. Who are you? Don't tell me you are also here to cause trouble. I'm afraid you did not see how badly we beat those guys during the day. Looking at his appearance, he did not come with good intentions. Take him down and hand him over to the patriarch. In front of the main gate, the 4 guards of the Jiao Lai mansion sized up Chu Bei. At the same time, they pulled out their swords with a fierce expression. Chu Bei was expressionless. His gaze swept across the 4 guards who were walking towards him, and then he set up the grenade launcher. The muzzle was aimed. The trigger was pulled. Boom! Accompanied by a dazzling light, an earth-shattering sound rang out. In the next moment, a mournful scream rang out. The 4 guards were sent flying, their flesh and blood badly mutilated. The main gate exploded, and the 2 majestic stone lions on both sides of the gate shattered into pieces. Only a red lantern was left hanging on the edge of the gate. However, under the impact of the rain, it was on the verge of collapse, revealing a feeling of being swayed by the wind and rain. What was that sound just now? What happened? In the Jiao Lai mansion, everyone including Jiao Lai Bai, Jiao Lai Ao, and Liu Shi were alarmed by the loud sound. They all walked out of their houses. Ta 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 ta. In the midst of the hurried footsteps, more and more Jiao Lai clansmen and guards walked towards the main gate. Each of their faces were filled with vigilance. Who are you? How dare you break into the Jiao Lai mansion at night? Do you not want to live anymore? The group of guards closest to the main gate was the first to discover Chu Bei. Looking at the shattered main gate, a trace of fear flashed through their eyes. After recovering from their shock, they all aimed their spears at Chu Bei. The tip of the spear was pointed at Chu Bei's head. Chu Bei glanced at the guards around him. His expression didn't change at all as he continued to walk along the main road. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. With the torrential rain pouring down, every step Chu Bei took would cause a splash of water. This wave of guards followed closely behind, but no one dared to make the first move. Not long after, Chu Bei met the assembled Jiao Lai mansion's army, led by Jiao Lai Bai. Who are you? Do you know where this is? Jiao Lai Bai stopped and coldly stared at Chu Bei as he shouted. Master, his boss Chu. One of the guards recognized Chu Bei and quickly said. So you're the one who ruined my plans. Hearing the guard's words, killing intent emerged on the faces of Jiao Lai Bai, Liu Shi, and the others. Especially Jiao Lai Bai, who clenched his fists so tightly that his veins bulged. The battle for the market is supposed to be a fair competition for the market. But you guys are extremely despicable, using unscrupulous means to poison a Xiao family in the market. Moreover, this poison is contagious, harming innocent resident. Chu Bei's gaze swept across Jiao Lai Bai, Liu Shi, and the others, his face expressionless. Kill him. Jiao Lai Bai's face was filled with disgust as he looked at Chu Bei. He waved his hand and gave the order to the guards around him. Catcher. In the dark sky, a thick bolt of lightning once again streaked across, splitting the night sky into two halves. The devastating thunderstorm rolled up a few broken leaves on the streets of Changxiong, bringing with it a cold killing intent. Master, what's going on? Could it be that the residents did it during the day? Impossible. There are at least 100 doja in the Jiaolai mansion. How could they let a bunch of residents destroy the main gate? The guards in front of the gate seemed to have died not long ago, but what kind of weapon could make them so badly mutilated, as if they were charred? In front of the Jiaolai mansion, a group of Xiao clansmen rushed over with faces full of astonishment as they looked at the shattered stone lion and the 4 tragic corpses. Bang! Bang! At this moment, 2 loud sounds came from within the mansion. Hearing this, Xiao Zhan's eyes narrowed. I'm afraid that the person who destroyed the main gate of the Jiaolai mansion is still inside. Let's kill our way in. No matter who it is, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, the great elder said. Then, the Xiao mansion's army aggressively rushed into the Jiaolai mansion, their battle intent high. However, when they reached the depths of the mansion, everyone, including Xiao Zhan and Xiao Yang, stopped in their tracks. When they saw the scene in front of them clearly, each of them gulped subconsciously, their eyes filled with disbelief. The ground, which should have been flat, had several deep pits. Smoke was rising from each of the pits, and the rainwater in the surroundings had all evaporated. There were only dark red bloodstains, mangled flesh and bones, scattered limbs, and shattered weapons. There were even some corpses that were completely charred black, as if they had been roasted in a fire, extremely terrifying. Chu. Boss Chu. How could it be him? Xiao Zhan, Xiao Yang, and the rest stared in front of them in a daze, as if they had been struck by lightning and were made of wood. At this moment, only a few of the hundreds of Jiaolai mansion's guards were left. Looking at the deep pits and the ghastly corpses, they involuntarily began to retreat. Father, what should we do now? Jiaolai Ao's gaze was firmly fixed on the half-meter-long grenade launcher in Chu Bei's hand that was emitting smoke. His face was filled with fear. Jiaolai Bai did not reply, but the gaze he used to look at Chu Bei was filled with dread. He had even ignored the Xiao mansion's army. Scared? Chu Bei's voice was indifferent as he aimed the cannon at Jiaolai Bai. We still don't know who will die. Jiaolai Bai's face was filled with viciousness. Boundless Do energy formed a Do energy armor around his body. At the same time, he clenched his right hand into a claw and his body suddenly leaned forward, quickly rushing towards Chu Bei. Chu Bei pulled the trigger. Boom. Another loud sound rang out, like a thunderclap. A white light merged with Jiaolai Bai. Catcher. In an instant, Jiaolai Bai's Do energy armor shattered. Accompanied by a blood-curdling scream, he was annihilated by the white light. No, no. Jiaolai Ao's body trembled, his face pale. Run, why aren't you running? Seeing this scene, Liu Shi was the first to react. He took to his heels and ran away. Even a 6-star Da doja like Jiaolai Bai couldn't withstand a single blow from that big guy, not to mention him. The other guards also came back to their senses. Ignoring Jiaolai Ao, they threw down their weapons and scattered. With such actions, none of you will be able to escape. Chu Bei's expression was indifferent. His calm voice sounded like a demon from hell in the ears of Liu Shi, Jiaolai Ao and the others. In the next moment, Chu Bei flapped his invisible wings and soared into the air. He aimed the cannon at Liu Shi and the others who were running away. Not borrowing external force to stay in the air, not transforming Do energy into wings, this is the mark of a Do zone. Looking at Chu Bei in the air, Xiao Zhan's mouth was wide open as he cried out in surprise. The respect in the eyes of the 3 elders of the Xiao family increased. Not to mention Wu-Tan City, even in the entire Kamar Empire, a Do zone was a high and mighty existence, worthy of worship and reverence. Chapter 18. Who would have thought that the person who wanted to kill me was actually a Do zone? I am but a small Tier 1 alchemist, how could I be worthy? When he saw Chu Bei flying high in the sky, Liu Shi immediately stopped running and laughed like a madman. Boom! 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 Following Chu Bei's pull of the trigger, another 3 earth-shattering sounds rang out. In the blinding white light, Liu Shi, Jiao Lai Ao and the remaining guards turned into nothingness. Clan head, it seems that there is nothing left for us to do here. The third elder scanned his surroundings and found that there were no more Jiao Lai mansion guards alive. Host has exterminated the Jiao Lai clan, mission completed reward, 10,000 willpower. At the same time the system sound rang out, the enhanced version of the grenade launcher in Chu Bei's hand turned into a rain of light and disappeared. Xiao family head, I will leave the rest of the cleanup to you. You should also take over the Jiao Lai mansion's market. As for the public announcement, just say that you did it. Chu Bei said indifferently as he descended from the sky and landed in front of Xiao Zhan. Okay. Xiao Zhan was startled at first, but after regaining his senses, he immediately nodded in response, unable to hide his excitement. Boss Chu, was that thing you used a howitzer? Can you take it out and let me take a closer look? Xiao Yang probed. Hearing Xiao Yang's unfamiliar words, Xiao Zuna, Xiao Zhan and the rest were at a loss. It is as you think, but it is an enhanced version. Seeing that Xiao Yang wanted to say something but stopped, Chu Bei continued, it is waiting for you at the level 4 Wheel of Fortune. With a smile on his face, Chu Bei soared into the sky and flew towards the All Heavens shop. We actually made friends with a dozong, this is the Xiao family's fortune. Looking at Chu Bei's gradually disappearing figure, Xiao Zhan let out a long sigh. Xiao Yang Gij, how much do you know about him? Just tell me what you know. Xiao Zuna tugged at Xiao Yang's arm and acted like a spoiled child. Zuna, as you can see, he is a businessman, an omnipotent businessman. Xiao Yang patted Xiao Zuna's head and did not say much. As soon as Chu Bei returned to the All Heavens shop, his attention fell on the system's light screen. During the day, he had earned 2 million gold coins and received 10,000 willpower points. As a reward from the system quest, he received another 10,000 willpower points. Currently, he had a total of 20,280 willpower. Chu Bei did not hesitate and used all of it to exchange for his cultivation. After deducting 5,000 willpower, Chu Bei's cultivation rose from 4-star fighter to 9 stars fighter. Following which, another 5,000 will points were deducted. The cyclone within Chu Bei's body melted into a liquid state, and he stepped into the realm of master combat. Unlike the fighter realm, the fighter master realm required 5,000 willpower to advance by 1 star. The host has successfully converted his cultivation base. 3 stars fighter master realm to 000 willpower points deducted. Feeling his body brimming with energy, Chu Bei waved his robe and a thin layer of purple gauze appeared on his body. Doqi gauze, the symbol of a fighter master. As the Xiao family's poison crisis was resolved, Wutan City regained its liveliness. But today, all the streets and taverns in the city were intensely discussing the Jiao Lai mansion. Have you heard? The Jiao Lai mansion was exterminated. Of course I know. I was just passing by the Jiao Lai mansion, but I was surrounded and turned into Xiao mansion's guards. It must have been done last night. Jiao Lai Bai used poison and almost brought disaster to the entire Wutan city. This kind of person deserves to die. That's right. What the Xiao mansion did was very satisfying. According to my insider information, the Xiao mansion was just a replacement. The one who exterminated the Jiao Lai mansion was someone else. Is that true? Quickly tell us. If it involves a fighter master, I don't dare to say. At this moment, a woman wearing a white dress was quietly standing in front of Celestial shop. The door opened. Little doctor? Recognizing the woman in the white dress, Chu Bei's face showed surprise. If he opened the door and saw Xiao Yang or Xiao Zuna, that would be within his expectations. But to his surprise, it was actually the little doctor. Boss Chu, I went back and studied the diluted antidote you gave me last night, but I still couldn't figure it out. The little doctor pursed her lips and stared at Chu Bei. Do you have the method to make that antidote? I can buy it with money. I do, but if you want to get it, I'm afraid you'll have to spend at least 1,000,000 gold coins, Chu Bei said after a moment of silence. Although the little doctor's appearance couldn't be considered stunning, she was still a rare beauty. This was especially true for her refreshing and ethereal temperament, which greatly increased her charm. 1,000,000 gold coins. Hearing this number, the little doctor's eyes widened. After a long time, Boss Chu, I don't have that much money. Sorry to bother you. The little doctor kneaded her skirt, her voice soft. Don't go yet, I'm lacking a cook. Just as the little doctor turned around, Chu Bei said, if you really want to get the method to make the tea antidote, then help me with my daily chores. As for your living quarters, you can sleep on the second floor. If I'm satisfied, I'll give it to you. Ah, that's great. Thank you, Boss Chu. The little doctor was stunned at first, but then her face filled with joy. Move in today, Chu Bei said. He promised that he didn't have any ulterior motives. It was purely because he was worried that the little doctor's woeful poison body would break out. If something happened under his watch, he might be able to help. On the other side. Primer Auction House. Wu-Tan City's largest auction house belonged to the Karma Empire's wealthiest family, the Primer family. In a spacious room that was decorated with gold and jade, a white-haired old man in green robes was examining several stalks of medicinal herbs. On his chest, there was a medicine furnace. On the surface of the medicine furnace, there were 2 ripples that flickered with silver light. Guni, Primer Auction House's second-grade alchemist. Master Guni, how is the appraisal? At this time, a beautiful woman wearing a red dress walked in. Her charming voice could make one's bones go numb. Fei, Wu-Tan City's well-known beauty. She was also the head auctioneer of the Primer Auction House. It's really strange. I've never seen these herbs before, but their effects are exactly the same as what's written on these papers. It's even better. Guni put down the herbs in his hand and looked at Fei with a puzzled face. Where did you get these? They were sent by the Xiao family's third son, Xiao Yang. He wanted us to auction them off. Fei swayed her waist, her rosy cherry lips slightly opened and closed. When the auction is over, you go to the Xiao family and ask Xiao Yang where he got these herbs. Guni narrowed his eyes. Maybe this Xiao Yang found a medicine valley that no one has ever explored before. Other than these, there should be even higher grade herbs. If that's really the case, then I must find out the location of this medicine valley from his mouth, no matter the cost. Fei carefully picked up all the herbs and turned to leave. Chapter 19. Celestial Shop. Little Doctor, why are you here? Xiao Yang saw the little doctor cooking as soon as he entered the house. His face was full of shock. Young Master Xiao, I will stay here for the next few days and take care of Boss Chu's daily necessities. The little doctor was not reserved because of Xiao Yang's arrival. At this time, Chu Bei also came out of the house. Boss Chu, your luck with women is not bad. Xiao Yang said in a strange tone. Did you bring enough money? Chu Bei went straight to the point. Of course. Xiao Yang said proudly, the money from the auction house, plus the wealth from Jiolai Mansion, is a total of 2,000,000 gold coins. This is not enough. Chu Bei replied. The limit increased again? Xiao Yang asked tentatively. Chu Bei nodded. With his current cultivation, the limit has already reached 5,000,000 gold coins. The rest of the benefits will be given to others. Who told me to be poor? Xiao Yang spread out his hands. My current cultivation is at 8-star warrior. Let's spin the level 2 wheel first. Chu Bei waved his sleeves, and the void trembled. The level 2 wheel of fortune appeared. This was the first time the fairy doctor had seen such a scene, and her face was filled with astonishment. Xiao Yang took out 300,000 gold coins first. The system received 3,000 willpower. The host received 1,500 willpower. The needle turned. 3 sets, 30 times. 30 boxes exploded. 20 thanks for your patronage, 5 level 2 monster cores, 4 herbs, and 1 warrior pill. Got it. Seeing the doja pill, Xiao Yang subconsciously cried out. Then, He directly grabbed the warrior pill and ate it. Promoted to 9 stars warrior, Boss Chu, next should be the level 3 Wheel of Fortune, right? Xiao Yang sighed in relief and guessed based on his experience. Not bad. Chu Bei nodded. From 9 stars doja to dosha, you need condensation pill, then dosha pill. With that said, Chu Bei's divine telekinesis moved, and the wheel changed from level 2 to level 3. Xiao Yang was very nimble as he took out 7 million gold coins. The system has gained 17,000 willpower points. The host has gained 8,500 willpower points. The needle turned again. 1 set, 7 times, 17 times. The host has completed 5 transactions. You are rewarded with a large transaction. Upper limit, 50,000 willpower, trade target below Do Zone, suggested target, Yun Yun. According to the situation, the host can freely use 2 level 8 products in the store. Suddenly, a series of system notifications rang out. Yun Yun. Chu Bei was stunned. And right at this moment, a new map of the mountain range of magical beasts appeared on Chu Bei's system screen. There was a red dot on the map, which represented Yun Yun's location. Chu Bei came back to his senses, his face full of smiles. 50,000 willpower points. This was the system's benefit. Bang! With a loud bang, the 17 boxes Xiao Yang was spinning exploded. 11 Thanks for your patronage, 4 level 3 demon cores, 1 herb, and 1 sky blue spiral-shaped pill. Boss Chu, what is it? Xiao Yang's gaze was fixed on the spiral-shaped pill, and he asked nervously. Your luck is not bad. Chu Bei smiled. It really is a condensation pill. Hearing Chu Bei's words, Xiao Yang laughed out loud. Then, Xiao Yang carefully took the condensation pill. Just as the condensation pill entered his mouth, Xiao Yang clearly felt an external energy invading his body. Under this power, every piece of his bones, flesh, and blood seemed to have undergone a metamorphosis. Gradually, they were filled with vigorous power. At the same time, the Do-Chi vortex in his abdomen began to spin faster and faster, until it began to turn into liquid. A few seconds later, Xiao Yang's clothes fluttered without any wind, and a Do-Chi several times stronger than before gushed out from his body. Feeling the energy in his body, Xiao Yang was extremely excited. He suddenly stretched out his right palm, and then clenched it. Suddenly, a majestic Do-Chi appeared on the surface of his body, and then converged, forming a layer of Do-Chi defense. Do-Chi cloak, the symbol of a Do master. I broke through just like that. The little doctor at the side was so shocked that her mouth could not close. The scene she witnessed had already broken her understanding of cultivation. Boss Chu, I almost forgot to tell you something. After the excitement, Xiao Yang seemed to have remembered something, and hurriedly said, Prima Auction House's Ya Fei kept asking me where I got those herbs, and I told her that I bought them from here. It's okay, you introduced me to a customer. Chu Bei did not mind. Ta ta ta. Hurried footsteps came from outside the room. Father, why are you here? Seeing the person who came, Xiao Yang's face showed confusion. Canaan College is recruiting students, and I told the teacher about your age and cultivation. Xiao Zhan respectfully greeted Chu Bei, and then said, if it wasn't for my reputation in Wutan City, I'm afraid that they wouldn't have believed me. Before Xiao Zhan finished speaking, 2 people came in from outside the room. One was a woman wearing a green dress, with a gentle smile on her beautiful face. The other was a middle-aged man wearing a black robe, with a cold face and a knife scar on his forehead, giving him a fierce appearance. Yang these 2 are Canaan College's recruiting teachers. This is teacher Ruo Ling, a 6-star Da Dosha, and this is teacher Luo Tian, 2 stars. Do Ling. Xiao Zhan introduced Xiao Yang to the green-dressed woman and the black-robed man in a very polite manner. Canaan College, located at the border between the Karma Empire and the other 2 empires, is a famous Do-Chi academy in the Do-Chi continent. It is a holy land in the hearts of all the youths of the 3 empires. As long as you can graduate from the academy, your future will be smooth. Not only will you be able to hold your head high and return home in glory, but you will also be a hot steamed bun that all the factions will fight over. Compared to the sects, after graduating from the academy, You will not have any compulsory relationship with the academy. But the sects are different. There are many restrictions, and every move you make represents the sect. Xiao family head, let me see if he is really as you said, a 15-year-old 8-star doja. Teacher Ruo Ling suddenly stepped forward and grabbed Xiao Yang's arm. The sudden attack caused Xiao Yang's do qi to involuntarily surge out of his body. 1-star dosha. Sensing Xiao Yang's do qi fluctuation, Teacher Ruo Ling's pupils shrank, her face full of disbelief. At the same time, Teacher Luo Tian also showed an expression of disbelief. However, the shock of the two of them was quickly replaced by excitement and excitement. The gazes they used to look at Xiao Yang had an additional heat, as though they had met a treasure. A 15-year-old dosha, not to mention the 3 empires of the East, even in the entire Doqi continent, there are very few of them. A monster among geniuses. Teacher Luo Tian, this time we really came to the right place. This trip was not in vain. Ruo Ling's expression was excited. If we bring this kid back, I'm afraid even the dean will be alarmed. We will definitely be rewarded. Luo Tian stared at Xiao Yang, already beginning to look forward to a beautiful future. Chapter 20. Father, you want me to go to Canaan College? Xiao Yang understood Xiao Zhon's thoughts and shook his head. I don't want to go there. Little guy, don't tell me you don't know about Canaan College. Seeing Xiao Yang's face full of disgust, Luo Tian frowned. Once you enter Canaan College, you will have access to a variety of techniques and skills. With your talent, you might even have the opportunity to learn Earth-class techniques and skills. Teacher Luo Tian is right. Teacher Ruo Ling continued, if you stay in this small Wu-Tan city, you will only be buried. The further you go in the path of cultivation, the more you will need external resources. Canaan College can provide you with continuous resources. Teachers, I have my own cultivation method. Xiao Yang still refused. Following Boss Chu is the way to go. If I go to Canaan College, I will really be buried. Boss Chu. Luo Tian couldn't help but look at Chu Bei. After sizing him up, a trace of contempt flashed in his eyes. Let me see what kind of ability he has to make you look down on Canaan College. Luo Tian snorted coldly. Then a violent do qi gushed out from his body, shaking the air in the room. Teacher Luo Tian, don't. Sensing Luo Tian's intention, Xiao Zhon's face changed. However, before he could stop him, Luo Tian had already gathered do qi on his right fist and punched towards Chu Bei. Chu Bei waited for a moment. The iron lump robot in the corner didn't move. Helpless, he could only reach out with a finger. Chu Bei's finger seemed slow, but suddenly released a dazzling light. The energy fluctuation at the tip of his finger brought about ripples. Feeling the terrifying energy coming towards him, Luo Tian's pupils suddenly shrank. His originally careless expression suddenly became dignified. Overlapping palms. Luo Tian turned his fist into a palm. His do qi rose to the limit. He struck out with his palm, and several palm prints appeared on his palm. Layers upon layers of palm prints stacked on top of each other before finally converging together. Their fingers and palms touch. The glaring light around Chu Bei's fingertips instantly converged at a single point. Bang! A terrifying energy fluctuation burst out. With a miserable cry, Luo Tian's entire body flew out of the house and smashed into the street, creating a deep pit. How is this possible? Looking at Luo Tian painfully crawling out of the pit, Instructor Ruo Ling's expression froze, as if she had lost her soul. Folded palms was a low earth-level fighting technique. In Canaan College, only instructors above fighting spirit were qualified to practice it. With the strength of a 3-star Luo Tian Doling, he could fight with a 4-star or even a 5-star Doling if he were to use his folded palms. However, such a powerful move was easily destroyed by the young man in front of him with a single finger. The fairy doctor, who was standing at the side, was also shocked. She didn't expect Chu Bei to be so powerful in addition to being able to use the lucky plate. As for Xiao Zhon and Xiao Yang, they were very calm. They only felt pity for Luo Tian. Fighting. Fighting king. Luo Tian crawled out of the pit and looked at Chu Bei in horror. He couldn't imagine that a young man who looked like he was only 23 or 24 years old was actually a fighting king. His right palm had been pierced through. His flesh was badly mangled and the bones in his hand were shattered inch by inch. Don't just look at everything with your eyes. Consider this a lesson for you. Chu Bei looked at Luo Tian expressionlessly, his voice indifferent. That finger just now was an attack type level 6 item that he had spent 10,000 willpower points to purchase. Enhanced telepathic finger. Unfortunately, it was a one-time use item. Hearing Chu Bei's words, Luo Tian and Ruo Ling looked at each other, then looked at Xiao Yang. In the end, they turned and left unwillingly. Boss Chu, I didn't expect instructor Luo Tian to be so reckless. I'm really sorry. Xiao Zhan said apologetically. He's already paid for it. Chu Bei's expression was indifferent. Looking at Xiao Yang, he said, the Dochi continent is very big. At Canaan College, you'll be able to understand the world more comprehensively. Moreover, if you stay in Wutan City, with the Xiao family's financial resources, I'm afraid you won't be able to spin the fortune wheel soon. Hearing this, Xiao Yang fell into silence. The truth was indeed so. Just like today, the opponent's upper limit was 5 million. Even if he used up all his liquid assets, he only had 2 million. Father, I've decided. I'm going to Canaan College. After a long time, Xiao Yang made his decision. On the day of departure, don't forget to put the ring back on. With your current strength, the existence inside the ring will soon awaken. Chu Bei reminded. Boss Chu, what's inside the ring? Xiao Yang asked, his eyes filled with curiosity and desire. You'll know when the time comes. Chu Bei revealed a meaningful smile. After Xiao Yang and Xiao Zhan left, Chu Bei used the rest of his willpower to exchange for cultivation. Host successfully exchanged for cultivation. 5 stars of Do Shi 1000 willpower deducted. Little doctor, I'm going out for a bit. After speaking, Chu Bei opened his invisible wings and flew out of the house. Following the red dot on the system's map, he embarked on the journey to find Yun Yun. Yunlan sect. One of the biggest forces in the Karma Empire. The sect was located on a majestic mountain 10 kilometers away from the capital. This mountain was also called Misty Cloud Mountain. Looking at the peak of Misty Cloud Mountain, it was surrounded by clouds and mist, like a fairyland. Up and down the mountain, one could see Yunlan sect's disciples training hard. At this moment, on top of a black rock at the edge of a cliff, there was a woman wearing a moon-white robe. Her hands were forming seals and her eyes were closed as she trained. Senior Sister Nalan, Elder Nalan Su is here. A girl wearing a pink dress walked up. Father, why is he here? Nalan Yangran frowned. Not long after, a middle-aged man with a gloomy face quickly walked to the edge of the cliff. Father, aren't you busy every day? Why do you have time to come to the Yunlan sect? Nalan Yangran walked up and grabbed Nalan Su's arm. When I came back, I heard that you privately rejected the marriage arranged by Elder Nalan. Nalan Su questioned, in the family, who doesn't know that your grandfather wants face? Your actions now will undoubtedly let others say that our Nalan family saw the Xiao family's power weakened and disdained to form a marriage alliance with them, thus breaking the promise and abandoning the marriage. My marriage, why can grandfather decide it with just a word? Regarding this matter, I will make the decision. Nalan Yenran's gaze met with Nalan Su's. If you really want to fulfill the so-called agreement, then let grandfather marry over. Shut up. Nalan Su scolded. You've been in the Yunlan sect for too long, you actually dare to say such word. I heard that Xiao Yang, that guy, was reduced to a waste 3 years ago. Do you think he's not good enough for you because of this? Nalan Su said again, even so, you should have told me in advance. Father and you will think of a way together. Waste. He's not a waste. Everything is a facade. Nalan Su's words seemed to stab Nalan Yenran's heart. After a cold snort, Nalan Yangran took out a crumpled piece of paper from her bosom and threw it to Nalan Su. Letter of divorce. Nalan Su's gaze was instantly attracted by the 2 striking words, and his expression suddenly changed. Damn Xiao Yang. He actually dares to treat my, Nalan Su's, daughter like this. After Nalan Yangran recounted what happened that day, Nalan Su clenched his fist, and his eyes flashed with killing intent. Chapter 21. Magic Beast Mountain Range. Chu Bei flew along the map on the system screen. Just as he reached the inner part of the mountain range, a violent lion's roar came from afar like a thunderclap. Chu Bei's eyes narrowed when he heard this. He stared intently at the distant sky. Vaguely, he could see two figures intertwining. Have they already started fighting? Chu Bei sped up again. Rumble. In the distant horizon, green and red colors each filled half of the sky. Violent energy fluctuations caused muffled thunder-like explosions to ring out. The terrifying power caused by the battle caused the magic beasts in the forest below to crawl on the ground and tremble. On the battlefield, a figure was a huge magic beast that was 7 to 8 meters long. Its body was covered with a layer of purple crystals. The sunlight shone and radiated in all directions. It was dazzling. Its head was a rather ferocious-looking lion's head. Its blood-red eyes glowed with a strange purple light, and its huge mouth was filled with fangs. On top of the lion's head, there was a fiery red spiral horn, and clusters of purple flames were circling around the tip of the horn. On the side of the huge lion's body, there was a pair of purple wings. As the purple wings flapped, clusters of purple flames swept out like flamethrowers. Its 4 thick claws were also covered with a layer of purple crystals. Every time it stepped on the ground, it would cause the void to tremble. Amethyst-winged lion, a level 6 magic beast. The other figure was a beautiful woman in a plain dress. The woman held a sword that had a strange appearance and was emitting a green glow. Her fine black hair was tied up into a noble phoenix hairpin. Her beautiful and moving face was calm and tranquil, and she revealed a graceful and noble appearance that was difficult to conceal in plain clothes. On the beautiful woman's back, a pair of green wings formed by battle energy flapped. Human woman, I'll give you one more chance. Scram. The amethyst-winged lion spoke in human language and shouted. If I don't get the purple spirit crystal, I won't leave. The beautiful woman pointed her long sword at the amethyst-winged lion. You are trying to wear down my patience. The amethyst-winged lion let out a roar and the purple crystal on its body shone brightly. Turbulent purple flames rose from its body and gathered into a huge purple fire pillar that shot into the sky. Then let's continue. The beautiful woman flapped the green wings on her back and swung the long sword in her hand. On the tip of the sword, a circle of rapidly rotating wind blades emitted a chilling sound. Rumble. The two figures intertwined again. The energy storm from the collision swept out in a frenzy, and the forest below was completely torn apart. The battle became more and more intense. You don't know what's good for you. Suddenly, the amethyst-winged lion let out another roar, and the purple light on its body became even brighter. In an instant, the resplendent purple light overshadowed the green light behind the woman. Not good. Sensing the might of the amethyst-winged lion, Chu Bei's heart sank. However, his speed had already reached its limit. The beautiful woman's face also became dignified. Within a radius of a few feet, the wind began to howl. Amethyst seal. Just as the amethyst-winged lion finished speaking, all the purple light in the sky suddenly shrunk. In an instant, the purple light that filled the sky was compressed into a dark purple pillar of light that was only about half a foot long. Then, it swept toward the beautiful woman like lightning. Wind push style. The woman waved her sword, and countless dark green wind blades that were more than 100 feet long rushed out from the tip of the sword. Rumble. The purple light pillar and the dark green wind blades collided. In just a moment, the wind blades were at a disadvantage and then exploded. On the other hand, the purple light pillar only dimmed slightly. After destroying the wind blades, the purple light pillar continued to charge forward, piercing through dozens of wind shields in front of the beautiful woman, and finally shot into her body. At this moment, the amethyst-winged lion appeared in front of the beautiful woman, and 5 sharp claws pierced toward the woman's chest. Extreme wind, meteorite kill. Seeing that the amethyst-winged lion's claws were about to pierce through the beautiful woman, the long sword in the woman's hand trembled, and a thin ray of light that was almost the size of a thumb shot out. Kai. The ray of light was extremely fast, and in an instant, it swept in front of the amethyst-winged lion's head. Fortunately, the amethyst-winged lion was extremely sensitive, and it lowered its head immediately. However, although it avoided the fatal part, the ray of light still hit the red horn on its head and cut it in half. "I'm going to tear you into pieces." The amethyst-winged lion let out a heart-wrenching cry of pain, and its sharp claws condensed a terrifying energy once again. However, the beautiful woman, who was finally able to catch her breath, suddenly turned back, and her body flashed strangely, and disappeared directly. "She can't have run far. Search, you must find her for me." Looking at the direction where the beautiful woman disappeared, the amethyst-winged lion let out a ferocious roar filled with murderous intent. At the same time, the magical beasts in the mountain ran wildly. As expected, I didn't make it in time. When he heard the amethyst-winged lion shout out the amethyst seal, Chu Bei had a bad feeling. After sighing, Chu Bei also changed his direction, and continued to fly in the direction of the red dot on the map. Soon, Chu Bei found Yun Yun in a river under a waterfall. At this moment, Yun Yun's whole body was drenched, and her eyes were closed. Her face was pale, and there were still drops of blood at the corner of her mouth. The originally clear river was dyed red with blood. It was obvious that Yun Yun's injuries were very serious. According to the plot, this should have been Xiao Yang's benefit. Looking at Yun Yun in the water, Chu Bei muttered to himself, "Unfortunately, I'm here too. The main character has changed." After lamenting, Chu Bei walked to Yun Yun's side. But just as he reached out to hold Yun Yun's waist and was about to carry her out of the water, the latter's originally closed eyes suddenly opened. She stared at Chu Bei with a cold murderous intent in her eyes. Meeting Yun Yun's murderous gaze, Chu Bei was stunned at first, but he quickly regained his composure. Not only did he not let go of the hand that was holding Yun Yun's waist, but he used more strength and directly carried her in front of him. "Do you want to die? Let go of me," Yun Yun scolded. However, due to her serious injuries and the fact that the wind of meteorite had exhausted the last of her energy, she did not even have the strength to struggle, let alone attack Chu Bei. Chu Bei ignored Yun Yun's cries and directly soared into the air, flying towards the nearest cave. "You, who are you?" Seeing Chu Bei flying in the air, Yun Yun's expression suddenly changed. Other than shock, there was also vigilance. At first, she could not detect Chu Bei's battle energy fluctuation and thought that he was just an ordinary person who happened to be passing by. But just now, the other party's ability to soar into the air without using battle energy to transform into wings changed her opinion. "Don't be nervous, I'm here to save you." Chu Bei looked down at Yun Yun in his arms and said lightly, "Do you know my identity?" Yun Yun endured the pain in her body and asked with a frown. "Yun Yun, the current sect leader of the Yunlan sect." Chu Bei casually replied. Chapter 22. Who exactly are you? Hearing Chu Bei say her name and identity, Yun Yun glared at him. A businessman. Arriving at the cave, Chu Bei laid Yun Yun flat on the ground. "Are you from the Primer family?" As soon as Yun Yun said that, she immediately refuted her guess. "No, I've dealt with the Primer family before, but I've never seen you before. Let me heal you first." Chu Bei ignored Yun Yun's question. With a thought, he took out an exquisite jade bottle through the system. Inside the jade bottle was a sky-blue liquid that emitted a refreshing fragrance that refreshed one's mind. Smelling it made one feel refreshed. In the reward of this large transaction, he could freely use 2 level 8 items from the system store. To be exact, although there were higher level items in the system store, the items above level 9 were all grayish-black in color. In short, whether it was pawning or selling, the highest level of the current items was level 8. For the first item, Chu Bei naturally chose the item that could unlock the seal on Yun Yun's body and heal her injuries. Blue Spirit Water, a level 8 item, could take care of both at the same time. "Take your hand away." Just as Chu Bei was about to untie Yun Yun's clothes, Yun Yun shouted again. The murderous intent in her eyes intensified. Due to her extreme anger, she forcefully channeled her combat power and spat out blood. Even if you want to take revenge on me, you have to get better first, right? Chu Bei's hands did not stop moving. He slowly removed Yun Yun's soaked clothes. The deep bloodstains on her chest were shocking. I'll kill you. I'll definitely kill you. Yun Yun shouted herself hoarse. She glared at Chu Bei fiercely as if she wanted to remember Chu Bei's appearance. Chu Bei coughed dryly. After he felt that he had relieved the awkwardness, the blue spirit water in the jade bottle dripped down and landed on Yun Yun's wound. Feeling the coolness of the wound, Yun Yun sucked in a breath of cold air, which seemed to increase her pain. The hatred and killing intent in her eyes towards Chu Bei intensified. However, as more and more blue liquid seeped into the wound began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Gradually, color returned to Yun Yun's pale face, and the weak aura on her body grew stronger little by little. At the same time, Yun Yun's painful and twisted expression began to ease. The anger and killing intent in her eyes were replaced by shock and astonishment. In the end, Yun Yun even closed her eyes as if she was using the blue spirit water to speed up the release of the seal. Bang! After a long time, a low sound came from Yun Yun's body. It was also at this moment that Yun Yun, who was originally lying flat on the ground, suddenly got up and took a step back, distancing herself from Chu Bei. Extreme wind, meteorite. A long sword appeared in Yun Yun's hand. The tip of the sword trembled slightly, and a deep ray of light the size of a thumb shot towards Chu Bei's right hand. Obviously, Yun Yun's intention was to destroy the arm that touched her body. Feeling the sharp sword light, Chu Bei's heart tightened. However, he was already prepared, so he didn't dodge or evade. Layers of circular patterns suddenly appeared from the center of his black pupils outwards. Just as the deep ray of light from Yun Yun was about to cut off Chu Bei's right arm, Chu Bei's mutated eyes seemed to turn into a whirlpool with the power of devouring. In an instant, the deep ray of light uncontrollably changed direction and was swallowed by Chu Bei's mutated eyes, disappearing without a trace. How is this possible? Don't tell me you're really a Dozong. Yun Yun stared at Chu Bei in disbelief and instinctively took a few steps back. Her voice was filled with horror. Before, she thought that Chu Bei should have some strength, but it would never reach the level of Dozong. There is a high probability that he is also Do Huang, or even below Do Huang. As for the other party's Do Chi wings, it should be hidden through some kind of secret technique. But just now, when she used the extreme wind meteorite and was quietly annihilated by the other party, she knew that the other party's strength was definitely far beyond her imagination. After all, even a peak Do Huang would not be able to easily block the killing move at such a close distance. Yun Yun Gunyang, is this how you treat your savior? Chu Bei looked at Yun Yun jokingly. Fortunately, he used the second level 8 item in time. A weakened version of Rinnegan, one of the mutated eyes in Naruto's world, which can perform a variety of dojutsu. The method of swallowing and transferring the extreme wind meteorite is one of its abilities. We don't owe each other anything. Yun Yun's voice was cold, and the Do Chi wings appeared behind her. You can't leave yet. Just as Yun Yun was about to flap her Do Chi wings and leave, Chu Bei blocked her path. He did not fly all the way from Wutan City to the Magic Beast mountain range to be a good guy, but to obtain the system's 50,000 willpower value. If he allowed Yun Yun to leave now, then wouldn't everything that he had done be for naught? Could it be that he really did it for the sake of his belt getting wider? What are you trying to do? Yun Yun stared at Chu Bei and frowned. I told you before, I am a merchant, and you are a customer that I have set my eyes on. Chu Bei's lips curled into a smile. You're looking for the amethyst-winged lion for its purple spirit crystals. My black cloud crystals are 3 times as effective as this one. Black cloud crystal? Why have I never heard of it? Moreover, why should I believe you? Yun Yun snorted. Because of this. Chu Bei shook the jade bottle in his hand that contained the blue spirit water. Yun Yun stared at the jade bottle and fell into silence. The blue liquid in the bottle not only unsealed the amethyst seal, but also healed the wounds on her body. If this elixir was in the outside world, it would definitely be a treasure that Do Huang would fight over. Tell me, How can I get the black cloud crystal you speak of? Meeting Chu Bei's gaze, Yun finally could not help but speak. Whether you can get it or not will depend on your luck. Chu Bei smiled and waved his sleeve. The air trembled and rippled. A golden disc with a diameter of 1 meter appeared from the ripples, emitting a glaring light. At the top of the disc, the words Level 7 Wheel of Fortune were engraved. This is. Looking at the wheel that suddenly appeared, Yun's expression changed and her eyes were filled with confusion. The black cloud crystal is in these boxes. After Chu Bei finished explaining the rules of the Wheel of Fortune, he said, the price for one spin is 1 million gold coins. Of course, other than gold coins, anything of value is fine. Here are 5 rank 5 magic beast cores. Yun took out 5 magic beast cores from her storage ring. The system has received 50,000 willpower. The host has received 25,000 willpower. As the whirlpool in the center of the disc swallowed the 5 magic beast cores, the system's voice sounded in Chu Bei's mind. In the next moment, the silver needle on the disc began to spin wildly. Ding! 5 square boxes floated in the air one after another. A look of anticipation appeared on Yun's face. Thank you for your patronage. 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 The 5 square boxes exploded at the same time and all of them had the same 4 words on them. Yun was stunned at first, but when she came to her senses, she looked at Chu Bei and her expression darkened. Chapter 23. Miss Yun, I told you beforehand that everything that comes out of this box is random. There might be nothing at all. Chu Bei avoided Yun's murderous gaze. But you didn't tell me that the probability of getting an item is so low. Yun gritted her teeth. 5 Class 5 magical beast magic cores were wasted just like that. Rumble, just as Yun was about to say something, there was a rush of hooves outside the cave. They're here. Hearing the commotion, Yun's expression changed. Although her seal had been broken and her wounds had healed, she had not recovered to her peak state yet. With her current strength, she would definitely die if she went up against the amethyst-winged lion. As expected, in just a few seconds, 3 Class 4 magical beasts ran into the cave. When they saw Chu Bei and Yun, they roared at the same time, spreading far and wide. Damn it! Yun's expression was serious. She immediately waved her sword, and several large dark green wind blades rushed out. In an instant, the 3 Class 4 magical beasts were cut into pieces by the wind blades, and blood and flesh splattered everywhere. The amethyst-winged lion is coming. Yun looked at Chu Bei, and her aura began to rise. She was ready to fight at any time. Don't be nervous. Chu Bei gave Yun a reassuring look. As my customer, I have the obligation to ensure your safety. Yun did not reply, but the serious expression on her face was obviously more relaxed. Human, I'm going to tear you into pieces. At this moment, a powerful energy wave came from above the cave, and the huge mountain shook. Accompanying it was the amethyst-winged lion's roar that was filled with killing intent. Chu Bei and Yun left the cave at the same time and stood at the edge of the cliff. You actually managed to undo this king's seal. How is that possible? The amethyst-winged lion's huge eyes were suffused with a blood-red purple light, and clusters of flames were spiraling around the tip of its broken horn. When it sensed the fluctuation of Yun's aura, its eyes flashed with surprise. Is he the helper you've found? Then let's kill them as well. The amethyst-winged lion looked at Chu Bei. As it flapped its purple wings, faint purple flames swept down like a flamethrower. Almost in an instant, the temperature of the air at the edge of the cliff rose abruptly, like a large furnace. Yun snorted coldly. She raised her hand and a small green tornado swept out from her palm. At first, the tornado was only 2 meters in size, but when it flew high into the sky, it suddenly expanded, and in the blink of an eye, it became a huge tornado that was nearly 300 meters in size. However, before this huge tornado could touch the purple flames that covered the sky and earth, Chu Bei's strange eyes released a demonic light. Then, the blazing purple flames twisted and disappeared into thin air. What's wrong with your eyes? The amethyst-winged lion stared at Chu Bei. It could sense that the strange disappearance of its attack had something to do with Chu Bei's eyes. Chu Bei only glanced at the amethyst-winged lion indifferently, and did not answer the other party's question. "This king wants you all dead." Realizing that it was ignored, the killing intent in the amethyst-winged lion's eyes intensified. An angry lion's roar sounded. The purple light in the amethyst-winged lion's eyes suddenly intensified, and its huge paws brought along a gorgeous purple light, and its huge body swooped down. Wherever the paws passed, there would be a sharp sound wave that seemed to cut open the void. Looking at the amethyst-winged lion's fierce attack, Yun frowned slightly. She crossed her hands, and a huge green wind shield that was nearly 10 meters in size suddenly appeared in front of her. After the protection, Yun looked at Chu Bei beside her. The other party did not dodge, nor did he make any defensive moves. 10,000 heavenly attraction. Chu Bei opened his right hand, and his palm was aimed at the amethyst-winged lion that was charging at him. Just as Chu Bei's calm voice fell, the amethyst-winged lion's huge body suddenly stopped, as if it had suddenly received a terrifying electric shock. In the next moment, although it was still flying towards Chu Bei, it had lost control of its body. It did not look like it was swooping down, but more like it was being pulled by an irresistible suction force. "What did you do to me?" The amethyst-winged lion's huge eyes were filled with fear. Shinra Tensai. Chu Bei was expressionless, and his mouth once again uttered the indifferent syllable. Almost at the same time, large amounts of ripples began to appear around Chu Bei's body, and these ripples frantically gathered towards his palm. Seeing that the amethyst-winged lion was about to be pulled to Chu Bei's side by the suction force, the energy gathered in Chu Bei's palm suddenly exploded. A terrifying repulsive force spewed out. Bang! With a low rumble, a hole with a diameter of 0.5 meter appeared in the amethyst-winged lion's chest. Fresh blood flowed out, and it was a ghastly sight. Its huge body was shot into the sky like a cannonball under this repulsive force. The miserable lion's roar resounded through the sky, and the magical beasts in the forest below prostrated themselves on the ground, not daring to move. "Humans, even if I die, I will drag you down with me." After a moment, the amethyst-winged lion once again appeared in Chu Bei and Yun's line of sight. At this moment, the fresh blood in its body continuously seeped into the surface of its scales, and then it began to burn. The amethyst-winged lion's expression was ferocious, and its huge mouth was wide open, revealing its sharp teeth that gleamed with a cold light. "Not good, it's burning its blood essence." Yun's expression changed drastically. As the blood essence burned, the amethyst-winged lion's aura became weaker and more violent, and the surrounding air emitted crackling sounds. Amethyst seal. Amidst the lion's roar, the burning flames on the surface of the amethyst-winged lion's body and all the purple light in the sky rapidly compressed by its mouth. In the blink of an eye, a dark purple light pillar that was several times larger than the one used to deal with Yun was formed. "It's definitely going to die. Let's avoid it first. There's no need to receive its seal." Feeling the energy waves in the dark purple light pillar, Yun's expression was extremely serious. However, Chu Bei at the side acted as if he did not hear her words, and was not moved at all. "Let's die together." Kaibaku Tensai. The amethyst-winged lion's roar and Chu Bei's indifferent voice sounded at the same time. The terrifying dark purple light pillar had just shot out from the amethyst-winged lion's huge mouth, but before it could shoot out 2 meters, it was as if it was suppressed by an invisible force, and suddenly stopped. Following that, a huge black ball of light enveloped the amethyst-winged lion. At the same time, the ground below seemed to have experienced an earthquake. It shook violently, and deep ravines split open. Yun was dumbfounded. Countless huge rocks that had split open rushed towards the black ball of light that enveloped the amethyst-winged lion. Rumble amidst the rumbling, in just a few seconds, a huge stone ball with a diameter of a few hundred meters was formed. Under Yun's indescribable shocked gaze, the huge stone ball fell and smashed heavily into the ravine. The amethyst-winged lion's aura completely disappeared. "Is it dead?" Yun muttered to herself. Her previous grace and elegance were gone, and at this moment, it was as if she had lost her soul. Chapter 24. Yun looked as if she had lost her soul as she stared at the gigantic stone ball that had sealed and killed the amethyst-winged lion. When she came back to her senses, she seemed to have thought of something. The wings on her back suddenly flapped, and her graceful body leaped into the air, then flew towards the east like lightning. Chu Bei saw through Yun's intentions and immediately followed. Soon, the two of them stopped in front of a huge mountain range. In front of them, a huge cave was faintly discernible under the cover of tree branches. It was the cave of the amethyst-winged lion. Yun glanced at Chu Bei, then turned into a green shadow and dived into the cave. The cave was not dark, and the walls were inlaid with purple crystals. It was extremely beautiful. This lion really knows how to choose a place. Chu Bei glanced at the naturally formed cave and let out a sigh. The deeper they went into the cave, the hotter the air became. After a while, Chu Bei and Yun flew to a particularly spacious area in the cave. On a 2-meter-tall square platform made of purple crystals, there was a purple ball the size of a soccer ball. It was also the source of the heat in the cave. Amethyst lion birth essence. Yun's gaze was fixed on the purple ball, and her face was filled with joy. After the exclamation, Yun glanced at Chu Bei. After seeing the latter's extremely calm expression, she flashed to the side of the purple ball, grabbed it, and threw it into the storage ring. Roar! At this moment, a lion's roar sounded. Immediately after, a small amethyst-winged lion pounced at Yun from not far away, its eyes filled with hatred. A mere rank 3. Yun's face was filled with disdain. With a wave of her sword, several wind blades cut through the air and easily cut the small amethyst-winged lion into pieces. After killing the small amethyst-winged lion, Yun glanced at Chu Bei again. Seeing that Chu Bei still didn't say anything, he took out a diamond-shaped crystal and walked around with it between his fingers, as if he was looking for something. Not long after, Yun stopped in a corner. At the same time, the diamond-shaped crystal in her hand lit up with a purple light. Found it. Yun's face was filled with excitement as she punched out. Bang! The mountain wall exploded, and a fist-sized sharp purple spirit stone flew out. Above the spirit stone, light flowed, and it was beautiful. Yun grabbed the purple spirit crystal and looked at Chu Bei for the 4th time. Goodbye. Yun cupped her fists towards Chu Bei and flapped her battle chi wings. Leaving just like that. Chu Bei looked at Yun playfully. I was the one who discovered the purple spirit crystal. Yun looked at Chu Bei with vigilance. What's more, I spent 5 class 5 magic cores and got nothing from you. You can leave if you want. You have to spin at least another 5 million fortune discs with me. Chu Bei looked at Yun indifferently and said calmly. Although he had already received 25,000 willpower through Yun, the upper limit of the reward for this transaction was 50,000 willpower. What if I don't? Yun held her sword and stared coldly at Chu Bei. This place is very remote and quiet. It seems like a good place to bury your bones. Chu Bei pointed at the surrounding cave walls with a smile on his face. You. Hearing Chu Bei's threatening words, Yun was so angry that she gritted her teeth. After a long time, forget it, I won't argue with you. I don't want this amethyst lion birth essence. Yun took out the purple ball from her storage ring. It won't work. Chu Bei shook his head. According to the system's judgment, the amethyst lion birth essence he found with her didn't have any willpower. Yun glared at Chu Bei fiercely and then took out 2 scrolls from her storage ring. One scroll is a high-level Earth-Fire attribute cultivation method, and the other is a mid-level Earth-rank fighting skill. Not enough. Chu Bei responded indifferently. Besides the purple spirit crystal and the amethyst lion birth essence, these are the only valuable things I have. Yun held the long sword in her hand tightly. Then don't blame me. Chu Bei shrugged and pretended to be cold. His rinnegan began to emit a strange light. You really deserve to die. Meeting Chu Bei's chilling gaze, Yun bit her red lips and her waist trembled in anger. Carry her. Yun said coldly. Chu Bei did as he was told. Yun's beautiful face flushed red. Her slender fingers slowly unbuttoned her clothes and then took off the light blue metal inner armor that was flowing with a strange light. This is the heart of the sea armor, made from a strange metal produced in the stomach of the level 6 three-tailed blue whale. Its defensive power depends on the user's own strength. Yun put on her clothes and said in a cold voice, "With this, it's enough." Chu Bei restrained his aura and the corners of his mouth rose again. "Turn to the most expensive one." Yun was expressionless. She had already obtained the purple spirit crystal, so she wasn't too obsessed with the so-called black cloud crystal, not to mention that the probability of winning was very low. It was better to save some time and directly turn to the most expensive one. "The customer is God." After saying that, Chu Bei moved his mind. The void trembled and rippled. A round disc with the words Level 8 Wheel of Fortune engraved on its top appeared, emitting a resplendent light. The system obtained 50,000 willpower. The host received 25,000 willpower. The whirlpool in the center of the disc swallowed the 2 scrolls and the heart of the sea armor. The system's voice sounded in Chu Bei's mind. In the next moment, the silver needle on the disc spun. Ding! A few seconds later, a square box flew out of the disc and floated in front of Yun. Yun was especially calm and didn't have any expectations. Bang! The square box exploded. A black scroll appeared. I got a scroll. Looking at the black scroll in front of her, Yun was stunned at first, then she immediately looked at Chu Bei with a face of disbelief. Chu Bei was also stunned. Before turning the disc, he and Yun had the same thought, "Thank you for your patronage." After all, the higher the level of the box, the lower the probability of getting a treasure. Unexpectedly, Yun got a treasure on her first try. She was simply a lucky woman. What kind of scroll is this? Yun came back to her senses and couldn't wait to ask. Miss Yun's luck is really not bad. Chu Bei pointed at the black scroll and said, "This is the Kaibaku Tensai scroll, a one-time consumable item. It can kill all experts below the 1-star Dozong level." Kaibaku Tensai? What a familiar name. Yun frowned. After muttering, she quickly reacted. "It's the move you use to deal with the amethyst-winged lion." The huge stone ball with a diameter of 100 meters appeared in her mind. Yun exclaimed. "That's right," Chu Bei replied. Seeing Chu Bei nod, Yun let out a long breath and suppressed the excitement in her heart. This time, she really earned a lot. After Yun carefully took the scroll, she looked at Chu Bei and asked tentatively, "Can I go now?" "Go ahead." Chu Bei smiled indifferently. "If you need anything in the future, you can come to the All Heavens shop in Wutan City to find me." Wutan City, All Heavens shop. Yun repeated, then flapped her battle energy wings and left. Chapter 25. After parting with Yun, Chu Bei flew back to Wutan City. After the large transaction was completed, the weakened version of Rinnegan ability obtained through the system disappeared. Why is there no one here? When he returned to the Celestial shop, he found that there was no one in the house. Chu Bei frowned. Then, he began to exchange willpower. After completing Yun's large reward, Chu Bei currently has a total of 60,280 willpower. At the dosha stage, every star required 5,000 willpower. At the moment, Chu Bei's cultivation was 3 stars of dosha. He still chose to use all of his willpower to exchange for cultivation. The host has successfully converted his cultivation base. 60,000 willpower deducted, 2 stars of Da dosha. After deducting 30,000 willpower, Chu Bei's cultivation reached 9 stars of dosha. After deducting 45,000 willpower, the liquid droplet on Chu Bei's abdomen began to solidify, and finally turned into a thumb-sized green diamond-shaped crystal. Crystal, the symbol of a Da dosha. After deducting 60,000 willpower, Chu Bei's cultivation reached 2 stars of Da dosha. At the Da dosha stage, every gen required 15,000 willpower points for every star of cultivation. Feeling the feeling of incomparable strength in his body, Chu Bei nodded with satisfaction. Then, he walked to the door and clenched his fist. A rich green light covered the surface of his fist, and a sharp edge gradually appeared. With a punch, A powerful force fiercely smashed the green stone bricks. Bang! A loud sound rang out, and the stone bricks flew everywhere. Looking at Chu Bei's body, the Douqi cloak on the surface of his body also turned into a real armor. External release of Douqi and Douqi armor. This is the root cause of the disparity in strength between Da Dosha and Dosha. Boss Chu, you're finally back. Something happened to the little doctor. At this moment, Xiao Yang's anxious voice came from afar. Hearing this, Chu Bei frowned. Boss Chu, when I came to your shop this afternoon, I found little doctor unconscious on the ground. Since you weren't around, I brought her to my residence, but she hasn't woken up yet. Xiao Yang breathed heavily. What's even more frightening is that I was poisoned because of her. If it wasn't for the antidote last time, I'm afraid I would have died. Let's go and take a look. Chu Bei's face was solemn, as if he had guessed something. Xiao Manor. Chu Bei and Xiao Yang went directly to the room where the little doctor was. On the bed, the little doctor's eyes were tightly shut. Her originally rosy face was suffused with a strange rainbow color. Boss Chu, you're finally here. Xiao Zhan, who was standing guard at the side, hurriedly welcomed Chu Bei's arrival. As expected, it's acting up. Chu Bei came to the bedside and glanced at it. What's wrong with the little doctor? Is she poisoned? Xiao Yang immediately asked. Yes and no. Chu Bei replied. Xiao Yang and Xiao Zhan had a puzzled expression. Chu Bei took a step forward and used 2 fingers on one hand to pry open the little doctor's mouth, while the other hand moved the little doctor's head. Suddenly, a black liquid flowed out of the little doctor's mouth. What a poisonous medicine! Could it be that the little doctor is committing suicide? Looking at the corroded bedsheet, Xiao Yang cried out in alarm. This kind of poison, I'm afraid even a dosha would die from it. She's only a 1-star dosha, yet she's still alive. What a miracle! After determining the nature of the poison, Xiao Zhan's face was filled with astonishment and confusion. Normal dosha would naturally die, but she's an exception. Moreover, she's not committing suicide. Chu Bei's voice was calm. On this continent, there's an extremely special physique known as the woeful poison body. What? The little doctor has the woeful poison body. Xiao Yang's face was filled with even more confusion, but when Xiao Zhan heard this term, his expression was already filled with shock. Father, what is this woeful poison body? Xiao Yang's head was filled with confusion. The reason why it's called the woeful poison body is because once such a physique appears, it represents the arrival of a disaster. A few years ago, there was a woman who possessed the woeful poison body on this continent. In a fit of rage, she turned an entire kingdom into a poisonous land, causing millions of deaths. How terrifying! Xiao Yang sucked in a breath of cold air, but quickly thought of another point and looked at Chu Bei. But what does this have to do with her eating poison? Unlike normal people's cultivation, the woeful poison body doesn't need to cultivate Do Qi for a long time. If they want to increase their strength, they only need to continuously eat poison and use this special physique to form poison Do Qi in their bodies. Chu Bei explained and continued, the stronger the poison, the faster their strength will increase. So it can be like this. Xiao Yang looked at the little doctor on the bed with a face full of shock. Although it's like this, poison is still poison. Even if she has the woeful poison body and her resistance to poison is far stronger than normal people, as she consumes more and more poison, there will be a day when she won't be able to suppress the poison Do Qi in her body. At this point, Chu Bei shook his head and faintly sighed. At that time, her body will be devoured by 10,000 poisons and she will slowly die under the torment of pain. Boss Chu, is there a way to deal with this? After hearing Chu Bei's words, Xiao Yang shivered and looked at the little doctor with a gaze full of sympathy. Chu Bei smiled. His expression gave the answer. I'm very curious about one thing. How did she know that she has the woeful poison body? Xiao Zhan asked the question in his heart. There should be a record in there. Chu Bei pointed at a book next to the little doctor's head. The words Broken Edition Compendium of Materia Medica were especially eye-catching on the front page. Hearing this, Xiao Zhan waved his hand and sucked the Compendium of Materia Medica into his hand. He quickly flipped through it. Just as Boss Chu said, there really is a record. After saying this, Xiao Zhan threw the compendium of materia medica to Xiao Yang. The woeful poison body can be cultivated by consuming poison. The obvious characteristic is that there is a small 7-colored hidden line in the lower abdomen. As the poison in the body grows, the 7-colored hidden line will spread. When it reaches the heart, the person will suffer the pain of being devoured by 10,000 poisons. Xiao Yang looked at the records in the compendium of materia medica and his gaze returned to the little doctor. Boss Chu, what should we do to her now? Chu Bei shook his head. She just didn't control the concentration of the poison and is temporarily unconscious. She will wake up soon. Xiao Yang and Xiao Zhan relaxed. 15 minutes later. She's awake. Following the slight movement of the little doctor's hand, Xiao Yang cried out in surprise. Following this, the little doctor's tightly shut eyes slowly opened. Boss, Xiao family head, young master Xiao, you, the little doctor rubbed her head. Before she finished speaking, she seemed to have remembered what she had done before she fainted. She scratched her head and said with an apologetic expression, I've implicated you. Miss Fairy Doctor, next time you must control the concentration of the poison. For safety's sake, it's best if you don't cultivate anymore. Xiao Yang hesitated for a moment before advising. So you already know. The little doctor bit her lips and looked at Chu Bei. Boss, I'll go back to the shop and pack up my things before leaving. Why do you want to leave? Chu Bei looked at the little doctor with interest. I have the woeful poison body, aren't you afraid? The little doctor avoided Chu Bei's gaze. Don't mention that you're just a doja. Even if you become a poison dough emperor, I still won't be afraid. The corner of Chu Bei's mouth carried a smile. Since you're awake, then come back with me. Hearing Chu Bei's words, the little doctor was surprised at first, but then she happily agreed. Chapter 26. You must be Boss Chu, right? Chu Bei and the little doctor had just returned to the All Heavens shop when a beautiful woman wearing a red dress walked in. Her voice was so charming that it made one's bones go numb. You are. Chu Bei sized up the graceful mature woman who suddenly appeared in front of him, his eyes filled with curiosity. My name is Y.A. Fei, the head auctioneer of the Primer Auction House. Y.A. Fei introduced herself, her every frown and smile filled with charm. No wonder. Chu Bei sized up Y.A. Fei's enchanting figure again and suddenly understood. Boss Chu, you've heard of me? Seeing Chu Bei's expression, Y.A. Fei was astonished. Wu-Tan City's famous beautiful auctioneer, Miss Y.A. Fei. Who doesn't know of you? Chu Bei looked at Y.A. Fei with interest. Boss Chu, you must be joking. Y.A. Fei twisted her waist. Xiao Mana's third young master asked me to auction some spirit plants for him. The alchemists in my auction house have never seen these spirit plants before, so I asked young Master Xiao about them out of curiosity and learned that they came from you. Moreover, he also said that you have other treasures other than the spirit plants. I know the purpose of your trip. Today, I can only sell another 3 million gold coins. Chu Bei went straight to the point and explained the rules of the spinning wheel to Y.A. Fei. The limit of the gold coins he could sell every day was based on his cultivation in the morning. Today, other than Yun Yun's large transaction reward, his limit was 5 million gold coins. In the morning, Xiao Yang had spun 2 million gold coins, so he could sell another 3 million gold coins. Boss Chu, then give me 3 sets of level 3 lucky wheels. After listening to the rules, Y.A. Fei took out 3 million gold coins from her storage ring, her face filled with anticipation. Chu Bei nodded slightly. Since the other party didn't ask for anything, he didn't deliberately choose the type of wheel. This type of wheel could spin out all kinds of level 3 goods. Wang. The void trembled, and a level 3 lucky wheel appeared. The system gained 30,000 willpower. The host gained 15,000 willpower. 3 sets, 30 times. The needle turned. Witnessing this scene, although Y.A. Fei was mentally prepared, she still couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. As an auctioneer, she had come into contact with all kinds of strange guests, but it was the first time she had met someone who did business like this. Ding! The 30 boxes were lined up in front of Fei. Then, a loud explosion rang out at the same time. 20 thanks for your patronage, 5 level 2 magic cores, 3 herbs, 1 sky blue spiral-shaped pill, and 1 exquisite wooden box that was 1 meter long. Boss Chu, please give us an introduction. Fei's gaze swept over the series of products that had been opened. You should recognize the demon core. The 3 herbs can be used to refine Tier 3 spirit pills. The sky blue finished pill is called the condensation pill. A 9 stars dosha can enter the dosha realm after swallowing it. What? Directly become a dosha? Before Chu Bei could finish, he was interrupted by Fei's exclamation. Will there be side effects? Of course not, Chu Bei replied. Then what about this? Fei couldn't wait to open the 1 meter long wooden box. Inside was an item that was about 1 meter long, grey and black, with a round opening in the front that had never been seen before in the Dochi continent. It's called the AK-47. After being strengthened, you can categorize it as a divine weapon. It can be fired 10 times and can kill any cultivator under the dosha realm. Chu Bei took out the AK-47 from the box and played with it. Although its power was strengthened by the system, its bullet capacity was greatly reduced. It can kill a dosha realm. Fei's face was filled with disbelief. She let out a long breath and hurriedly said, Boss Chu, can you demonstrate it? Chu Bei nodded and walked out of the room with the AK-47. He aimed the muzzle at a 2 meter tall mountain rock in the empty space to the west. Da! The muzzle flashed. A bullet shot out, creating a ripple in the air, and in the blink of an eye, it hit the mountain rock. Bang! A loud sound rang out and the mountain rock exploded. So fast. Looking at the mountain rock that turned into several pieces, Fei's pupils suddenly dilated. When she came back to her senses, excitement began to appear on her face. In a few breaths, she had already thought of how to auction these 2 treasures. As long as the promotion was in place, whether it was the liquid condensation pill or the strengthened AK-47, she was confident that she could auction them for 3 million gold coin. Coupled with the 5 level 2 demon cores and the 3 herbs, she had made a huge profit this time. Boss Chu, thank you so much. Fei carefully put the series of treasures into the storage ring. When she looked at Chu Bei again, it was as if she was looking at a treasure. I am a merchant and you are my customer. It is my duty to introduce goods to you. Chu Bei lightly replied. Then I won't disturb the 2 of you anymore. Goodbye. Fei looked at the little doctor behind Chu Bei and turned to leave. Side mission activated. Host completes the transaction of the Green Lotus Core Fire. During the mission, the system will determine that the host can use 1 level 8 item from the store. Due to the distance, the host can use the system's fixed-point teleportation array for free to go to the desert city. Mission completion reward: 1. Additional upper limit of 150,000 willpower. 2. 1 chance to use a level 8 item at any time. Chu Bei was just about to exchange all the 30,000 willpower for cultivation when the system's voice sounded in his mind. Strange fire transaction. Isn't this stealing Xiao Yang's opportunity? Chu Bei's expression froze, and his brows furrowed slightly. However, when he thought of the mission completion reward, Chu Bei could not help but smile. That little bit of apology to Xiao Yang disappeared. During the mission, although he could use a level 8 item once, it could only be used to complete the mission. However, the chance to use a level 8 item in the mission completion reward could be used at any time without any restrictions. Compared to the previous large transaction reward, Chu Bei was not satisfied this time. Other than the desert city teleportation array, there was no marked map. Fortunately, he had some understanding of the battle plot and was able to determine the location of the molten green lotus. Boss, what are you thinking about? At this time, the little doctor's voice sounded. Nothing. Chu Bei came back to his senses. Then, after a slight hesitation, he temporarily stopped exchanging the 30,000 willpower for cultivation, in case he needed to use it in other places. The next day, Chu Bei woke up. After stretching his body a little, He stepped into the system's teleportation array. He had to admit that the system's products were really good. In just a few breaths, everything around Chubei changed. The familiar house disappeared and was replaced by a vast sky and a boundless golden desert. Because the air was too hot, at a glance, it even gave people a distorted and blurry feeling. Directly below him was a huge city. Even if Chubei was 100 meters in the air, he could clearly see the two large light red words above the city gate. Desert City, the city bordering the eastern border of the Kamar Empire and the Taga Desert. Chapter 27. Chubei landed in the city. After asking around, he flew towards the west. This is the place. Looking at the simple shop with the words ancient map engraved on the signboard above the door, Chubei smiled. The shop was not spacious and was rather deserted. There was only an old man behind the counter who was carefully making a map with his head down. Although the old man had a head full of white hair, his withered hand that held the black pen was still firm and strong. The maps of the various regions of the Taga Desert are over there. Find what you need. The old man did not even raise his head, let alone look at Chubei. His old and calm voice echoed in the room. On the counter that the old man was pointing at, there were some yellowed maps casually piled up. Some of the maps even had traces of damage on them, as if they were defective products that had failed. Chubei smiled. He was not in a hurry to find the maps. Instead, he pulled a chair over and sat down. He sized up the old man with interest with a playful expression. The old man ignored Chubei and continued to draw the map in his hand. You're not here to buy maps. After the old man finished drawing the map in his hand, he finally raised his head slowly and glanced indifferently at Chubei. Although the old man's eyes were calm, the frightening scar on his left cheek added a hint of viciousness to him. Are you used to this place? Chubei's words carried a smile. His indifferent tone did not have the slightest ripple. What do you mean? The old man's expression changed slightly. Hypedon was once one of the 10 strongest in the Kamar Empire. He was antisocial and arrogant. He was extremely proficient in ice-type Do-Chi. He once froze an entire city in a fit of anger. He was known as the Ice Emperor. Chubei leisurely poured a cup of tea for himself and continued, I once had a decisive battle with the previous Misty Cloud Sect's sect master on the summit of Misty Cloud Mountain. Although I was defeated in the end, the other party also won a Pyrrhic victory. Later, in the Great Experts competition organized by the Kamar Empire and the Chuyun Empire, he fought a Do Huang and a Do Wang alone without losing. He stunned everyone. Ever since the meeting of the strong, you've come to the Taga Desert. After saying that, Chubei waved his right hand and all the messy maps on the counter flew into Chubei's hand. Chubei rummaged a little and pinched out a palm-sized remnant of the map. By chance, you snatched this map fragment, but because of it, you offended Queen Medusa of the Snake Clan in the desert. Chubei played with the map fragment in his hand. In that battle, you were defeated by her as expected. Although you were lucky enough to escape, you were also hit by her snake seal. Not only is his body rapidly aging, his strength has also greatly decreased, turning from a Do Huang to a Do Ling. All these years, you've been hiding here and studying the map fragments because you want to find a way to break the seal. However, the incomplete map is still an incomplete map. It is of no use to you. Chubei took 2 sips of tea, put down the teacup in his hand, and looked at the old man with interest. Bang! The old man slammed his palm on the counter. With an explosive sound, the counter shattered into pieces. Who are you? What are your intentions in coming here? The old man coldly stared at Chubei. Coldness lingered in his turbid eyes. After saying that, the old man waved his sleeve and the door that was originally open closed with a rumble. At the same time, an ice-cold and tyrannical aura spread out from his body, oppressing Chubei. Chubei was unmoved. He allowed the old man's aura to oppress him. His expression did not change and he was not affected at all. Due to the existence of the system, not to mention a mere Do Ling, even the pressure of a Do Di would not have any effect on him. Don't be nervous, I'm also a merchant. Chubei smiled. Merchant. Looking at Chubei, who was not affected at all by his aura, Hypton's expression became more serious. Other than confusion, there was also some vigilance. Being hit by Medusa's snake seal curse, it doesn't feel good, right? Chubei calmly looked at the old man. You can undo the seal on my body? Hypton stared at Chubei. As long as you can undo the seal, I, Hypton, will owe you a favor. A favor from a Do Huang should have some weight, right? Don't bullshit me. Chubei stood up and straightened his clothes. I'm a merchant, I only recognize money. I don't need your so-called favor. Hypton was stunned. For decades, no one dared to speak to him in such a tone. Coming back to his senses, Hypton frowned. His white hair moved without wind, and icy cold do chi surrounded his body. How much do you want? Chubei smiled and waved his sleeve. With a buzz, a golden disc appeared in the room, emitting a piercing light. At the top of the disc, the words Level 6 Wheel of Fortune were engraved. The thing that can undo your seal is called the reverse seal formation. As long as it's a seal under the dozong level, it can undo it. Chubei stretched out his hand and pointed at the square boxes on the wheel. The reverse seal formation is in these boxes. The price for one spin is 800,000 gold coins. Of course, other treasures of the same value will also work. Really? Looking at the wheel that suddenly appeared, Hypton's expression changed. He was shocked and suspicious at the same time. I don't cheat anyone. Chubei's expression was indifferent. What's the probability of getting it? Hypton continued to ask. That will depend on your character. Chubei poured another cup of tea. If you're lucky, you can get it once. If you're unlucky, you might need 10, 20, or even 30 times. Give me 20 times. Hypton was very forthright and directly took out 16 million gold coins from his storage ring. The system has received 160,000 willpower. The host has received 80,000 willpower. When the whirlpool in the center of the disc swallowed the 20 million gold coins, the system's voice sounded in Chubei's mind. Looking at the silver needle that started to spin on the disc, Chubei looked at Hypton with surprise. This guy was much richer than he thought. Ding! Amidst the crisp sounds, 20 exquisite square boxes were placed in front of by Bourdon one after another. Hypton clenched his fists, and a look of anticipation appeared in his cloudy eyes. Bang! The 20 square boxes exploded at the same time. 19 of them had the same 4 words, "Thank you for your patronage." The last one was a green soft armor. This result made Hypton a little disappointed. He didn't forget to point at the green soft armor and ask Chubei for an explanation. Green silver armor. It can change according to the size of the person wearing it. It can defend against all attacks below the level of a 3-star Do King. Chubei said concisely. Let me try. Hypton tested the soft armor with a punch. Not bad. Looking at the undamaged soft armor, Hypton nodded with satisfaction. His strength had dropped to the level of a doling, so this soft armor still had some use for him. Give me 20 more. Hypton took out another 16 million gold coins. Although the soft armor was good, it wasn't his goal. Based on the host's cultivation, the host has reached the limit of gold coins sold today. At this time, the system's voice sounded in Chubei's mind. Chapter 28. Today's sales have reached the upper limit. Let's stop here. Chubei looked at Hypton apologetically. When you're free, come find me at the All Heavens shop in Wutan City. What do you mean? Are you messing with me? Hypton's face immediately darkened. A murderous aura flashed in his eyes, and his hideous scar looked even more ferocious. I'm a merchant. Some rules were set by the ancestors and cannot be changed. Chubei replied indifferently. Since you know my identity, you must have some understanding of my temperament. Hypton stared coldly at Chubei. If you don't hand over the so-called reverse seal today, don't even think about walking out of this door. Are you threatening me? Chubei frowned, his face turning cold. Hypton snorted coldly and stomped his right foot on the ground. Suddenly, an icy aura spread rapidly with him as the center, filling the entire shop. The mist lingered, faintly obscuring one's vision. Condensing ice spike. Hypedon shouted, his hands flipping quickly to form a seal. In an instant, the cold mist in front of him churned rapidly, condensing into 3 transparent spiral-shaped ice spikes that were half a meter long. Whoosh! As Hypedon's right palm slapped towards Chubei, the 3 spiral-shaped ice spikes shot out with a whistling sound. Feeling the piercing coldness in front of him, Chubei did not dodge. Instead, his mind moved. A light wall as thin as a cicada's wing formed in front of Chubei. Bang! The 3 spiral-shaped ice spikes hit the light wall with a low muffled sound. Then, under Hypedon's gaze, the 3 spiral-shaped ice spikes all sank into the thin light wall as if they had entered a whirlpool. What's going on? Hypedon frowned. Just as he finished speaking, ripples appeared on the strange wall of light. Then, 3 spiral-shaped ice spikes with an even more terrifying aura formed in the light wall. Hypedon's expression changed when he saw the icicles shooting out like lightning. He quickly flipped his hands again. The cold air around his body surged and gathered, forming an ice shield in front of him. Crack! However, in front of the 3 even more terrifying ice spikes, the ice shield was instantly shattered, unable to defend against them at all. Bang! Another muffled sound was heard. The 3 icicles hit Hypedon's chest hard. Poochie! Hypedon spat out a mouthful of blood. His body shot out like a cannonball and hit the wall. His face instantly turned pale. Don't mention that you are only a doeling now. Even if you were to return to being a do huang, I would still not place you in my eyes. Chubei walked up to Hypedon at a moderate pace and said, "Since we've made a deal before, I won't argue with you this time. If you dare to try to rob me again, I don't mind finding a grave for you." As his cold voice faded, Chubei waved his sleeve and the light wall in front of him that was as thin as a cicada's wing disappeared. He had spent 10,000 willpower points to purchase the 3x reflection mirror. Under the Do Wang realm, all attacks will be returned 3x for a duration of 3 minutes. Hypedon stood up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He only looked coldly at Chubei, not saying a word. As for this map fragment, it can't break your seal. Don't spend any more time studying it. Chubei picked up the map fragment on the table and threw it to Hypedon. He said, "If you want to break the seal, remember to go to Wu-Tan City." After saying that, Chubei flipped through a pile of messy maps. He picked the most detailed map and threw it into the celestial space. He didn't even pay and walked out of the house. Looking at the map fragment in his hand and then looking at Chubei's back, Hypedon seemed to want to ask something, but in the end, he stopped in his tracks. In the vast desert, the wind and sand were raging. Chubei flapped his wings and flew above the desert. Just as Chubei flew over a towering sand surface, he stopped. In the desert below, more than 10 mercenaries were holding weapons with their backs facing him, their faces serious. Around them, 8 strange-looking creatures were distributed in a circle, surrounding them. These creatures had human heads and human bodies, but their legs were huge snake tails. The snake tails made a hissing sound when they swung their tails, chilling people's hearts. "Kill them all, don't leave a single one alive." The leader of the Noggers glanced coldly at the mercenaries. His voice was hoarse and his face was filled with bloodlust. Hearing the leader's order, 2 Noggers immediately stepped forward. Their mouths were slightly open as they flicked their scarlet snake tongues. "Everyone, stay alert. We have just sent out a signal. As long as we hold on for a while, the leader will arrive. Then we will be saved." Seeing the Noggers' actions, a middle-aged man in the surrounded mercenaries spoke. Hearing this, the other mercenaries voiced their agreement, but their hands that were tightly holding their weapons were filled with sweat. Although they had the advantage in numbers, the strongest among them was only a 7-star doja, while the weakest of the enemy was an 8-star doja. They all understood this difference in strength. They would not be able to hold on until their leader arrived. "Kill." The leader of the Noggers coldly snorted. The 2 Noggers that stepped forward immediately charged toward the mercenaries with ferocious faces. "Prepare for battle." The leader of the mercenaries hurriedly yelled. "Shio." However, Just as the two Noggers were about to charge into the mercenaries, the sound of something breaking through the air sounded. Then, a figure suddenly appeared between the two serpent men and the mercenaries. Seeing the sudden appearance of the young man, the group of mercenaries was first shocked, but they quickly reacted with joy. Since the other party was also a human, and had appeared at this time, he must be here to help them. Kill them together. The leader of the Noggers glanced at Chu Bei with disdain. He did not ask anything and directly waved his hand. After receiving the order, the two 8-star doge fiercely swung their tails and charged toward Chu Bei with ferocious expressions. Chu Bei's expression did not change. He clenched his fists and his body flashed as he quickly passed by the two Noggers. Bang! In an instant, the two Noggers seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. Their bodies trembled as they flew back against the sand, spitting out blood from their mouths. Do! Release of Dochi. He is a Da dosha. How can this be? He is too young. Seeing the two Noggers that had been sent flying dozens of meters, the mercenaries' mouths were wide open. Their gazes were fixed on Chu Bei, and their faces were filled with shock. Under such a heavy blow, even if the two Noggers did not die, they would definitely be seriously injured and on the verge of death. Human, offending us Noggers in the Taga Desert is not a wise choice. Seeing that the two subordinates were seriously injured by Chu Bei, the leader of the Noggers narrowed his triangular eyes and spoke with a cold voice. Chu Bei smiled and calmly looked at the leader of the Noggers. Scram. A single word sounded like rolling thunder. You will definitely regret this. Meeting Chu Bei's gaze, the leader of the Noggers coldly snorted. If he had not personally witnessed Chu Bei releasing his Do-Chi, he would have already charged forward. Retreat. After speaking, the leader of the Noggers looked at the other Noggers and gave the order. Are you threatening me? Then you should stay here forever. Just as the leader of the Noggers led his subordinates to turn around, Chu Bei's mocking voice sounded. P.S. New book, I need recommendation tickets. Dear friends, please spread out the tickets in your hands. Love you all. Super love. Chapter 29. Bang. As soon as Chu Bei finished his sentence, he had already flashed behind the nearest Nogger and punched out. With a low thud, the Nogger's pupils shrank. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with his crushed internal organs. At the same time, his body was like a cannonball, smashing violently at the feet of the leading Nogger. Human, you deserve to die. The leading Nogger's eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Chu Bei fiercely, wishing he could pull out his tendons and pull out his bones. However, Chu Bei did not care about the leading Nogger at all. He clenched his fist and charged towards another Nogger. Chu Bei's speed was extremely fast. Every time he changed his position, a Nogger would fly out. In the blink of an eye, Chu Bei finished off the other serpent men and appeared in front of the leading serpent man. No, you can't kill me. Fear appeared on the leading Nogger's face. At the same time, he swung his tail at Chu Bei fiercely. Chu Bei did not dodge and met the attack with a punch. Suddenly, a shrill scream came from the leading Nogger's mouth. The tail that was hit was badly mutilated. Chu Bei punched out again. Under the fearful gaze of the leading Nogger, he went straight for the latter's head. Hiss. Looking at the battlefield that had just ended, the group of mercenaries gasped and looked at each other, dumbfounded. Thank you, sir, for saving us. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid our desert metal mercenary group would have all died in the hands of those Nogger. The group of mercenaries reacted and went forward to surround Chu Bei. They cupped their fists one after another with gratitude on their faces. Desert metal mercenary group? Interesting. Chu Bei had a smile on his face. Sir, you know our mercenary group? Noticing Chu Bei's expression, the group of mercenaries were surprised. Xuelan, where are the Nogger that attacked you? Are you all okay? Before Chu Bei could speak, an anxious voice came from the desert not far away. 7 eagles flew over. There were 2 to 3 people standing on each eagle. The leader is here. The group of mercenaries cheered. Soon, Yingju landed with a group of people. They were led by 2 young men who looked very similar and were dressed in mercenary uniforms. Captains, It was this lord who saved us just now. A middle-aged man among the mercenaries immediately narrated the entire process of how Chu Bei had killed the 8 snake men and saved them. Many thanks. Xiao Ding and Xiao Li bowed to Chu Bei at the same time. It's fate. I'm a businessman, and Xiao Zhon and Xiao Yang are my customers. Chu Bei said with a smile. Father, third brother? What a coincidence. Xiao Ding and Xiao Li were surprised. Sir, why have you come to the Taga Desert? I'm here for a deal. Chu Bei said indifferently, if I'm not mistaken, this transaction should be with Medusa of the Naga tribe. What? Queen Medusa. Hearing Chu Bei's words, not only Xiao Ding and Xiao Li, but the other mercenaries also revealed shocked expressions. Sir, this Queen Medusa is not someone you can offend. Even the top 10 warriors of our Karma Empire can't find a match for her. Xiao Ding frowned. Besides, this Medusa hates humans. If you want to make a deal with her, the risk is not ordinary. With regards to Xiao Ding's reminder, Chu Bei did not mind at all. He only smiled and then walked towards a delicate and pretty girl behind Xiao Li. Seeing Chu Bei walk over, the pretty girl was slightly surprised and hurriedly bowed. Sir. The pretty girl's timid voice sounded. The girl was about 14 or 15 years old. She wore a light green elegant long dress. Her cute and delicate oval face was like a beautiful porcelain doll. Sensing that Chu Bei was approaching, the young girl lowered her head and revealed a timid expression. She was like a frightened little rabbit, making people feel a little pity for her. Qing Lin. Chu Bei called out tentatively. Hearing this, the girl was stunned at first and then stuttered, Sir, how do you know my name? Chu Bei smiled and pointed at the girl's white and tender wrist that was exposed by her sleeve. There were some green snake scales there. Looking at the direction Chu Bei's finger pointed, the girl's cute little face instantly turned pale. She hurriedly pulled down her sleeve and took 2 steps back. Sir, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scare you. The girl's small body kept trembling. Her timid voice had a hint of anxiousness. Sir, you must know that Rock Desert City is located in the Taga Desert. As a result, there would occasionally be human women and Nagas who would behave in an unreasonable manner. Under normal circumstances, humans and Nagas will not produce offspring. But nothing is absolute. There is always a small probability that some women will give birth to the next generation. Xiao Ding glanced at Qing Lin and shook his head. Even if these women give birth to offspring, their offspring usually have a hard time living past 2 years old. Although Qing Lin is an exception, this type of person, no matter if it's a human or a Naga, they all see it as a curse. So in these years, she has received countless supercilious looks and ridicule. The other mercenaries also seemed to know about Qing Lin's experience. Their eyes were filled with pity. Looking at Qing Lin's timid appearance, Chu Bei sighed in his heart. He slowly walked to Qing Lin's side. People living in this world don't need to care about other people's opinions. Moreover, these snake scales are very beautiful, aren't they? Chu Bei gently stroked Qing Lin's head with one hand. His other hand carefully lifted Qing Lin's sleeve and stroked the snake scales. Sir, do you really think they're beautiful? Qing Lin's voice was weak. She avoided Chu Bei's gaze. Ever since she was born, anyone who saw the snake scales on her wrist had treated her like a monster. No one had ever praised her snake scales. Your eyes are very beautiful too. Chu Bei stared at Qing Lin's watery eyes. Unlike ordinary people, Qing Lin's eyes were slightly green. In the depths of her pupils, 3 extremely small jade-green dots of light were faintly discernible. Thank you, sir. Hearing Chu Bei's praise once again, Qing Lin's face was filled with shyness other than a timid expression. As expected of the triple jade-green snake flower pupils. After staring at Qing Lin's eyes for a long time, Chu Bei let out a sigh. If the system's power had not intervened immediately, he might have lost his mind. She will follow me from now on. At this moment, Chu Bei looked at Xiao Ding and Xiao Li. Xiao Ding was stunned. Then, he asked for Qing Lin's opinion. Qing Lin timidly looked at Chu Bei. Then, she looked at Xiao Ding and Xiao Li. She gritted her teeth and said, I'm willing to follow and serve you, sir. That's good. Xiao Ding and Xiao Li let out a long breath. They smiled as if they were afraid that Qing Lin would not agree. I still have a deal to make. I'll take my leave first, Chu Bei said calmly. Sir, we're familiar with the Naga tribe. Why don't we give you a ride? Xiao Ding hesitated for a moment. Then, he said firmly, you're the benefactor of our desert metal mercenary group. If those Nagas want to harm you, we can also help. Thank you. Chu Bei did not refuse. He stepped onto an eagle. Chapter 30. In the distant sky, the sun hung high in the sky. The blazing sunlight scattered across the golden desert, roasting the tiny grains of sand until they were like red-hot iron. In the endless sky above the desert, a group of eagles was flying rapidly. Boss Chu, we have already arrived at the depths of the Taga Desert. Xiao Ding licked his dry lips and tilted his head to look at Chu Bei. Chu Bei nodded slightly in response. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The eagles continued to fly, but just as they were passing by an oasis, numerous sonic booms sounded. Looking closely, they were green snakes that were half a meter long. They were spitting out their tongues as they swarmed towards the eagles. Screech, the 7 eagles sensed danger and immediately let out a terrified cry, frantically flapping their wings to avoid the green snake army. Not good. Quickly land. Xiao Ding and Xiao Li's expressions changed as they immediately gave the order. However, even though Xiao Ding's group had landed on the ground, the green snake army did not give up. They swooped down, covering the sky and earth. Fortunately, although there were many of these green snakes, they were very weak. 15 minutes later. Leader, where did these snakes come from? Why did they suddenly attack us? A mercenary pointed at the green snake corpses on the ground, his face filled with confusion. Compared to the hot air in the desert, this oasis was much cooler. Everyone, stay alert. There must be someone controlling these green snakes. Xiao Ding frowned, his expression very serious. Human, congratulations on your guess. Just as Xiao Ding's voice fell, a mocking laugh came from not far away. Immediately after, with rustling sounds, 10 slim snake women appeared in front of Xiao Ding's group. These snake women had cold expressions, their hands tightly holding onto their weapons. Their sharp gazes swept over Chu Bei, Xiao Ding, and the others, revealing a murderous aura. Looking at the approaching 10 snake women, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li's expressions became increasingly ugly. Among the 10 snake women, 6 of them were dosha like them. As for the other 4, their auras far exceeded theirs. They were clearly Da dosha experts. Boss Chu, the situation is not good. Xiao Ding pulled out the saber at his waist, the do qi in his body surging. Human, don't tell me you want to pass through my territory without even saying goodbye. At this moment, the 10 snake women took a few steps back to the sides. An especially enchanting snake woman walked to the front, her face filled with mockery as she looked at Xiao Ding's group. Snake woman Yu Mai. Just as this enchanting snake woman appeared in front of everyone's eyes, Xiao Ding's face, Xiao Ding, and Xiao Li's faces suddenly paled, fear in their eyes. As a mercenary group that had been in the Taga Desert for many years, they were very familiar with the information of the Naga tribe. This was especially true for the important leaders of the Naga tribe. Although they had never seen them in person, they had seen portraits of them. Aside from Queen Medusa, the Naga tribe also had 8 leaders with extremely high statuses. You moreover, we have absolutely no ill intentions for coming here this time around. We only wish to pay our respects to Queen Medusa. Xiao Ding took a step forward and bowed respectfully to Yu Mai. If we have disturbed you, we will leave now. After saying that, Xiao Ding quickly gave Chu Bei a look, but the latter was indifferent. Seeing this, Xiao Ding could only take a step back and lower his voice. Boss Chu, you may not know, but this Yu Mai is one of the 8 leaders of the Snake People tribe. She is also a Do Wang. I know. Chu Bei replied indifferently. It had to be said that when he first saw Yu Mai, he thought of Prima Auction House's Ya Fei. The seductiveness of the two was too similar. You want to meet the queen of my tribe with just the few of you? Yu Mai's diamond-shaped beautiful eyes rippled with a smile. As she spoke, her tone suddenly changed. You are really dreaming. Moreover, where do you think this place is? Do you think you can come and go as you please? Yu Mai's face darkened. Accompanied by a cold snort, her red lips parted slightly. Suddenly, a mouthful of green poison split into several small poison arrows and shot towards Xiao Ding and the rest. Chu Bei took a step forward. Without waiting for Xiao Ding to make a move, he waved his sleeve. Kai, several poison arrows were deflected by Chu Bei's Do Qi and landed in a nearby bush. In the blink of an eye, they quickly withered into dry wood. You can actually release Do Qi at such a young age. Yu Mai stared at Chu Bei with a hint of surprise in her beautiful eyes. Forget it, I won't waste time with you. Yu Mai's voice was cold. Her expression became serious. Her slender fingers danced and a cold energy circled around her fingertips, causing waves of whistling sounds that made people tremble. Boss Chu, let's retreat. She is serious. If we don't leave now, I'm afraid we will really stay here forever. Sensing the terrifying Do Qi surging out of Yu Mai's body, Xiao Ding, Xiao Li, and the rest became even more terrified. Some of the more timid mercenaries instinctively began to retreat. If those eagles were not frightened by the energy fluctuations released by Yu Mai, they would have already left. Don't be nervous. Chu Bei patted Xiao Ding's shoulder and was as calm as before. After that, with a thought, a red spiral fruit appeared in his palm. A weakened version of the magma fruit, a Logia ability fruit in the One Piece world. It was also a level 8 item that he chose during this mission. Boss Chu, this is? Looking at the magma fruit that suddenly appeared in Chu Bei's hand, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li couldn't help but ask. Even Qing Lin showed a curious expression. I'm thirsty, I'm just using it to quench my thirst. Chu Bei smiled perfunctorily, then swallowed his saliva and carefully put the magma fruit to his mouth. 1 bite, 2 bites, 3 bites. It was a little bitter, a little astringent and a little nauseating. Is this the taste of the devil fruit? After swallowing it all, Chu Bei let out a long sigh in his heart. Finally, a knot in his heart was untied. Almost at the same time, he felt that the cells in his body seemed to have changed and were filled with a blazing fire energy. Shio. At this moment, a cold force shot out from Yu Mai's fingertip. Wherever it passed, the air became slightly distorted and the sound of it breaking through the air made people's heart palpitate. Sir, be careful. Seeing that Chu Bei didn't dodge, Qing Lin subconsciously called out. Xiao Ding and Xiao Li's faces were also anxious. Not to mention a Da Dosha, even a Doling would be seriously injured by Yu Mai's finger. Chu Bei smiled knowingly, as light as the wind. He calmly looked in front of him and flicked his finger. A wisp of red flame shot out from his finger and met the cold force shot out by Yu Mai. Kaila. At the moment of collision, the cold force shot out by Yu Mai quickly dissipated and turned into a thumb-sized snake. To be precise, it was a burnt snake corpse. Chapter 31. Shio. After the crimson-red flame destroyed the cold force, it continued to move forward and shot towards Yu Mai. Yu Mai was startled. After she reacted, she quickly dodged to the side and narrowly avoided the crimson-red flame. Boom. The crimson-red flame landed on the forest behind Yu Mai and caused a shocking explosion. In an instant, a huge crater with a diameter of several meters was formed at the location of the explosion. How is this possible? Yu Mai turned her head and glanced at the fire crater. Her face turned gray and was filled with disbelief. The group of snake women behind him also looked at Chu Bei in astonishment. It was as if they had been struck by a bolt from the blue, or as if a basin of cold water had been poured over them from head to toe. They were flabbergasted. He actually took a hit from a Do Wang. Xiao Ding and Xiao Li glanced at each other, then stood there motionless like wooden blocks. Their eyes stared blankly at Chu Bei's back as they muttered to themselves. The other members of the Desert Metal Mercenary Company were also at a loss. Their brains seemed to have lost the ability to think and were as fast as lightning. Sir is fine. That's great, that's really great. Qing Lin was the first to recover from her shock and shouted in joy. Big brother, do you think this boss Chu is really the Da dosha we know? Xiao Li looked at Xiao Ding. Xiao Ding shook his head. We were wrong. A Da dosha definitely can't take that hit. You do have some ability. I underestimated you. Yu Mai coldly stared at Chu Bei. As her cold voice fell, her red lips parted and a strange sound wave came out of her mouth. As the sound wave spread, rustling sounds could be heard in the oasis. In a few breaths, the trees and branches around Chu Bei's group were covered with densely packed black poisonous snakes. The aura of these black poisonous snakes far surpassed the green snakes that appeared in the air earlier. Each of them opened their triangular eyes and stared coldly at Chu Bei's group. Hiss hiss, the black snakes swung their tails and flicked their tongues. It seemed that as long as Yu Mai gave the order, they would attack together. So she's the one controlling the snakes. Looking at the surrounding poisonous snakes, Xiao Ding, Xiao Li, and the others couldn't help but feel their scalps go numb. Although Chu Bei was powerful, facing such a dense group of snakes, it would be difficult to protect them with just a single attack. It was precisely because of this that the members of the Desert Metal Mercenaries were as tense as a rock, and their hearts were as heavy as lead. Kill. Yu Mai waved her hand. Her indifferent words were filled with the killing intent of cold in the forest. Upon receiving the order, the black venomous snakes on the surrounding branches rapidly flashed. The surface of their bodies was suffused with a deep luster. They opened their mouths to reveal sharp teeth that flashed with a cold light. They ruthlessly attacked Chu Bei and his group. Great fire breath. Chu Bei was still calm and collected, and his expression did not change at all. As his calm voice fell, his arms suddenly turned into huge lava fists made of lava. In an instant, with him as the center, the temperature in the air suddenly rose. Immediately after, under the astonished gazes of several people, Chu Bei's huge fists that had turned into lava spewed out countless volcanic bombs, which swept out with blazing heat. The densely packed group of black snakes let out miserable shrieks the moment they got close to the volcano bombs. Following that, they were directly evaporated into nothingness by the high temperature. Not good. Yu Mai immediately flapped her battle chi wings and soared into the sky. Boom. 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 Although Yu Mai successfully avoided the range of the volcano bombs, the other 10 snake girls were affected. Even though they had battle chi armor and battle chi cloak as defense, it was not worth mentioning in front of the terrifying volcano bombs. In the violent explosion of flames, there were those who died and those who were injured. So powerful. Witnessing this scene, the members of the Desert Metal Mercenaries, including Xiao Ding and Xiao Li, were even more dumbfounded. Human, you deserve to die. Looking at the snake girls in the sea of flames, whose faces were twisted in pain, Yu Mai viciously stared at Chu Bei, her eyes filled with killing intent. As the cold voice fell, Yu Mai clenched her silver teeth and suddenly stretched out her delicate hand. Instantly, 2 dark green energy streams condensed into a huge green snake in the center of her palm. The green snake's body was covered with hard scales. As its huge mouth opened and closed, its dense white fangs flashed with a cold light. What was shocking was that these 2 green energy snakes seemed to have life. 2 faint ferocious auras seeped out from their bodies. What a terrifying aura! Looking at the 2 huge green energy snakes swaying in the air, Xiao Ding, Xiao Li, and the others held their breaths and concentrated. Their gazes toward Chu Bei were filled with worry. Whoosh! The 2 green energy snakes broke through the air like lightning and arrived in front of Chu Bei in the blink of an eye. Their huge mouths filled with fangs viciously bit toward Chu Bei. Chu Bei was expressionless. Without any ripples, he directly punched out. Straightforward and neat. A glaring hot lava fire fist shot out from Chu Bei's fist. Boom. In the midst of the explosion, the lava fire fist easily swallowed the 2 green energy snakes and appeared in front of Yu Mai in an instant. Yu Mai's pupils suddenly shrank. There was no time to hesitate and no time to dodge. She could only use all her strength to activate her battle chi armor. Catcher. The battle chi armor shattered. Yu Mai suffered a heavy blow and spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face was pale. Her graceful body danced in the air and finally smashed into the sea of fire from before, creating an incomparably deep pit. I am a merchant. I only wanted to make a deal with Medusa. After passing through here, you wanted to take our lives without any explanation. Chu Bei walked to the edge of the deep pit and calmly looked at the heavily injured Yumai. Yumai endured the pain and flapped her battle chi wings to fly out of the pit. Her gaze toward Chu Bei finally revealed a hint of fear. I will definitely take revenge. Yumai's beautiful face was cold. She stared at Chu Bei while her hands quickly formed a complicated seal. I indeed underestimated you. However, if you want to keep me here, I'm afraid it won't be that easy. Snake technique, split. Yumai's gaze was fixed on Chu Bei as if she wanted to engrave his appearance in her mind. As the cold shout fell, Yumai's body suddenly trembled and then exploded under everyone's stunned gaze. There was no blood and flesh splattering as expected. Instead, there were countless green energy snakes that covered the sky and flew in all directions. What a strange snake technique. Among these energy snakes, I'm afraid only one of them is Yumai's true body. Xiao Ding and Xiao Li looked at each other. Their gazes swept across the scattered energy snakes and they cried out in shock. Chu Bei's gaze locked onto one of the energy snakes. However, he did not make a move and only smiled. If he wanted to kill Yumai, his previous punch would not have heavily injured her. Instead, he would have directly turned her into nothingness. Let's continue on our way. Chu Bei looked at Xiao Ding and said indifferently, Boss Chu, you have heavily injured Yumai. She must have escaped back and told Queen Medusa about this. After seeing Chu Bei's methods, Xiao Ding became even more respectful. I'm afraid that your deal with Medusa will not succeed. No matter, it won't affect me. Chu Bei smiled knowingly and stepped onto an eagle. Chapter 32. Rock Desert City. A loud roar resounded through the sky and a huge green magic beast landed in front of the city wall. 4 silhouettes leaped down from the backs of the magic beasts and lightly landed on the scorching sand. Through the aura of the 4 people, the leader was a Do Wang and the other 3 were Do Lings. Elder, do you think this map is reliable? A Do Ling asked. The middle-aged man nodded and there was a thin piece of parchment in his hand. Looking at it carefully, there was a detailed map of the Taga Desert on the parchment. Other than accurately marking the desert oasis, the scattered snake people tribes were also clearly marked out. If there was a difference between this map and a normal map, it would be the east, west, north and south positions on the map. The middle-aged man was called Jiyu He, a Tier 6 alchemist from the Kamar Empire and one of the elders of the Yunlan sect. His trip to Rock Desert City was to gather information about the Heavenly Flame. The 3 flames marked on the map represented the 3 places where the Heavenly Flame was most likely to appear. Elder, Ling Feng and the rest are here. Not far away, 2 figures quickly flew over from the desert. They were both Do Lings. Elder, we have new news. Soon, the 2 Do Lings arrived in front of Jiyu He. One of the Do Ling pointed at the parchment in Jiyu He's hand. Elder, I'm afraid we won't be able to use this map. What do you mean? Jiyu He was confused. A few days ago, there was a strange movement in this area. The Do Ling pointed at the flame mark on the east side of the map. I investigated and found out that there were people who saw a monstrous flame. It should be the movement caused by the Heavenly Flame. Just now, we caught a Do Ling from the Snake People tribe and found out what happened that day. Queen Medusa went there. What? You mean that the Heavenly Flame was taken by Queen Medusa of the Snake People tribe? Jiyu He frowned. Although this will save us a lot of time to search, it will also become more troublesome. Jiyu He's face became more serious. After a long while, he sighed. Looks like we need to go back and ask Lion King and Windrunner for help. Elder, Medusa is a Do Huang. With just the 2 of them, I'm afraid that it won't be enough. A Do Ling spoke. What if the sect master is included? Jiyu He narrowed his eyes and said, wait for me here. I'll go and invite them over. After saying this, Jiyu He returned to the back of the huge magical beast, and left with a whistling sound. Meanwhile, the Noga tribe's stronghold. In a spacious and luxurious hall, a pale-faced lamia was leaning against a bench in exhaustion. Her breathing was chaotic. Whoosh. At this time, a whistling sound came from outside the hall. Hearing this, a trace of joy appeared on Yu Mai's delicate face as she looked outside the hall. A black shadow shot in like a bolt of lightning. Mo Basie, you're finally here. Yu Mai straightened her body from the bench. How did you get hurt? Who hurt you? When the black shadow sensed Yu Mai's weak aura, his face instantly turned ugly. What happened? You actually issued a martial law and rushed us here. This was a strong Naga. His thin clothes were carelessly draped over his body. Both of his arms were painted with strange black tattoos. Especially those two ferocious snake heads, they looked like they would break out of his body at any time. They emitted a fierce aura. Mo Basie, the leader of one of the 8 large tribes, was also a Do Wang. The humans invaded and I was seriously injured. Yu Mai's eyes shrunk, filled with a thick hatred. Who is it? To be able to injure you like this? Mo Basie frowned. His voice was filled with a coldness that was difficult to hide. How many people do they have? There are dozens of them. However, other than one person, the strongest of them is only a dosha. There is nothing to be afraid of. Yu Mai clenched her fist tightly, her gaze cold. Is it a human Do Huang? Mo Basie's expression was serious. I don't know. His aura is very strange. Do-chi fluctuation. I originally thought that he was just a Doling. Yu Mai recalled the previous battle and frowned. He can create rolling magma and raging flames. That method is completely different from the human Do techniques I have encountered in the past. It is extremely strange. What is the purpose of his trip? Mo Basie asked. He said that he is a merchant who came to make a deal with the queen. Yu Mai replied. Make a deal? Mo Basie's face was filled with doubt. Does the queen know about this? Yu Mai nodded slightly. She is not seeing anyone now. That person asked us to deal with him ourselves. I am not a match for him alone. That is why I urgently called all of you back. The queen is not showing herself. This does not seem like her style of doing things. Mo Basie frowned and guessed. A few days ago, on the day she left, there was an energy riot in the east of the desert. It should not be such a coincidence. Could it be that Her Majesty the Queen obtained some kind of treasure? Is she in seclusion? Yu Mai turned around and looked at the depths of the hall. On the other side, Chu Bei, Xiao Ding and the rest stood on the eagle and continued to go deeper into the Taga Desert. Finally, a huge tribal fortress appeared at the end of their line of sight. On the huge city wall, which was tens of meters tall, were densely packed with tall arrow towers. The tips of the arrows were faintly purple and emitted a cold luster. Under the arrow towers, hundreds of fully armed snake people were patrolling with sharp spears in their hands. As expected of the headquarters of the Snake People tribe, Xiao Ding could not help but let out an emotional sigh as he watched the tight defense of the fortress in the distance. With this kind of defense, not to mention a dosha or da dosha, even a doling would be shot into a hornet's nest in an instant if they were not careful. Everyone on guard. There is an enemy invasion. Spear throwers, get ready. When Chu Bei and the rest were about 100 meters away from the fortress, a buzzing alarm sounded from the walls of the fortress. Immediately after, hundreds of Snake People guards quickly applied the poison on their spears. After which, they looked at Chu Bei and the rest with fierce expressions. They are really vigilant. Boss Chu, we are really not welcome here. Xiao Ding, Xiao Li, and the rest let out a bitter laugh when they met the hundreds of sharp gazes on the fortress. Shoot them all down. On the fortress, a graceful snake woman let out a cold shout. Her beautiful eyes were filled with anger. As soon as the snake woman's voice fell, all the fully armed snake people on the fortress shouted at the same time. Then, their bodies suddenly leaned forward and the spears in their hands that were stained with poison broke through the air. The sharp sound of the spears breaking through the air resounded through the sky. Chu Bei did not care at all as he looked at the poisonous spears that were shooting toward him from all directions. Just as the poisonous spears were about to pierce through them, lava gushed out from Chubei's body. It carried a monstrous flame and surged forward like a great river. In an instant, all the poisonous spears were submerged and merged with the lava with a sizzling sound. P.S. Dear readers of Chijian and QQ Reading, please move your fingers if you have a ticket. Thank you. Chapter 33. Noga Tribe's Stronghold. It must be him. In the spacious and luxurious hall, Yumai heard the commotion outside the stronghold and immediately stood up from her chair. Beside her, Mobasi also sensed something and his face sank. Then, he looked at Yumai and the two of them flew out of the hall at the same time and appeared in the sky far away. That is, looking at the scarlet magma heat wave outside the city wall, Mobasi's pupils suddenly shrank and his eyes were filled with astonishment. In the magma heat wave, arrows and guns made of black iron that were stained with snake venom quickly melted and disappeared. That is one of his methods. He should have practiced some kind of fire attribute cultivation method. Yumai pointed at Chubei, who was releasing magma heat wave from his body. Her beautiful eyes focused and her face was heavy. Come, let's go. After speaking, Mobasi and Yumai flapped their battle energy wings and appeared above the city wall in an instant. Two chiefs, this guy, Snake Lady, who was commanding the battle on the city wall, immediately bowed when she saw Mobasi and Yumai. However, before she could finish speaking, Yumai waved her hand and interrupted her. Then, she stared straight ahead. We meet again. Chubei placed his hands behind his back and waved at Yumai as a greeting. After speaking with a smile, the surrounding magma heat wave rushed back into Chubei's body like a surging river. Meeting Chubei's gaze and thinking of the injuries on her body, Yumai coldly snorted. Human, why did you trespass into my tribe's territory without my tribe's permission? Mobasi coldly stared at Chubei. He flapped his battle energy wings and a tyrannical aura spread out. I came here to make a deal with Medusa. However, I was inexplicably attacked on the way here, so I punished her. After speaking, Chubei's gaze returned to Yumai. Damn it. Hearing Chubei's words, Yumai clenched her hands and her face became even more unsightly. His ferocious gaze seemed as if he could not wait to tear Chubei into pieces. Do you think you can meet our queen just because you want to? I advise you to leave as soon as possible. Mobasi rejected without hesitation. When the leaders of the other tribes arrive, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave even if you want to. What? Or are you trying to stop me? Chubei did not think much of Mobasi's threat. Why do you want to make a deal with me? Just as Mobasi was about to open his mouth again, the space in front of him suddenly distorted strangely. At the same time, a cold voice drifted through the air. Hearing this, Xiao Ding, Xiao Li and the others were slightly startled. Then, they looked at the distorted space with serious expressions. Ripples rose as a graceful figure slowly emerged from the distorted space. Finally, it was clearly revealed in front of countless pairs of eyes. Queen Medusa. Seeing the woman's appearance, Xiao Ding could not help but cry out. He had only seen the woman on top of the city wall in portraits. He had never thought that he would be able to see her in person one day. The woman who had suddenly appeared was wearing a graceful purple brocade robe. Under the brocade robe was a well-developed and exquisite body that emitted a faint charm. A head of fine black hair casually draped over her shoulders and fell to her slender waist. The most conspicuous part was the purple snake tail that was revealed. As the snake tail swayed, there was a wild charm that caused one to be inexplicably absent-minded. Indeed bewitching. Chubei sized up Medusa without concealing anything. His gaze finally stopped on Medusa's beautiful face and gave a heartfelt evaluation. Of course, Medusa gave Chubei a direct feeling. Other than being bewitching, there was also a sense of nobility and grace. Clearly, she had been in a high position for a long time. Your Majesty. After Medusa appeared, all the snake people on the city wall, including Mobasi and Yumai, immediately knelt down and spoke respectfully. Speak, what deal do you want to make? Medusa looked calmly at Chubei. Her red lips parted slightly and the corners of her mouth formed a delicate arc. In an instant, Her exquisite face was overflowing with a bewitching aura. Her frown and smile caused one to be absent-minded. "I want the green lotus core fire." 8 indifferent syllables were spat out from Chubei's mouth. Green lotus core fire? When did Her Majesty obtain the heavenly flame? Could it be that the energy riot in the desert on the day Her Majesty left was the heavenly flame? Hearing Chubei's words, Mo Basie and Yumai looked at each other and their faces were filled with shock. Clearly, they did not know that Medusa had obtained the green lotus core fire. What does Her Majesty want to do with the heavenly flame? Yumai's confused voice had just sounded when she seemed to have thought of something and said in shock, "Could it be that Her Majesty wants to use the heavenly flame to break through?" "It must be so." Mo Basie nodded in response. "But the success rate of using the heavenly flame to break through is less than 10%. If anything happens to Her Majesty, our entire Snake People tribe will be in danger." Yumai's expression changed slightly as she thought of those strong people from the human tribe who were eyeing them covetously outside the desert. Her Majesty has been stuck at the Do Huang level for many years. I'm afraid that she is a little impatient. Mo Basie glanced at Medusa and sighed faintly. As the tribe leader, she has a heavy responsibility on her shoulders. She wants to become stronger more than any of us. Once she breaks through to the Do Zone class, the strength of our Snake People tribe will swiftly expand and we will no longer be trapped in this vast desert. How do you know that I have obtained the green lotus core fire? Hearing Chubei mention the green lotus core fire, Medusa's expression suddenly changed. Her delicate finger gently touched the black hair in front of her forehead and a chill lingered within her pale purple pretty eyes. At the same time, a dark and cold aura spread out from Medusa's body and instantly covered Chubei, Xiao Ding, Xiao Li, and the others. Xiao Ding, Xiao Li, and the others immediately shivered and hurriedly circulated the Do Qi in their bodies to resist the cold. "Not only do I know that you have obtained the green lotus core fire, I also know that the current you is merely an energy body with some thoughts from your original body. As for your original body, it should be in that large hall preparing to evolve." Chubei's mouth carried a smile as he looked at Medusa with a playful expression. "What? An energy body? Even the energy body's aura is so terrifying. How terrifying would the original body be?" Xiao Ding and Xiao Li exchanged glances with each other before once again looking at Medusa, who was above the city wall. Their faces were filled with shock. Mo Basie and Yumai's expressions also changed. They did not expect that this was only an energy body of their queen. Rumble, suddenly, Chubei's figure moved. Accompanied by a loud buzzing sound, he turned into a torrent of hot magma that surged and swept through the air. In an instant, the temperature above the city wall suddenly rose. The chill that had invaded the bodies of Xiao Ding, Xiao Li, and the others naturally disappeared without a trace. Looking at the surging hot magma, Queen Medusa's pretty face suddenly sank. "You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.